Chapter 1. The red sun was at the border of land, painting the sky orange, which, with the emerald-green forest below, creates a beautiful painting. The constant buzzing of insects, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the sound created by the flowing water of the river create a natural symphony. The beautiful song played by nature itself. But suddenly it was disturbed. A loud, guttural voice sounded. "Arg!" The sound was very loud, and it was somewhat similar to the wailing of a human being, but the voice was far more intense, which could not possibly be produced by a human being. "Arg!" it sounded again. After hearing the sound, every animal, bird, and even insect ran away and hid. With loud thumping and ground shaking, a figure was becoming visible. Tall trees parted, and a giant stepped out of the darkness. It was a 15-meter abnormal titan moving randomly in the forest, producing that wailing sound from time to time. Pure titans usually didn't make any sound other than grunts, but this particular pure titan was an abnormal titan, and a wail, like a desperate cry, was recorded and playing in a loop. There were pure titans roaming in these areas, but the sight of an abnormal 15-meter titan was rare. As the titan was moving randomly, it passed by an extremely tall tree. These giant trees were common in this area, but there was an abnormality on this giant tree. Currently, a 3-meter-tall titan had climbed on the tree and was sitting on one of the branches. For a titan, it was already an abnormality to climb the tree, but what was even more abnormal about this titan was the human look on his face. His eyes were looking at the 15-meter-tall titan below, and then an even more shocking thing happened. This titan actually spoke in clear human words, with a surprising expression on his face.
"Wow, what bad luck did I have? Others reincarnate or transmigrate as main characters, villains, and even supporting characters, but I actually transmigrated as a pure titan."
It was actually Kevin Ethan who had transmigrated as the pure titan in the world of Attack on Titan. Before transmigrating, as he was dying after a car accident at the last moments, he suddenly thought of all those novels and animes where the main character dies and then reincarnates or transmigrates into a fantasy world. Thinking about that, a deep desire that had been buried inside him surfaces, making him desire the reincarnation on his deathbed. And it seems like the universe listens to his wish, bringing his soul into a fictional world, fulfilling his wish. At first, when his consciousness stirs and he starts to wake up, the first sight he sees is the flat area of his groin, which nearly freaks him out, and then, looking at the forest around him, he is frightened and very nervous. But after some time, as his mind clears up and he remembers his dying moment, he realizes something.
"I seem to have transmigrated."
The next few minutes were like a roller coaster of emotions. He was excited due to his dream coming true, but then he also feared that all of this could not be real. But after some time of roaming around and looking at other titans there and then looking at his small titan build, he started to worry about his future. Looking at the titans, he immediately understood that he should have been transmigrated into the world of Attack on Titan and in the body of a pure titan, but the cause of his worry was his current body. That was of a pure titan. Having his mind cleared up, he understood how different his body was. His organ systems were messed up, and his taste buds felt weird. But even then, the real problem arises because he was a pure titan, which means he was an enemy of all humanity and possibly a test subject due to his uniqueness. And even then, with his 3-meter-tall titan body, there was no hope for him to stand against any titan shifter, losing him the chance to become a human. In this situation, if he did not have a golden finger, then his chances of survival are almost nil. Phew, Thankfully, I have got a golden finger. Otherwise, even my survival seems hopeless here. Currently, a digital screen was floating in front of his face, showing the loading percentage. System loading, 0.97%, 0.98%, 0.99%. The loading was stuck at the 99% for some time, but the next moment, it suddenly completes. Multiverse Lord, system activated successfully. An emotionless, mechanical voice sounded in Kevin's head. Scanning the host. Scanning completed. Host identified. A series of notifications continued to sound in Kevin's mind. All conditions are met, transferring the data to the host mind. Suddenly, a stream of information rushes in Kevin's mind, making his head full. Gug. A grunt escaped from his mouth. It was only after a few minutes that the intense headache he was having started to cool down, and only then was he able to focus on the sudden information which appears in his mind. Gring.
Dear host, you have become a candidate for the throne of Multiverse Lord.
Chapter 2. Ding! Dear host, you are selected as the candidate for the Multiverse Lord. Now you will be participating in the competition for the throne of Multiverse Lord. There are other candidates who will also be participating. Currently, you are in the novice period. You have been given 3 years' time to prepare yourselves. After that, you will officially be entering the competition. In the competition between each other, the final victor who remains will succeed the throne of the multiverse. After viewing the system notifications and understanding all of the information which appears in his mind, Tgthegood understood his situation clearly. His transmigration wasn't random. He was actually selected by the multiverse to go through the trial for the position of the Lord of the Multiverse. So, the throne of the multiverse is just like the position of the CEO. The Lord of the Multiverse seems like a job, basically to maintain the multiverse. And also, this system isn't the regular system shown in the light novels. It was not going to be the personal babysitter of him. Ding! As the candidate for the throne of the multiverse, the system provided the candidates with the skill based on the compatibility.
Finally, a cheat in my current condition. With put a cheat, even survival seems hopeless.
Tgthegood waited with great anticipation, looking forward to what type of skill he will get. Ding! Scanning the host and the world. Selecting a skill suitable for the host. Finding the skill. Not multiple skills found. Not matching the compatibility. Not none. Ding! Skill found. The fragment of Lord's power. The sin of hunger. The great sin born in every living. The desire of never being satisfied. The thirst for more. Devourer.
What a description! And this devourer skill, if it is what it is, then at least surviving here will be guaranteed.
Ding! The skill, Devourer, will now be assimilated with the host. Just as the system message arrives, Kevin feels like there was something fundamentally integrated into his being, and suddenly, he loses his consciousness. On Paradise Island, in a forest outside the walls, it was the time of night. The only source of the light was the moon, which was shining brightly but was barely illuminating the inside of the dark forest. A 3-meter-tall titan was currently moving through the forest. In the dark night, no animal dared to approach him. The titan moves with a purpose, likely searching for something. It was actually Tgthegood. With his 3-meter titan body, he can barely be called a titan. But due to his short titan form, he retains most of his human looks. With a head full of black hairs and the black eyes, he looks like his past self, just short of the reproductive and digestive organs. Currently, he was searching for other pure titans for testing the skill he got from the system. With his titan theology, he didn't feel any fatigue even after moving for hours, so he continued his search for other titans. Soon, he reaches under a giant tree, where he finds a titan bigger in size than him, lying face front on the ground. Finally, I found a small titan. He approaches the motionless titan, and even after he comes across him, poking him with his leg, the lying titan was unresponsive. As pure titans, most of them usually stop functioning at night. Pure titan use energy from sunlight for their functioning. That's why they didn't have any need of food to survive. And that is the reason why most of them stop functioning during night. While there are some abnormal titans who can even move during at night, as they can even use moonlight to continue their function. That's why Kevin was finding another titan, so he can safely use his power on him. Even after pushing the 5-meter-tall titan and still finding it unresponsive, further ensures Kevin, as he didn't want to take any unwanted risks. It was the first time that he was going to use his skill, so he was being cautious. Kevin looks carefully at the 5-meter-tall titan below, especially at the spine, and silently ponders.
To use my power of devouring, currently, I have to intake the material orally. Great, I am going to become a cannibal.
Devour with the name only. Anyone can guess how the skill was going to be used. The power of devouring can break down anything he ingests, and then enchant him. But currently there were limitations on his skill, as he wasn't strong enough. He can only devour the things which have genetic material, so currently he can't just eat rocks and soil and then increase his strength. One day when he becomes powerful enough, maybe he will be able to devour whole planets. When Kevin got the Devourer skill, he first thought about devouring other titans. For the first target, he chose a small titan. So even if something unexpected started to happen, he can at least protect himself. For activating the skill, he have a congest, the Meteshal. Even though the prospect of eating a titan, who is actually a human transformed into a titan, doesn't sound appealing. But if I didn't do this, that means I am putting my own life in danger, so I have to do it. Making his conviction strong, Kevin didn't hesitate and quickly saddled the 5-meter-tall titan. He takes one of the titan's finger and break it. The titan didn't react at all. Getting all the confirmation, Kevin brings his mouth towards the titan's neck, placing his sharp teeth on its neck. And then, with full force, he suddenly tore a big chunk of flesh from Titan's neck with a piece of spine altogether, and instantly swallow it without chewing. Chapter 3. As the moon reached its zenith, Kevin looks up at the moon. The few leaves and branches were not able to block the cold moonlight, which illumined upon Kevin's. His mouth and hand were painted red, and with a calm look, he looked up at the moon. A fire was burning inside him, spreading across his whole body. Steam was rising from the corpse of the Titan. And upon it, Kevin Ethan, who was previously 3-meter Titan, was growing. His muscles ripened, bone growing, like he suddenly hit puberty and his body started to grow. Subtle and fundamental changes were happening inside him. After some time, as the changes stopped happening, a newfound strength coursed through Kevin's vein. Relishing the changes, Kevin stood up from the ground and looks at the ground, where only some ashes were remains. Looking at this, he suddenly sombers up and realizes that he was still powerless. After devouring the whole spine of the pure Titan, great changes have operas in his body. His Titan body, which was previously 3 meters, have now sprung up to 3.5 meters. Even the previous dullness he was feeling has now subdued. Feeling the changes within, Kevin looks at the screen floating in front of his eyes. 2 years, 11 months, 30 days. 3 years, huh? Kevin takes a deep breath. I have to prepare myself and get as strong as possible. Kevin firmly made up his mind to get stronger as soon as possible. After all, as the candidate of the Lord system, there will be many competitors. With their unique ability and recalling the phrase used by the system,
The final victor who remains will be the Lord of the Multiverse.
speaks for itself. So, given the novice time period for his self-growth, he must give his all to make himself as strong as possible. And the only way to get as strong as possible was, Kevin looks deep in the forest. Founding Titan, I am coming. 2 months later, on Paradise Island. Screech. A falcon soared above the clouds. The sun's golden light illuminated the clouds, creating the appearance of a golden sea. It was a beautiful scene. But soon, the sea of golden clouds was crossed by the falcon. And then the scene of green comes into view. The green plain of the grass stretches far wide. A mountain streak becomes visible in the east. And, in the north, the direction where the falcon was heading. A dark green forest was visible, pierced by a river, which flows straight through it to the vast ocean behind it. Looking at the forest below, the falcon started to dive down. Everything was looking tiny from above. But as the falcon continues to fly down, the once tiny grass-like trees reveals themselves to be enormously tall. It was the forest of giant trees, where trees reached a height of thousands of feet. These trees are one of the largest and longest living species of the world. And since the forest was made full of these trees, a unique biodiversity was born here. The forest was home to a variety of species. Many extinct and rare kinds of animals, insects, and birds live here, protected by the nature. Screech. The falcon, having returned to his territory, screeched happily, surveying its surroundings before gently flapping his wings and landing smoothly on a branch of its nest. The tree on which his nest was built was quite tall, even among the other trees. After a long and refreshing flight, the falcon was tired, his wings soured. So, with his beaks, he started to realign the feathers of his wing, grooming and maintaining them. But suddenly, a shadow was cast upon it, blocking the intense heat from the sun. The falcon looks up in bewilderment, seeing a large human hand, the size of a cart, coming towards him. Panic swept across the falcon, and in hurry, he instantly flaps his wings, trying to escape from there. But it was a futile attempt, as the hand quickly approaches and didn't give him enough time to fly away. The hand was too big and fast. It quickly caught the falcon between its palm. Kevin Ethan, who was hiding in the leaves of the tree, looks at the falcon between his palm.
Screech. Screech.
The falcon continues screeching in panic, trying to free himself. But how can he be coma-bred to the might of a Titan? His body didn't even budge. Kevin, for a moment, looks at the struggle of falcon. But next moment, he brings the falcon to his mouth, and in a single fluid motion tosses the falcon inside his mouth. And then, without even chewing, he directly swallows it. Soon, a very minimal amount of energy flows through his body, changing and adding some aspect to his body. Levin tries to focus and find what kind of enhancement it brings, but he was not able to sense it at all. For the last 2 months, since he transmigrate here, in the world of Attack on Titan, he was continuously hunting other pure Titans and devouring them. Currently, his body size has already reached above 12 meters in height. His body frame was also well proportional, like a human athlete. His control of his body was also very high, just like a normal human. He is fully capable of human speech and facial expressions, just like a normal human. Just that the difference was his height and the flat area of his crotch. In the last 2 months, he had devoured a lot of pure titans, and he also tries to experiment with his devouring ability. He had eaten rocks, mud, and even drinks water to check if his ability will work on it and grants him different kinds of power. But the ability didn't work. So he had to vomit all of those things out of his body. But that doesn't mean he was without results. It was just that the target for his ability seems to be the organic material, the things which contain cells and DNA, at least for now. So he started to hunt animals and birds alongside titans. Upon devouring the animals and birds, his ability did enhance his body. Currently, he was able to make some physical changes to his body. Like after he devoured a number of tortoises, he was able to grow a hardened shell on a specific part of his body. The shell was heroned like tortoise shells. So, after devouring a lot of animals, he can make some changes to his body. But the change was limited. He felt there was something missing. And if he can get that, then there will be qualitative change in his transformation. He gazes at the north, towards the ocean, thinking about the beast titan. He knows that if he can devour the beast titan, then his power will drastically increase. But for now, the chances of him devouring the beast titan was very slim, as he can't stand a chance against the beast titan. And even the military support of Marley will definitely smoke him. And the most important matter, that he is still unaware of the timeline. It is a serious problem. Due to his pure titan body, he can't make a peaceful contact with humans. So for the last 2 months, he was constantly strengthening himself and finding the way towards the wall to find out about where the timeline reaches. But looking at the ocean, it seems he has traveled in the wrong direction and will have to go back in the opposite direction. Chapter 4. In the woods, concealed by the forests. A 15-meter titan is sitting on the carcass of another 15-meter tall titan. Kevin Ethan, with his hand shaped like a claw of beast, easily tears apart the back of the 15-meter titan below. He tore a piece of his spine and quickly tossed it in his mouth and swallow it without chewing. The familiar feeling of his strength, enchantment, spread across his body. Then, with another fluid motion, he again tore the part of the spine and swallowed it. Soon, the whole spine of the pure titan was finished by him. Kevin then stood up from the carcass of the pure titan, well, what was barely left of a carcass. Steam rises from the pure titan's body, as his body degenerates. In just a matter of minutes, the whole 15-meter pure titan body disappears, leaving just a pile of ashes. Even the blood, which stained Kevin's hand, also started to degenerate, evaporating in white steam. Kevin looks at this scene and feels the changes to his body after devouring this pure titan. He had already devoured hundreds of pure titans since he woke up in this body, and the changes which have been brought to his body are huge. From the initial 3-meter tall titan to a 15-meter behemoth, the increase in his ability are enormous. He can confidently say that the current him can easily compete with the Titan shifter, like Armored Titan, Attack Titan, Female Titan, Jaw Titan. After devouring many pure titans and countless animals, birds, and insects he had devoured, brings him many kind of abilities. Night vision, compound vision, focusing on a single target from miles are just drops in the bucket. The real powerful abilities he have are the power of hardening, comparable to the armored titan. After devouring tortoise and other organisms with strong hide, grants him the ability to form armor on his body like armored titan. Fast regeneration, devouring countless organisms has boosted his regenerating ability. The current, him, can almost instantly regeneration his whole arm. And one of the important abilities is to changing his various body parts into the part of organisms he has devoured, which brings a massive qualitative change to his transformation. The only shortcoming of his was that he couldn't transform back into the human form, which is still a major hurdle. For that, he will need to devour a Titan shifter. So, after months of journey, he finally reaches his target. Looking ahead from the gaps of the trees, he saw a tall wall stretching from one end to another. I have finally reached the walls. He was currently hidden in the forest, looking at the wall. For now, he didn't dare to approach it right away. It was still daytime, and if he recklessly approaches the walls, he may be found. So he was hiding in the forest, waiting here for the nighttime. Soon the sun dips below the horizon, and cold instantly increases. Thin mist starts to appear. The season of winter is quickly embracing Paradise Island. The moon was absent from the sky, making the already hazy night more dark. Finding the time right, Kevin also silently started approaching the wall, looking like any other pure Titan. With his enhanced and night vision, he didn't see any figure on top of the wall. And after some time, without any problem, he stood by the wall. Looking up at the tall structure of 50 meters, his hand and feet transformed into the claws and started climbing it. With his sharp claws, his hand and feet dug into the wall, giving him a firm grip. And he easily started to climb up. Soon, without any effort, to quickly climb on top of the wall. After reaching the top, as he looked inside the area of the walls, he didn't find any human activities. He was currently on top of the wall Maria, which was the outermost layer of the wall. With wall rose the middle wall, and wall Sheena the innermost wall, with each wall having 4 cities, at the outside enclosed inside the walls. The area inside the walls is actually quite big, even larger than the area of modern France. But the human population wasn't very large. So not finding any human settlement or any kind of human activity wasn't rare. But with his night and enhanced vision, he quickly spotted a figure moving far in the distance. On further focusing on it, reveals a pure Titan. Seeing this, Kevin immediately understood.
So Wall Maria is already breached.
A cold voice sounded from Kevin's mouth. But I didn't know how much the plot had already progressed. Looking at the pure Titan wandering inside the wall, confirms that the storyline has started. But what ultimately matters to Kevin was how much the plot has progressed. If the warriors are already exposed, and Aaron knows that he has the founding Titan, then the chances of devouring the founding Titan becomes hard. A developed Paradise Island, which has already experienced the Titan shifter powers, will be completely different. They have more experience fighting against the powerful Titans with human intelligence. And on top of that, an experienced Aaron, who may even control the power of founding Titan, becomes insanely hard to defeat. So, Kevin really doesn't want the timeline to have already progressed that much. I am in urgent need of information, and for that I really need to transform into the human form, which can only be possible by devouring a Titan shifter or... Chapter 5, Year 849, Paradise Island. Inside the walls. With the coming of the month of December, heavy snowfall started happening. Mountains, plains, walls, everything was covered in white. Life inside the wall wasn't easy to begin with, and it was even more difficult after the fall of the wall Moriah. Everyday people live in fear, poverty, and hunger. It brings a lot of trouble for everyone. The already sparse resources become even low after they lose the major part of the fertile land. With the sudden inflammation, the already harsh lives of people become even more hard. But humans are the most intelligent and the resilient creatures. They adapt to any kind of environment. That's why even if living inside the wall was hard, it was still not enough for them to stop. This kind of tense environment even give birth to a more resolute and tempered will. Somewhere inside the wall rose the boot camp. It is where the past generation of humanity soldiers were trained. Currently, it was the 104th Cadet Regiment which was going through rigorous training, shaping these children into the hardened soldiers. Trained with the special ODM omnidirectional machine gear, specially designed to fight against the Titans. After a full day of intense training, currently all the cadets are sleeping soundly in their cabins. In the late night, heavy snow started to fall down. In this cold atmosphere, the heating stove was the only warmth that was able to provide some comfort. The cabins were divided between genders. In one of the cabins for the boys, Aaron was sleeping soundly, but suddenly a frown formed on his head. In his dream, Aaron saw the broken wall, Titan rushing in, eating every people they encounter. It was just like that day when the colossal Titan breaks the wall and Titan rushes in. Seeing this, Aaron started to look for Armin and Mikasa. He rushed everywhere, but he was not able to find them. Dust gathered everywhere, almost blanketing the whole area. In the chaos, it was hard to find someone.
Aaron!
Suddenly, a voice calls out to him. Hearing this voice, Aaron instantly recognizes it to be of Mikasa.
Mikasa!
Aaron shouts back and runs towards where the voice sounded. After taking a sharp turn from an alley, the smoke clears out and Aaron was able to see clearly. But what he saw makes him horrified. A Titan taller than 15 meters was holding Armin and Mikasa in his hand. Armin seems unconscious, limped in the Titan hand, whereas Mikasa was in the other hand of the Titan.
Armin! Mikasa!
Looking at this scene, Aaron was horrified. The strange Titan, noticing Aaron, looks at him. And then, while making a mocking expression, he opens his mouth, which have sharp razor-like teeth, and swallows Armin. Aaron's mind becomes blank, looking at Armin being eaten in front of him. His heart shattered. His knees collapsed. He falls down on the ground, looking at the strange Titan in a daze. While the Titan was also looking at Aaron, seemingly satisfied looking at his situation. Mikasa, who was in the other hand of the Titan, saw how Armin died. Looking at Aaron, who was collapsed on the ground, Mikasa cried in desperation.
Aaron, save me! Save me, Aaron!
Then the strange Titan, in the repeated action again, opens his mouth and started, bring his hand holding Mikasa to his mouth. The already broken Aaron saw this scene and nearly cried out blood. Looking at Mikasa, who was crying and calling for his help, makes his despair more painful. In a desperation, Aaron shakingly looks at the Titan and started pleading.
Go! Please, let her go! Don't do it!
But the Titans didn't stop and even seemed amused. In the next moment, cries of Mikasa were also snuffed out. A chewing sound of broken bones was heard from the Titan's mouth. Aaron's eyes were red. He continued to look at the Titan in a daze. The strange Titan also didn't make any further movement, standing there, slowly chewing, looking at Aaron. With every sound from the strange Titan, the entire world of Aaron seems to be crumbling, with only a single phrase sounding in Aaron's mind.
Died. Everyone died. It is all over. I wasn't able to save Armin and Mikasa.
Then, like how a blocked river is opened and the water started to gush out, rage burst out of Aaron.
It is all because of the Titans. No, not just Titans. It is because of everyone that I lost Armin and Mikasa. Since both of them are dead, then there is no need for anything to exist. I will wipe out every Titan, every human. I will wipe out everything from this world.
With a final roar of madness and rage, a transformation seems to be triggered. With hatred as the fuel, rage coursing through his veins. Lightning strikes, and in the place where Aaron was standing, a Titan appears. The Titan was 15 meters tall, with a muscular build. His hair were elongated, covering his face. Dark red eyes were shining behind his jet-black hairs.
Roar!
Looking at the strange Titan, Aaron in his attack Titan form roars madly and then lunges at him. Like a wild beast, Aaron moves towards the strange Titan, throwing a direct fist. A powerful momentum gathers, with rage fueled, air distorted as the punches descends. But, with a smooth sidestep, the strange Titan easily dodges the punch. Aaron throws more strikes with madness in his eyes. A side punch dodged. A left hook dodged. Seeing all of his strikes being dodged by the strange Titan, fury clouded Aaron's mind, and with a mad dash, he tried to tackle the strange Titan, bringing him to ground. As Aaron steps closer to the strange Titan and throws himself on the strange Titan, expecting to overpower the strange Titan to the ground. The expected didn't happen, and the strange Titan didn't even budge from his place, and then with a excited smile on his face, the strange Titan suddenly hugs Aaron, and then with a powerful force he picks Aaron up from the ground and overthrows Aaron with a suplex. Chapter 6. Buildings collapsed. The high and mighty walls which have protected the Eldians crumbled. Among the dust and debris, the attack Titan, Aaron was thrown in a house, immediately destroying it. The strange Titan, who was over 18 meters tall, unhurriedly walks towards the place where he throws Aaron. Dust blanketed the place, making it hard to see the figure of Aaron. But suddenly a shadow darts out from the smoke, and again in the familiar motion, Aaron tried to overpower the strange Titan. But similarly, Aaron was again suplexed into another house.
Weak. Is this how you are planning to get freedom?
Aaron, who was getting up, looked at the strange Titan.
Pathetic. You have lost everything. Your father, mother, your friends. Now what have you left?
With a mocking expression on his face, the strange Titan said,
What will you fight for, poor child?
Casting a pitying look on Aaron. The already shaken Aaron, after hearing this, becomes even more enraged. His Titan form growing, his skin becoming red-hot, smoke rising from his Titan form. Red tendrils like veins surfaced on his whole body, pulsating with rage. His claws become sharper and more strong. Seeing this transformation, the strange Titan had an excited expression on his face and said,
That's it, Aaron. The rage. That is what I want. Roar!
Aaron, having lost his mind to rage and revenge, gaining more power, dashed towards the strange Titan. And this time, with the newfound power, Aaron was able to push the strange Titan back. And then, like a hungry beast, he pounces upon the strange Titan. With his new sharp and strong claws, he was tearing chunks of flesh from the strange titan. And then, with a powerful kick, he throws the titan away. The strange titan, who was the one thrown back this time, hurriedly stood up from the ground. Aaron was again upon him, using his claws to tear the strange titan flesh, and throwing powerful punches and kicks, which causes depression in the strange titan body. A punch straight to the core leaves a bloody mark, then a jab, which broke some of the strange titan teeth. With his sharp claws, Aaron tears a large piece of muscles from the shoulder of the strange titan. And then, Aaron throws a straight punch towards the strange titan's face. The punch landed on the strange titan forearm, who successfully blocks Aaron's punch. Good. I thought it would be boring, but it seems like there is still some fighting spirit in you. The strange titan, despite the various injuries to his titan body, spoke calmly. Like all of these horrifying injuries, were nothing to him. It seems I have to get serious. Saying this, the missing piece of flesh from his body started to rapidly regenerate. The blood marks disappear, and his titan form becomes fresh, without any injury. But it did not stop there. Flesh mound started growing on all over his body, forming a hard shell-like armor, which looks like the shell of tortoise. His whole body got covered in the shell-like armor, without hindering his movements and reflex. And then his hand also turns into sharp claws like beasts. The whole transformation did not take more than seconds. After the armor appears on his body, the strange titan who had blocked Aaron's fist instantly catches his hand and throws his own punch for the first time, and even the enhanced attack titan was unable to react in time. The punch landed straight at his nose, breaking it apart and carving his face. The strange titan didn't stop there and continues to throw heavy strike one after another, each delivering more damage than the last one. In just few moments, Aaron was completely overwhelmed. His titan body was battered, broken hands, face caved in. Even a section of his ribs and abdomen was missing. He was not even able to resist some moves. It was complete suppression of strength. Aaron was barely standing on his feet, his body swaying with no strength. Then, the beast-like claw clamps around Aaron's neck, strangling him and lifting him up from the ground. The grip felt like death had clamped on his neck, and there was no other way left. Aaron was in despair. Having lost his family and friends, he felt there was nothing left for him in this world. There was only endless rage left inside him, feeling angry at the world, at titans, and most angry at this strange titan standing in front of him, who had taken his friends from him. But looking at the strange titan, there was no emotion in eyes, like the destruction and death didn't affect him.
It is same.
The strange titan looked calmly at the struggling Aaron in his grip, like a chicken. There was no emotion in his voice, like he was just stating some common facts. It is all about freedom and strength. The only difference is that the freedom and strength will be mine, while you will lose everything. Saying this, the strange titan snaps Aaron's neck, breaking it. After that, with his other hand, the strange titan holds the broken head of Attack Titan and slowly twists it and then rips it apart. The Attack Titan head flew in the air, then dropped in a side alley. The now headless body of Attack Titan reveals the gory Aaron inside, who was looking unconscious. His face was very pale and likely drained of blood. Looking at Aaron inside the neck of the Attack Titan, the strange titan digs his finger inside the flesh and brings out Aaron from within, and without wasting any time, he started bringing Aaron towards his mouth, full of fangs. Aaron, who was almost unconscious, stirs awake, looking inside the mouth of the strange titan. Aaron was unwilling about what was going to happen, but he didn't even have the strength to struggle. So, feeling helpless, he was soon thrown inside the strange Titan mouth.
Moo!
With an unwilling roar, Aaron was instantly pierced by various sharp teeth. Chapter 7.
Arg!
With a terrified scream, Aaron wakes up drenched in sweat. The cold outside didn't hinder the fire of terror inside Aaron.
Aaron!
Armin, who was sleeping near him, immediately wakes up hearing the scream.
What happened?
Reiner and Bertold also woke up from their bed and approached Aaron.
Arg! Damn it!
Sheen wakes up with a frustrating groan. While rubbing his temple, he looks at Aaron with an irritated gaze, and in a tired voice, he says to Aaron,
Hey, loudspeaker, can't you at least sleep peacefully?
Hearing Jean, Aaron looks at everyone present there in a daze.
Sleep?
Armin looks at the dazed expression of Aaron and worriedly asks him,
Are you all right, Aaron?
Huff! Huff. Aaron, looking at everyone, took deep breaths to calm his racing heart.
It was a dream.
Looking at Armin, Aaron has a sigh of relief, knowing it was just a bad dream. His mind started to relax.
Dream?
Armin, hearing Aaron speak of having a dream, has an understanding look on his face. Aaron, did you have a nightmare?
A dream? Oh, come on. You are that scarred because you have a dream.
Jean, who was listening to Aaron, makes an annoyed face and says,
Looking at how drenched you are, I thought you might have seen a Titan.
Jean said while massaging his temple, trying to soothe out the headache he is having due to abruptly waking up. It wasn't just a dream. Aaron, who had calmed down, spoke with solemnity.
I saw a Titan in my dream. It was a beast. A beast? Is it the colossal Titan?
Armin says while guessing. Armin knows that day has impacted their lives greatly, and even he also has nightmares sometimes. So it was normal for Aaron to have nightmares. After all, he lost his parents that day. No, it wasn't Colossal Titan. Aaron quickly denies while shaking his head, still somewhat in daze. Then what do you dream of? Reiner asks puzzledly.
I saw a Titan almost 20 meters tall, but what was strange about the Titan was that he looks like an animal.
A hint of fear sounded from Aaron's voice.
I saw the walls collapsing. It wasn't like how the colossal Titan breaks the gate. No, I saw the entirety of walls being broken.
There was tension in Aaron's voice, like he was reciting a real story. And the emotions pouring out of his mouth were real.
Titans were rushing in, hundreds of Titan. It was destruction. Just like that day, everyone was rushing, screaming.
Armin quietly places his hand behind Aaron's back, trying to soothe his emotions.
And then, that strange Titan appears.
Aaron's voice cracked in fear. It wasn't just psychological fear. It was a fear he was feeling from deep inside. The dormant powers of founding Titan was pulsating, warning him of the inevitable future.
The Titan was an anomaly. Just like the colossal Titan, it looks like a walking animal, a giant beast the size of a Titan.
With trepidation in his voice, Aaron clearly detailed the appearance of the strange Titan. As Aaron continues to describe the details about the strange Titan, Reiner and Bertold, who were initially listening to everything with a worried facade. But as Aaron started to describe the features of the strange Titan, a storm was surging in their heart. The way Aaron tells about the strange Titan, a name quickly emerges in their heart. The image of the beast Titan flashes through their minds simultaneously, and both of them secretly look at each other and find the same feeling of shock in their eyes. Quickly masking their emotions, they continue to listen to Aaron with rapt attention. But Titan was huge, even bigger than the 15-meter tall Titans. While telling this, Aaron thought about how the strange titan has devoured both Armin and Mikasa, after which he himself had transformed into a titan. Thinking about this, the anger which he has felt in the dream also ignites in his heart. But Aaron controls his mind and doesn't let the rage out. He concealed the part of Armin, Mikasa, and his own transformation, not saying anything about it. So, leaving that part, he continues. The strange titan was really terrifying, destroying everything, but suddenly, with a flash of lightning, another titan appeared, and the new titan started to fight the strange titan. Aaron modifies the truth because he didn't want to talk about Armin and Mikasa. And as for him transforming into a titan, he thought it would be strange to talk about it, so he concealed this. Unknowingly, Aaron saves himself from a lot of immediate trouble. Both titans were fighting each other. They crushed the house like they were made from papers, but in the end, the strange titan was very powerful, and he overwhelms the new titan and defeats him.
Titans fighting each other? It was strange.
Armin thoughts about the strange nature of both titans and the strange way in which the new titan appeared. With a flash of lightning, a suspicious thought emerges in his mind. But feeling the absurdity of it, he quickly denies it. Fighting each other, it wasn't even the most shocking thing about them. Aaron, hearing Armin, thought of the strange titan and said,
The most shocking thing was that the strange titan was able to speak. The strange titan was speaking.
Armin looked more shocked and instantly started to think of the previous thought that had emerged in his mind. But this time, the thought was not able to leave his mind. Despite it being a dream, Armin was not able to snuff out the absurd thought which appears in his mind.
No, I can't speculate this based on a dream, but if it is real, then there is going to be a whole lot of mess.
Despite it being a dream, it was clear that both Aaron and Armin were deeply affected, repeatedly thinking about the details of the dream in their mind. Meanwhile, Reiner and Bertolt both have white faces, likely due to the cold weather, making them appear calm. But inside, their heartbeat was increasing per second, which told a different story. A storm surges inside them. Both of them were looking at Aaron and Armin, various thoughts crossing their mind. Whatever they were thinking, but it was guaranteed that the night was going to be full of chaos. Although not in the physical world, but mentally, the storm was already in motion. Now, it was just a matter of time for it to affect the physical world too. Chapter 8. The next day, it was a rare day of rest in the lives of cadets. Due to the heavy snowfall, the further training for the day was postponed in the middle, and everyone was given a rare free day. Aaron, Mikasa, and Armin, the trio, sat by the side of the campfire. Aaron, while making compelling gestures, was telling Mikasa about his dream of last night. Mikasa was listening to Aaron with rapt attention. A worried expression was present on her cold face. Historia and Emir, wearing heavy clothes, were both seated by the other side of the campfire, enjoying a hot, steamy vegetable soup. Connie, Marco, Jean, and others were fully enjoying their day, building snowmen and playing with snow, throwing snowballs at each other. It was a rare, comforting day in their busy lives. Some of the cadets were playing out in the snow, while some others were spending the day in the comfort of their beds, making up for the lost sleep. As everyone was enjoying themselves, a figure sneakily moved away from the camp and moved towards the woods. The figure was hooded, face covered, occasionally revealing strands of golden hair. After carefully checking out if someone had noticed or not, the figure moves deep inside the woods. The hooded figure soon reaches a particularly tall tree and waits there. Just after some time, another two figures also appeared there, revealing Reiner and Bertolt. Seeing the approaching figure of Reiner and Bertolt, the figure uncovers the hood, spilling out a head full of golden hairs. "Innie, you came. Annie, with her piercing ocean blue eyes, coldly looks at Reiner and Berthold.
Despite knowing how risky meeting at this time can be, you still called for this, so it better be something important, Reiner.
Annie curiously looks at Reiner. It was almost 5 years since they, the warriors of Marley, have infiltrated the Paradise Island. After orchestrating the fall of Shiganshina district, they expected the founding Titan to reveal itself. But after waiting, probing, and searching for the traces of founding Titan, they didn't find a single clue about founding Titan. And it was even more surprising when they found out that the peoples inside the wall are unaware of the human presence outside the wall. And not only that, the people inside the walls didn't even know about the history before the appearances of Wall. Bewildered about what to do, they follow the protocol of instructions they get from their Marleyan supervisors. They enlist in the military ranks of the Paradise Island. And now, after 3 years, as their cadet training was about to end, it was a crucial moment. Any slip or mistake will cost them very much. So that's why, upon knowing that a secret meeting was going to be held, Annie was worried about the potential leaks. "Annie, it is about the founding Titan." The next moment, Annie's eyes contracted, and an equally, if not more serious expression than Reiner and Berthold appears on her face, her eyes becoming more dark. Annie carefully looks at Reiner and Berthold.
What about founding Titan? What have you found?
"It is actually related to Aaron," Berthold speaks, although the introverted nature of his makes him less conspicuous, and rarely did he interject in the conversation. But now, with his own people, he initiate the conversation on his own.
Aaron?
"Yeah, Aaron. The actual situation is that Aaron had a dream last night." Berthold speaks with an under edge in his tone.
A dream?
Annie had a puzzled expression on her face, thinking how the dream can be related to the founding Titan. "A dream? No, it should be a revelation." Berthold speaks with conviction and continues. "In the middle of last night, Aaron wakes with a terrified scream, and when we rush to his side and asks him what had happened, he said he had a nightmare. In his dream, he saw the walls crumbling, destruction everywhere, and in the midst of chaos, a strange Titan appears."
Then?
"Well, till then, it was just a normal nightmare, as Aaron said, but when he describes the strange Titan who looks like an animal and the sudden appearance of another Titan, with a flash of lightning, the nightmare changes, at least for us."
What?
It was startlingly shocking for Annie.
But how can this be real? How can he dream of something like that?
"It can be possible." Reiner, who was silent for some time, speaks with confidence. "If it is founding Titan, then it can be possible."
Founding Titan.
Annie gasps. Then, with a sudden realization, she hurriedly says, "The founding Titan had manipulated the memories of everyone inside the wall." "Yeah, if the founding Titan can wipe out the memories of everyone inside the wall, then manipulating the dream of someone isn't a big deal for it." "Wait a moment." Annie suddenly interjected with a frown on her face. "I understand that the founding Titan can manipulate the memories and dream, but how did the founding Titan know about the Beast Titan? Even if it wants to show someone in the dream, it should be either you or Berthold." Gears were quickly turning in Annie's mind, analyzing and forming various speculations to understand the situation. Only if the founding Titan knows that the Beast Titan will be here, that's why it specially shows the Beast Titan in the dream. With each second, realization was building upon her face, but suddenly a frown crept on her.
But if that is true, then that means the founding Titan can foresee the future.
A sudden chill crawled upon her spine. "We can't come to that conclusion. It is the founding Titan we are talking about. Much of its abilities are unknown to everyone." Reiner's face turns ugly, thinking about the power of founding Titan. I don't think that the founding Titan has the ability to foresee the future. Then what do you suggest? Annie looks at Bertold, who calmly replies, It is better to say that the founding Titan already knows that we have infiltrated the walls, so it may be just sending signals to prepare others. But then why Aaron? Why of all peoples the founding Titan sent that signal to Aaron? Aaron? Yeah, why him? Because Aaron is special, Bertold replied. Haven't you guys seen enough? What kind of person he is? Stubborn, he doesn't give up, and on the topmost, he hates the Titans most. He didn't fear them. Bertold spots out the major points of Aaron, to which both Annie and Reiner have realization on their face. Aaron, whenever he talks about Titans, the look in his eyes is full of hatred. It sometimes even unsettled me. You are right. He does hate the Titans to the bones. Well, whatever it is, now we have to decide what should be our next action. Should we eliminate Aaron? Bertold gives his own suggestion, talking about eliminating Aaron like he didn't know him for 3 years.
No, we can't make any movement for now.
Hearing Bertold talking about eliminating Aaron, Annie instantly rejects the idea. Just some more time, and we will be admitted into the military. Then we will be able to search for the founding Titan. If we expose ourselves now, then the past years of planning will go to waste. You are right. Reiner nodded heavily. What we should focus on now is why the founding Titan made Aaron dream of Beast Titan. The dream of Aaron, after almost 5 years, it was the first sign of the founding Titan presence that they have found, to which all 3 of them attach great emphasis to it. After a few more minutes of discussion and making plans for the future, they stop and disperse. Carefully avoiding being noticed, they return to the camp. After Annie arrives at the camp, she finds Aaron playing in ice with Armin and Mikasa and others.
Ding!
With a shout, Aaron throws a snowball at Ymir, who easily dodges it. Suddenly, an ice ball arrives and struck Aaron in the head. Confused, Aaron looks back and sees Historia, laughing and with another ice ball in her hand ready to throw it at him. Looking at the happy faces of others, cold emptiness bites at Annie's heart, her face turning frosty. Exhaling deeply, mist blowing out of her mouth, Annie snuffed the turbulent emotions in her mind. Just then,
Annie!
Historia, who has noticed her, calls out, gesturing with her hand, inviting Annie to also come and join them in playing with ice. With a blank mind and an empty heart, Annie walks towards them with heavy steps, leaving behind the cold depressions on ice. Chapter 9. Snowflakes, in the shape of stars, rain down, covering the ground in a thick layer of snow. A sudden snowstorm hits the Paradise Island. The intense wind carrying the rain of ice was blowing, freezing everything in its path. Every living organism carefully hides inside their burrows. Even Titans, when faced with might of nature, becomes immobile. The regular pure Titans stop functioning. As the dark clouds carrying the coldness of heavens looms over the whole of Paradise Island, it blocks the shining ray of hope from the sun. This makes the pure Titans, who function on the sunlight, become dormant. But even then, there are some exceptions, being the abnormal Titans. They don't need the sunlight, or they have reserves of energy on which they can function normally, even if there are no light sources for many days. So, despite there being no sunlight for the past few days, the abnormal Titans are able to move and do the basic functioning, albeit strenuously. Somewhere inside Wall Maria, a 16-meter-tall Titan moves without any difficulty. The cold storm didn't hinder his strong strides. It is Kevin Ethan, now 16-meter tall, his Titan form looking the most perfect ever, with heavy muscle mass. Veins like tree roots frame his whole body, his physique putting shame on all the athletes. 6 months have gone by since he transmigrated in this world of Titans. waking up in the body of a pure Titan and getting in the cosmic competition for the throne of Multiverse Lord. Getting in that situation seems pretty hopeless, but the respite was the cheat ability of devouring bestowed to him by the system. So, in the previous 6 months since he had woken up, Kevin had relentlessly pursued other pure Titans, constantly devouring them and enhancing himself. He had almost reached the limit of his devouring ability. Nowadays, finding pure Titans have been becoming increasingly rare. And on top of that, the main problem which plagued him hasn't been solved, his Titan shifter transformation. Even though with his current Titan body he is very confident that in confrontation against other Titan shifters, leaving the Colossal Titan, he can take upon any of them. But despite this, his Titan's form is still a hindrance. It limits his movements. He can't move inside the human territory, and can't have the first-hand information of the events happening. Within his Titan form, he is an enemy of the whole of humanity, which makes it inconvenient with his plans. Soon, as he keeps wandering, Kevin notices some ruins of buildings in the distance. In the past months, since he has entered inside the territory of walls, he has found many similar abandoned human settlements. After the fall of the Wall Maria, the entirety of the territory of Wall Maria was abandoned by humanity, and since then it has been infested by the Titans. With his past experience in searching for Titans, Kevin knows that he will definitely find some Titans there. So, he started to move in the direction of the village. Murky haze was present everywhere, but it didn't hinder the enhanced and mutated gaze of Kevin, which instantly pierced all the obstruction and landed on the group of figures inside the village. Finding his prey. With the joy of leap in his steps, Kevin started jogging, which turns into a full sprint. The cold, icy wind, which can even freeze the lungs of the best racers, didn't even get registered by him. Enjoying his run, Kevin focused on the number of Titans present inside the village, mentally counting. 6, 7, 8, 9, wow! I am in luck this time. It was after many days that he found this many Titans together. Otherwise, in the past days finding 2 or 3 Titans together has become rare. With him running without any restraint, he soon reaches inside the village. Upon entering the abandoned village, the current inhabitants, the pure Titans, leaving welcoming, they did not even react to his visit. The pure Titans didn't react to anything beside the presence of human beings. That is the reason Kevin was able to freely hunt other pure Titans and develop this quickly. The size of the village wasn't overly large, but still there should be hundreds of houses there. Kevin moves inside the village, looking at the depleted houses, covered in snow, with various half-eaten human corpses frozen solid. The past, leaving permanent scars of horror. The desolation and despair can be felt through every part of the village. It is a scene he had already grown numb to. Kevin has witnessed several of these scenes. He had felt the despair and anguish of the non-living ones. But that didn't affect him. His psyche was already mutated beyond humanity. So, ignoring everything, Kevin focused on the moving figures of Titans. There are 9 Titans in total here, with 3 Titans having reached the 15-meter-tall threshold. Delighted by this, Kevin moves towards the closest Titan to him, intending to finish it quickly. Looking at the 9-meter-tall Titan in front of him, Kevin transforms his hand into sharp claws. And just as he was about to take action, his gaze briefly passed on the 15-meter-tall Titan in the distance, whose back was faced in his direction. Although the Titan is 15 meters tall, it has a disproportionate build, its trunk far wider with shorter limbs. Most Titans are usually disfigured. Kevin dismissed this and focused his gaze on the Titan in front of him. The 9-meter-tall Titan barely reached his abdomen. Kevin, with his sharp claws, holds the 9-meter-tall Titan head like he had done this many times. There was not much to look forward to, this small Titan. The amount of boost it can provide is already minuscule. So while holding its head, Kevin again gazed back at the 15-meter-tall Titan in the distance. Just then, that Titan takes a turn and starts turning backward, making Kevin stunned. A grin, a familiar creepy grin, was etched on the Titan's face. And watching this causes a similar creepy grin to emerge on Kevin's face.
Found you? Found you.
Chapter 11. In the metaphysical world, created by the power of founding Titan. In this desolate world of endless sand and the ever-present white night, a single soul resides, bounded by its own chain of servitude, has performed her duties tirelessly, without any rest. But at the moment, with a variation at play, Ymir looks at the infinite numbers of paths. These paths lead to every Eldians, either alive, dead, or even who have transformed into Titans. And the cause for the shift in Ymir routine is one of those paths. For the first time in ages, Ymir has found something unusual. As the founding and progenitor of Titans, she has absolute authority and control on every Titan and this space of pathways. But for the first time, Ymir finds herself losing control on one of the paths. Although Ymir has utter control over everything inside this space, she has never interfered, just following her duty without any other thought. Never have she tried to approach any of these pathways, but for the first time, Ymir takes a step. Not for her duty, but to find out about the abnormality which has not ever appeared. In the center of the cold, depleted village, steam rises from the 16-meter-tall Titan body of Kevin. His Titan body, which seems to be forged by the god himself, has cracked lines forming upon it. His Titan form, which put shame on even other Titan shifters, started falling apart. The broken parts of his body turn into ashes even before hitting the ground. Kevin's eyes, which were full of desire and ambition, are now vacant, devoid of luster. The whole of Kevin's body, which, upon previous devouring of Titans, pulsate and flourish with vitality, now seems like a dying old tree. Withering, crumbling, and then collapsed like a building of cards. The previous 16-meter-tall Titan body completely turns into a pile of ashes. The white sheet of snow-covered ground, tainted with the black ink of ash, symbolizes the demise, an abrupt end. The frozen corpses, upon seeing the former lively Titan turning into a pile of ashes, bitterly lament their own tormenting fate, even after death. The snowstorm suddenly ceases its intensity, and fierce wind turns mellow, mourning for the end of the eminence. Just when it seems that the conclusion has reached, suddenly, from the death, a strong hand emerged. And then, like a moth breaking out of its cocoon, transforming into a beautiful butterfly, Kevin arises from the ash, rebirthing in the human form, completely naked, like a newborn baby, and with its genitals. Kevin feels the changes in his body with a delighted expression present on his face. After his transmigration as a Titan, he had been in utter disarray. The absence of the previous human senses unsettled him. That's why, since waking up, Kevin, like a mad hound, had hunted other pure Titans, to get rid of the disalignment and the void he felt in his being. Although, after devouring other Titans and various other animals, he enchanted himself, yet the void in his being never gets replete. But now, after the transformation, reverting back to his human form, he again experiences that feeling of oneself, and even perceives it more stronger than before. with the countless devouring of titans and various other living organisms. The changes brought inside his body are completely revolutionary, making him not a true human, but an amalgamation in the human shell. Feeling the rare coldness of nature in his nether region, Kevin immersed in delight.
Indeed, this is the most blissful feeling.
But at the next moment, all of a sudden, the coldness he feels in neither region suddenly disappears. Startled, Kevin abruptly opened his eyes. The expected scene of the depleted village and the white snow didn't appear in front of him. Instead, Kevin finds himself in a boundless desert with a white night sky. Experiencing this abrupt change, Kevin looks at only a lone figure present there. A fair distance away, a girl stood, looking at him with an expressionless gaze. Kevin instantly recognizes her.
Ymir.
And then looking behind her, at the majestic, giant tree of mystical energy. Its crown reaches the unknown in the sky with its infinite branches dispersing in the void. Looking at this spectacular phenomenon, Kevin awed.
So this is the power of founding Titan.
He knows that. This is the coordinate space, created by the power of founding Titan. Kevin looks at the branches of radiant energy, knowing that every single one of them represents a connection to an Eldian. As long as a human is born of carrying the Eldian blood in his vein, the new pathway will itself form, forming a connection between the founding Titan and him. Then, looking at the spectrum of light, connecting himself to the mass of energy in the distance, Kevin feels this faint connection and knows what it represents. Not wanting to take any risk and bound by the mercy of someone else, his own newfound power reacts to his will and indicates to him. Kevin, feeling the rising power within himself, wields it and uses it to sever the last traces of link with the founding Titan. In the next moment, the mystical space formed by the founding Titan power started to disappear. Ymir watched all of this with no intention of taking any action. Unknown darkness swirls inside her eyes. As the space was about to completely disappear, Kevin, looking at Ymir, thought solemnly, "I will choose my own freedom." Then, coldness. Chapter 12. The snowstorm suddenly fell silent, and the fierce wind got tamed. Bathed in the ashes of his former self, Kevin stood dazed with a vacant look in his eyes. The world stands still. The mindless titans cease their movement, with a hint of confusion appearing in their otherwise dull and muddled eyes. Then, likely having sniffed something in the air, they shifted in their position and looked in the direction of Kevin. Finding a human standing there, the confusion turns into a fierce hunger. The next moment, all of them madly rushed towards Kevin. Every titan present there, who looked mindless moments ago, quickly turns into crazy hounds. The deep desire imprinted in their being, craving for the human flesh, flashes violently. Kevin stood like a statue, unaware of the world, unaffected by the approaching titans. His vacant eyes tracing something imaginary in the sky, seemingly immersed in a mystical world. The remaining 8 titans present there, all madly dashed and thrashed at the place where Kevin stood. The titans contended and struggled against each other, burying Kevin under the piles of their bodies. Suddenly, like God's retribution has arrived, a gleaming radiance flashes from under the titans, hurling them through the air. In the shower of golden lightning, a heart materialized, its deep pulsation reverberating throughout the void. Then, followed by the veins, muscles, and bones, soon a complete 18-meter-tall titan arises. His body, framed with stone-like muscles carved with a fine knife and red veins that seem to be throbbing with magma. The veins coiled around his frame. On its crown, Dark raven hair flowed down to its broad shoulders. His face framed by a cynical smile, flashing with red eyes. Kevin, now transformed into a Titan, relishes in his newfound power. After devouring the Titan having royal blood, a qualitative change occurs inside him. Not anymore. The constraints of a pure Titan bound him. He is no longer a human trapped inside the Titan, but now he is a Titan in human flesh. Just like a Titan shifter, he can transform into a Titan and then revert back to his human form. Although similar, at the same time, there is a vast difference between them. Despite the fact that the Titan shifters can transform into Titans, they are also bound to many restrictions, such as having to injure themselves or make themselves bleed to transform. After the transformation, the way in which their Titan body functions is similar to a science fiction world. A Gundam is driven by a pilot, whereas Kevin, due to the ability of the Devourer provided by the system, became fundamentally different from other Titan shifters. He didn't just inherit the power of the Titan as it is. Instead, he acquired, molded, and made it an integral part of himself. He is not bound by the bleeding phenomenon to transform into a Titan. And even when he transforms of his own free will, he does not become a pilot driving the Gundam. Instead, he becomes the Gundam himself. Another distinction between them is that the Titan shifters remain inside the nape of their Titan form. Usually that is also their weakness, but Kevin, as a whole, transformation into the Titan, can materialize himself in any part. So when he is in a life-threatening situation, he can easily transform himself from any part of the Titan body, which makes escaping or, again, triggering the transformation much easier. These are the differences that set Kevin and other Titan shifters apart. But there is an even bigger disparity between them, and that is the 13-year age limit. Every other Titan shifter can only live at most up to 13 years, after which they die. But Kevin isn't bound by this rule and will never be. His natural lifespan has already reached thousands, making him essentially different from them. Such is the distinction between them. Scorching mist rises from Kevin's body, while his eyes land on the other pure Titans. They were standing up from the ground, still looking at him. Their intense gaze was fixed on him. Before, never had they reacted to his presence. When he stood in front of them, they didn't react. And even when he tore them apart and devoured them alive, they never retaliated against him, leaving the impression that they didn't even register him. But now, a change had been triggered. Kevin's essence had been transformed. The previous fellow has suddenly turned into a delicacy, which they can't disregard. Driven by their instinctual desire, the pure Titans rose from the ground and rushed at him like hungry beasts. Kevin, having fixed his gaze on them, tenses his body. As the first Titan, a 12-meter-tall Titan, approaches him and lunges at him, Kevin flexes the muscles in his forearm. Then, with the punch whistling in the air, lands smoothly on the Titan's head. A gooey matter splashed on Kevin's face. The headless body of the Titan drops down to the ground like a stringless puppet. And then, in the familiar motion, the punch again whistles and another burst sounds. Another headless body of a Titan drops dead to the ground. Just then, a small 6-meter-tall Titan approaches him, lunges at his thighs, and tries to bite, which doesn't even penetrate his skin. Kevin, noticing the Titan, clamped his hand around the Titan's neck, then effortlessly picked him up from the ground. And then, like a pitcher, threw the Titan at another 15-meter Titan approaching him. Then Kevin flexed his body, sensing the amount of strength in his body. Kevin let loose. Like an arrow shot out from the bow, Kevin flew at another Titan in the distance, One got his head crushed, the second got himself torn up from the middle, and another got sliced. It was a massacre. The Titans, a horror to the whole of humanity, didn't amount to anything to Kevin. The 18-meter-tall Titan stood in its place, surrounded by the broken and crushed parts of the other pure Titan's body. From the head of the Titan, Kevin emerged, looking the same as his Titan body but just smaller in size and with its genitals. Taking a deep breath, Kevin jumps down from the head and lands smoothly on the ground. The 18-meter fall, fatal to any human being, seems like a regular jump for him. Kevin leisurely walks around, enjoying the feeling of being a human again, and then looks in the direction of the walrus.
I am ready to go there.
Suddenly, a cold gust of wind arrives, and feeling the chill in his nether region, a frown appears on his face. Oh, I am missing something. Realization dawned on him. Living as a Titan for the past 6 months almost made him forget the social norms. Surveying his surroundings, Kevin walks towards a large and intact house. After several minutes, comes out wearing proper clothes covering his body.
Now, I am ready.
Kevin claims with a confident and excited smile on his face. Then with strong strides started walking to his next destination. Chapter 13. With the melting of snow, Paradise Island welcomes the colorful spring. The foggy sky clears, and the warm sunlight shines. With a gentle flap of its wing, a swallow flies high in the sky. Regaining its freedom, it returns to its home.
Squeal, squeal.
A squirrel emerges from its burrow and, full of energy, moves with rapid motion, likely expressing its joy by dancing. Everyone, regaining their mobility, flocks outside. Inside the Karanis district of Walrose, the business blooms. Traders and vendors shout with full enthusiasm towards the flock of people.
Madam, look at this pair of sandals. They will surely look good on you.
A stall owner points at a delicate pair of sandals with his calloused hand. Opposite him, a plump, middle-aged woman stood, looking doubtful at the delicate pair of sandals. Although they really looked nice, she is also aware of her own size. But despite that, the woman doesn't show anything on her face. The sandals look nice, but their quality doesn't look fine.
Ha ha, madam. What are you saying? Look at these hands.
The stall owner flashed his deeply calloused hand before the woman, and with a self-assured smile on his face, he replied in a confident voice.
I have been making sandals since I was 10 years old, and I can take a guarantee for anything that these hands build. Oh ho!
Looking at the deeply calloused hand of the stall owner, the plump woman looks amazed, her gaze lingering back on the sandal. Looking at their fine craftsmanship, the plump woman only hesitated for a brief moment. Fine, so what is the price for this pair of sandals? Hearing this, a kind smile appears on the vendor's face.
Well, for this particular pair of sandals, I have selected the finest material, and usually I sell them for 30 copper coins. But considering the start of spring, and you as my first customer, I will give you a discount and sell them for just 28 copper coins.
The stall owner flashes a smile. 15 copper coins.
What? 15?
The stall owner's mouth hangs open as he incredulously looks at the plump woman. Yes, 15 copper coins. These are all they amount to. The plump woman replies in a matter-of-fact tone.
How can you say so, ma'am? Even the raw material costs more than that.
The stall owner cries out. I don't know about that. Here. The plump woman brings out a pouch from her bosom, clinking with the metallic sound of coins.
No, no, ma'am. Anything less than 25, I will not accept that.
The stall owner repeatedly cross-flashed his hand, completely rejecting the offer of the woman.
Humph.
With a snort, the plump woman concealing the money pouch turns sideways. After a few seconds, the woman puts back the money pouch. Meanwhile, the stall owner was trying to get a look at what she was doing. Suddenly, as the woman turns sideways, the stall owner starts looking here and there, trying to act nonchalant. Here are 18 copper coins. Pack the sandals. The plump woman puts the money on the counter and then starts looking at another pair of the sandals, completely ignoring the stall owner. The stall owner looks incredulous, and then he decides to go for another round of bartering. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves striking the ground reverberated throughout the market. The sound draws the attention of the stall owner and the plump woman. Looking at the east side of the market, there, the crowd suddenly starts parting ways. They make way for a military squad who rides on the horses.
They are?
The plump woman confusedly looks at the cavalry. An intense murmuring starts as the group on the horse passes by the crowds. Looking at the tense and disciplined faces and the green cloak covering their back with a wing insignia on it, realization dawned on the stall owner's face.
They are the Survey Corps. Survey Corps. What are they doing here?
The plump woman wondered. The weather is cleared. The stall owner said while looking up at the blue sky. They must be going out for the expedition. The Survey Corps, one of the 3 military forces of the Paradise Island, consists of around 300 soldiers. With the main motive of exploring the land beyond the walls, they have a very high casualty rate due to having regular conflicts with the Titans. Currently, with 60 members in this squad, they march toward the gate of the Caranese district, leading into the territory of Wall Maria. After the fall of the Shiganshina district, the entirety of Wall Maria got compromised. Since then, the importance and power of the Survey Corps have increased several-fold. As the Survey Corps moves through the crowded market, sudden silence falls over the place. Some people look up at them in admiration, while others darkly murmur among themselves. When they pass by the plump woman, the stall owner sighs with emotion in his eyes.
Sigh. If only I wasn't forced to inherit this work, then instead of being a shoemaker today, I would have been accompanying them riding a horse. Oh, then what forced you to stop joining these suicide maniacs?
Suddenly hearing this from the stall owner, the plump woman asked him in a sarcastic tone.
My father got suddenly ill,
The tall owner said ruefully.
That's why I have to start making shoes and sandals so my family can continue our living.
The plump woman gives the stall owner a sidelong look, who looks melancholy at the back of the Survey Corps. They reach the gate leading towards the Wall Maria territory. Do you regret that you didn't join them? The plump woman suddenly asks him.
Regret? Yeah, I do regret it. It was my dream to explore the vast world outside of these walls.
The stall owner replied with emotions flashing in his eyes.
Fool. You should thank your father that you are able to dream today.
The plump woman said to the stall owner as she gazed at the back of the Survey Corps. Upon the opening of the gate, they started rushing out. Chapter 14. A group of people riding horses crosses a ravine, challenging the plain of grassland. They penetrate the air with fierce determination. With the insignia of a wing behind their back and a heart filled with unyielding resolve, they took the flight, challenging the cage, bounding their sky. Following the end of winter, as the first rays of spring shine, the Survey Corps, the vanguard of humanity, storms out into the land infested by the Titans. They fiercely struggle against their predetermined life. Currently, they are on their 55th expedition beyond the safe confines of their walls. With having a past rich experience, they were ready for the sacrifice, but as they moved, they found the absence of their adversaries.
Damn it, where are the Titans?
Mike Zacharias speaks with a frown on his face. As humanity's second strongest soldier, Mike Zacharias didn't fear facing the Titan. The absence of Titans doesn't make him happy. Instead, a chill seems to crawl up his spine. Looking at the back of the person in front of him, Mike Zacharias nudges his horse, making it run faster, and arrives by his side. "Commander Irwin, what do you think is going on?" The person by the side, the commander of the Survey Corps, Erwin Smith, looks at the vast plain to the horizon with no Titan in sight. Deep calculation flashing in his cold eyes. Suddenly, a red-colored flare flashed in the sky, instantly capturing everyone's attention.
"A Titan is spotted!"
Mike Zacharias exclaimed. In the past, the sight of a red flare always came bringing trouble, but this time a hint of relief appeared in everyone's eyes. Seeing the red flare, Irwin suddenly reins his horse in that direction, while his powerful, commanding voice sounds. "Fire the green flare. Send the signal to everyone. The direction has changed, and everyone has to move towards the squad that fired the red flare." "Yes, sir." The soldier to his right immediately took action. Bringing out a flare gun from his back, he aimed it in the direction of the red flare and fired. With a sound, the green flare flies in the sky. Instantly, everyone follows Irwin's lead, moving with vigor, with no shred of hesitation. The Survey Corps, since the day Irwin succeeded as the commander, has adopted a moving formation while on the expedition. The formation consists of several smaller squads moving from a distance, uniformly in a direction, and using the special signal flares of different colors, they share crucial information. This reduces the casualty rate and makes their expedition more successful. Now seeing the two colors of flare in the sky, everyone immediately gets the signal and starts moving. "Look, Captain Levi, the green flare is also fired." Oloa Bozard, a squad leader under Captain Levi, exclaimed as he pointed at the green and red flare in the distance. Levi Ackerman, with a slight frown on his face, kicks his horse and reins it. Everyone towards the red flare. They move with gusto and, not hindered by the usual Titans, they reach the place in some time. Upon arriving there, they found the members of the Survey Corps dismounted from their horses and standing there, completely relaxed, without the expected alertness.
Where is the Titan?"
Oloa Bozard looks at everyone with a puzzled face. "Captain Levi?" A nearby Survey Corps member, having seen Levi, approaches them. What is going on here?" Levi, with a frown, asks the Survey Corps member. Well," the Survey Corps member looks awkward, as he doesn't know how to explain. "What?" Levi, looking at the fidgeting Survey Corps member, questioned impatiently. "Well, Captain Levi, you should check yourself." The fidgeting Survey Corps member gives an awkward smile while pointing in a direction. Looking there, Levi and his squad found a tent erected. Founding, Irwin and others circled around it. Levi dismounted his horse and moved towards them with his squad. As they approach near them, a high-pitched voice sounds, complaining.
"Commander, please, you can't do it. How can we abandon it here?"
Hange Zoe complains to Irwin in a dramatic gesture.
"Look at how small he is."
Hange parted the cloth, revealing a small 3-meter Titan bound and chained to the ground.
"How hopeless he looks."
A strange fervor sounded in Hange's voice.
"How can we leave it here?"
The flat voice of Irwin sounded. "We can't take it back with us. You should know how much trouble it will bring us."
"Ouch. Arj."
Binge whines.
"Oh, Levi."
But suddenly, spotting Levi approaching them, Hange, likely having met someone who understood her, moves towards him while complaining.
"Levi, you have to help me."
But the instant rejection from Levi sounded. "Boy, Four Eyes, don't drag me into this." Looking at the ongoing drama, Levi instantly understood. Knowing the quirks of Hange, Levi ignores her and moves toward Irwin. "What is going on?" Levi asks Irwin, who, signaling with his eyes, moves away from there, with Levi following him. Reaching some distance away from everyone, Irwin said to Levi, "You should have noticed the abnormality." "Yeah, it isn't hard to not notice the absence of Titans," Levi said while looking at the members of the Survey Corps, all gathered with tense faces, discussing with each other. "Do you think that the Colossal Titan or the Armored Titan is behind all of this?" Irwin suddenly asks Levi, bringing out the Titans who caused the fall of Wall Maria. "Maybe. That is also possible. But for the past years, we have been tirelessly searching for them, but we haven't even found their shadow. And now," Levi replied. "Yeah, that complicates things." Irwin nods heavily. "So, what will be our next action?" Levi questioned. "Well, it doesn't matter what the cause is behind the sudden disappearance of the Titans." Irwin's voice suddenly turns heavy. "But the one thing which is sure is that something big is definitely going to happen." Irwin and Levi both look up at the sky, seemingly perceiving the invisible clouds of turbulence in the clear sky. "We have to hurry back and prepare for the arrival of the storm." Irwin and Levi both had very aberrant childhoods, which have shaped them into who they are today. One who was suppressed by the society due to his initial curiosity in questioning the laws established by them, and the other who has risen from the lawless bottom and most cruel aspect of its crazy warfare, where only the most crazed and insane survive. Commander Irwin." Hange Zoe, scratching her cheeks, arrives. Irwin, looking at the stubborn Hange, sighs with resignation. "Hange, I have already said to you that we can't take a Titan back with us." Irwin said to Hange,
But, Commander, it is just a 3-meter Titan. It isn't going to.
"Hange, as I've said, we can't take a Titan back with us." Irwin repeated himself in a firm voice.
Ugh.
Dejected and frustrated, Hange turns on her heels, ready to go back and lament the loss of this golden opportunity. As Hange turned and started to return, suddenly Irwin's voice stopped her. "Hange." Hange turned back, looking questioningly at Irwin. "We can't take a Titan back with us." Irwin emphasizingly said, "You will take care of it till then." Suddenly, a bulb lights on the Hange head. Understanding the underlying meaning in Irwin's voice, a happy smile beams on her face. Straightening her back, she salutes, clenching her fist over her heart.
Thank you, Commander. I will really take good care of him.
Levi and Irwin both give a rare smile, looking at the jumping steps of Hange. "It is rare of you," Levi says to Irwin. "Yeah, it is. After all, times are changing, and so we have to." Chapter 15. A full blue moon blooms in the dark sky outside of a dimly lit office room. Its glimmering moonlight, filtering through the windows, lands on a groaning mahogany desk under the weight of countless stacks of papers and files. Seated behind the desk is an old man with a gray, receding hairline. Wearing the glasses over his tired and deep-sunken eyes, he reads a sheet of paper, while a hot, steaming cup of tea rests in his right hand. Slurp. After taking a sip from the cup, the wrinkles caused by age on his face soothed in comfort. Besides the old man, a map of Paradise Island hangs on a board. The map consists of 3 massive walls, encircling each other, with the innermost layer of the wall labeled as Wall Sheena, the middle circle of the wall labeled as Wall Rose, and the outermost circle of the wall labeled as Wall Maria, with a red mark crossed on it. On the wall behind the old man, 3 flags hung there with distinct symbols printed on them, one having a shield with 2 roses on it, the other one having a pair of crossed, light blue wings, and the last one having a shield with a noble unicorn on it. Knock. Knock. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door. "Kill him in!" The old man's deep voice, laden with authority, sounded. Click. The door was carefully opened, and a disciplined-looking person wearing a military uniform entered. The man arrives in front of the desk and gives a salute to the old man. "Sir Premier, sorry to disturb you so late at night." The old man, Dallas Zachary, the commander-in-chief of all 3 military forces of Paradise Island, looks up from the file he was reading. He gives a nod to the military officer and then curiously asks him, "What brings you so late, officer?" The officer eases his stance and brings out a file from his side, offering it to the Premier, Zachary, with both hands. "Sir." Looking curiously at the file, Premier Zachary takes it and sees the symbol of the Survey Corps on it, a pair of crossed, light blue wings. A frown instantly appeared on his face.
"Irwin? Has he returned?"
"Yes, sir. He just returned in a hurry, and the moment he arrived, he ordered this file to be instantly sent to you," the officer replied. "And he also requested a meeting with you tomorrow morning." Anything else?" Opening the first page of the file, the Premier, Zachary, starts reading. "Nothing, sir." The officer replies, "Well, you can leave and inform me if anything of importance happens." "Yes, sir." Saluting, the officer leaves the room. With the gentle closing sound of the doors, Premier Zachary got immersed in the file. With every turning of a page, the frown on his face deepened. With the last swap of the page, Premier Zachary closed the file. Removing his glasses and rubbing his sore eyes, he felt the rising headache.
What a mess.
The file contains the recent expedition of the Survey Corps, detailing their findings, the absence of Titans, the numerous speculations about the possible reappearance of the colossal Titan, and the need to take immediate countermeasures.
The days are going to be busier.
Dahlia Zachary tiredly looks at the shadow of the moon on the window. The next day, as the first rays of the sun shine on the high and mighty walls, the Royal Assembly Court immediately sprang into action. In the confines of the grand walls of the Royal Court, a heated discussion starts. In this particular meeting, many figures of authority and power attend it, attaching great importance to it. Currently, everyone is sitting on their chair, intently reading the copy of the file, which the commander of the Survey Corps, Irwin Smith, sent to the Premier Zachary last night. Irwin Smith, calmly seated in his seat, looks carefully at everyone's facial expression as they read the carefully crafted report by him. Everyone's face turned tense as they continued to read it.
Absurd.
Suddenly, a disbelieving voice sounded. Oreo, one of the noble origin members of the Assembly, looks incredulous while looking at a particular part of the file. "Oh, I totally agree with you, Chancellor Oreo." The empathetic voice of the Premier Zachary sounded. "The sudden absence of Titans indeed seems absurd."
What? That is not what I mean.
Chancellor Oreo stammers in annoyance.
Oh, then what do you mean?
The Premier, Zachary, looks astonished. "Is there anything more of importance written in the file that I have missed?" The Premier, Zachary, curiously opens the file and starts going through it again to see if he had missed anything.
Why, you?
Oreo looks frustratingly at the Premier. Knowing the sly old man for many years, Oreo knows that the old man is teasing him. Oreo stops himself from overreacting and brings his composure back. Just then, the Premier, Zachary, secretly signals to Commander Irwin, who, upon getting the cue, stands up from his seat. Instantly gaining everyone's attention, Irwin Smith begins. "A1." His powerful voice reverberated throughout the courtroom. I think after reading the report, you should all understand the gravity of the situation. Irwin directly chases to the point. We don't know when the colossal titan may appear again, and we again lost a part of our territory. So, to prevent that, immediate and powerful actions must be taken. Otherwise, the consequences will be something that the people inside the walls may not be able to bear. Silence fell upon the hall, everyone remembering the day when the wall Maria falls. Commander Irwin, we all share the same sentiments as you. A calm voice sounded. One of the members of the Royal Assembly, Deltoff, a person of noble origin, said to Irwin, "We all understand the need for taking the precautions, but what you have suggested doesn't seem to be very appropriate. I don't think I have proposed anything that is not in the best interest of humanity." Irwin questioned back, "I am not questioning your proposal, but there are some inappropriate plans that you have suggested." Deltoff replies, "Oh, and what might the inappropriate actions be, Counselor Deltoff?" This time, Pixis, the commander of the garrison unit, interjects and asks, "Deltoff." To which Auril, who was previously silenced, immediately speaks up evidently.
The suggestion of letting the people of the outer 4 districts evacuate inside the wall rows is absurd. If it isn't inappropriate, then what is it?
Yeah, Counselor Auril is speaking right. If we suddenly let the people of the outer district leave the place and enter inside Wall Sheena, then it will cause unrest, and chaos will readily spread. Deltoff speaks in favor of Auril, while some others point out their opinion over it. Yeah, how can we let them leave the districts? That will surely raise questions about our authority. Looking at various people rejecting the notion of letting the people of the districts leave the place, Commander Irwin and others secretly noted them down. Having achieved some of their goals, Premier Zachary suddenly interjects, "I think we can discuss further on this matter, but we should hasten other actions." To which Auril replied,
The matter regarding the peoples of outer districts evacuating inside the wall is definitely impossible.
"But yes, we can take the action to reinforce the wall and increase the strength of the military there." Soon everyone started a heated discussion on what and how to take countermeasures against any possible emergency situation, and how to counterattack if the colossal titan reappears. Chapter 6, Walrose Trost District. The noon sun slants in the clear blue sky. The white-hot steam rises from a chimney of a bakery. The bakery, a small red brick building, stood out from its neighborhood, even though it hid in an inconspicuous corner. A mysterious charm hangs around it. The people, as they cross by it, suddenly get attracted to the bakery. As they stand there in a daze, tasting the freshly baked scent of the delicious bread, they unwillingly get pulled by its sweet aroma. Inside the bakery, a mellow, old-aged man works tirelessly, bringing out the freshly baked bread from the oven. He placed a new tray full of dough for bread inside the oven. The freshly sweet aroma of the newly cooked bread spread throughout the bakery, making the few people present there salivate. Noticing the impatient gazes of the customers, the waiter, a young boy, immediately ran to get their orders. After a moment of waiting, as everyone's order arrived, they hurriedly started to devour it. A contented smile appears on the old baker's face, seeing the happy smiles of his customers. The baker loved his craft from his deep heart. Seeing the satisfied expression on his customer as they leave makes him love his passion more. A bell sounds as the new waves of customers enter inside the bakery. Looking at the expectation on their faces, the old man felt more jovial. Suddenly, the old baker's eyes landed on a young man sitting alone by the window, looking quite emotional as he tasted a piece of cake. The young man looks like any customer of the old man, enjoying a loaf or having some cake. Then, after enjoying himself, sometimes even praising him as they leave contentedly. But this young man differs. The old baker doesn't know when the young man arrives, but he does notice him when his fifth order arrives. Since then, the young man hasn't stopped and continues to taste every kind of delicacy the baker has to offer. Initially worried that the young man may not be able to pay for what he had ordered, but looking at his fine clothes and his noble appearance, the baker hesitated but still decided to approach him. He struck up a conversation to at least find something about this mystical young man. But as he approached, the young man, having noticed him, immediately understood his intentions and brought out a load of cash, paying triple the amount of what he had ordered. "I am still feeling hungry, like I haven't had anything in ages." And then he ordered another serving of cakes and pastries. Looking speechlessly at the money, the old baker grabs it and happily complies with the wishes of his customer. After that, the young man almost ordered everything the bakery had. Looking at the appearance of the young man, wearing a white poet shirt with deep black pants, with his dark raven hair. With that attractive face, the young man looks like a noble, not the kind of gluttonous person. If anyone didn't know how much he had eaten, the old baker, not able to drown his curiosity, approaches the enigmatic young man, who was currently looking outside of the window at the squad of garrison corps as they marched by the street.
Sigh. Times are changing.
The old man sighed heavily, noticing the patrolling military police. How so?" The young man cursorily looks at the old backer, who, with his gruffy beard, arrived by his table. Looking at the serious and disciplined faces of the military forces, he replied, "In my 50 years of career, I have only once seen the military forces this serious." "Oh, when?" the young man questioned.
It was 5 years ago when the wall of Maria fell, and even then, the military doesn't look this guarded.
Looking at the tight formation of the garrison regiment upon the walls with cannon set there, and the frequent patrols by the military police, a stuffing heaviness suddenly spreads in the old baker's heart. You are right, old man. I also did not expect them to be so serious." The young man glanced at the top of the wall, like he could clearly see everything there. "Well, young man, if you don't mind, I think it is your first time here," the old baker asked the young man. "Yes," the young man replies, and then takes a bite of the cake from his plate, savoring the sweetness that spreads in his mouth.
Yum! It's actually my first time in the Tross district.
Hearing this, a realized expression appears on the old baker's face. Likely he has guessed something.
Are you a noble?
He suddenly asks. "A noble? A pondering expression appeared on his face. "Well, you say so. If you are talking about blood, then I certainly have the royal one," the young man replies. Hearing this, suddenly, beads of sweat gathered on the old man's face.
Our royal blood? Is he someone from the royal family? But that can't be. How can a royal family member be here?
You, sir. May I ask your name?
The old baker slightly bends his back and hesitatingly asks the young man. "Oh." Seeing the sudden shift in the old man's behavior, the young man seems surprised. But then, after pondering for a second, he instantly understands that the old man may have misunderstood something. "Relax, old man. I am not related to the royal family. My name is Kevin Ethan." Having heard that, the old man straightened his back, and while nervously chuckling, he said,
"Oh, silly me. My age seems to be catching up to me. Don't mind me. I should be going back to check upon the breads placed in the oven."
The old man instantly turns back, his curiosity completely dosed out.
What is happening these days? The military are suddenly getting so strict that they seem to be preparing for the breach of walls, and this gluttonous guy, is he a titan or what? How can he eat so much?
Looking at the back of the old baker, who quickly moves to the kitchen of the bakery. Kevin wonders if his social skills have degraded after living as a titan for 6 months.
Yum! It is really delicious.
Having tasted a spoonful of cake, Kevin exclaims. Chapter 17. The sweet aroma of the freshly baked bread spread throughout the bakery. Kevin Ethan, sitting by the window, takes a spoonful of the cake and tastes it.
It is life.
As Kevin gained the ability to transform into the human form, he instantly decided to move inside Wall Rose into the human society. With his human form, he gains the freedom to normally live in the human society. When he arrives inside the territory of Wall Rose, only then does he understand how lonely he was. He was trapped inside a titan's body without any human activity. He truly felt the despair, but it was the only hope of a better future that made him continue to move forward. After all, humans are social animals, and they can't live without social interaction. Similarly, Kevin, a formerly human, longed for the previous normalcy of his life. But since he got struck in the midst of a storm, he decided to adapt to the change and move forward. But even then, he can't fully abandon his former self. So, the first thing he did after getting inside the human society, he rushed to get the most essential requirements to live inside the human society: money and clothes. Easily finding a kind person, Kevin borrowed some from him and decided to repay the favor back in the future. Now that he got the money and clothes, Kevin's next action was to go on a devouring spree. So without hesitation, he storms every place where he can see the food getting sold. From the small stall to the best-looking restaurant, he didn't leave anything. He tastes every kind of food he can get, from the bland rice and bitter gourd to the best delicacy. He eats everything. Previously, he had been trapped inside the Titan's body for 6 months without having any food, and even what he had eaten didn't get registered by his messed-up physiology. But now, as a human, and having his taste buds back and enhanced, he couldn't stop and continued to taste everything. For the past few days, he has felt like he is living in heaven. And no matter how much he eats and tastes various delicacies, his need for them doesn't seem to diminish. Even now, after getting into this bakery, he had already eaten the amount that a regular family can eat together. But even then, he didn't feel like stopping. Looking at the empty plate, Kevin looks towards the waiter to call him. But the waiter, a young boy, himself arrives at his table, already bringing out his small diary and pen. The young boy wore a numb look, like he was already used to his weird customer, who has a bottomless pit, as no matter how much he eats, it just isn't enough to fill him up. Taking the order, the young waiter quickly moves to bring yet another plate of cake and a cup of coffee. While waiting for his order, Kevin looks outside of the window, his gaze landing far on a cart hung by the pulley from the top of the wall. Looking at the cannon placed on the cart and the garrison soldiers pulling it from above, the sight makes him surprised. In the past few days, other than eating, he had noticed how the military forces of Paradise Island behaved. They behaved totally opposite to what he had thought. Having watched the anime, he didn't think that the military forces inside the wall would be disciplined and well guarded. But then, taking account of his own existence, he thought, it may be the butterfly effect because of him, and that also comes true. While roaming the place, he suddenly overhears a military group discussing among themselves how, after the Survey Corps returned from their expedition, a high-level meeting was called, following which strict orders were passed down. Hearing this, Kevin confirmed that the disciplined state of the military force of Paradise Island is due to him. After all, he had almost devoured every Titan present inside the Wall Maria. Just then, a sweet voice attracts Kevin's attention.
Come on, Emir, come with me. I heard that this is where the most delicious desserts are sold.
With the chime of the doorbell, a blonde girl with an excited smile on her face enters the bakery, while dragging a reluctant girl who has short black hair and freckles on her face. Kevin, upon seeing the familiar faces, instantly recognized them as Historia and Emir. Seeing them present in the Trost district, an interested expression appeared on his face. The old baker, upon hearing the sound of the door chime, notices both girls, and looking at their military uniforms, he signals to the young waiter to attend them. The young waiter, getting the cue, approaches both Historia and Emir respectfully, ready to take them to have a seat. But suddenly he notices that there is no empty seat. The young waiter grumbles inwardly, blaming the old baker for not increasing the space of the bakery. Just then, the young waiter looks at the window seat, which is occupied by the lone figure of Kevin. Not finding any other seat, the young waiter reluctantly took both of the girls towards that window-side table. As both Historia and Emir sit down, the young waiter leaves, providing them with a menu. Historia expectantly opens the menu and then dazedly looks at the variety of labeled items, confused about what to order. Apple cheesecake.
Huh.
Historia confusedly looks up, finding a young, noble-looking boy seated there in front of her. I said, "Try the apple cheesecake. It is the best they have to offer." Kevin, while looking interestedly at Historia, said to her. Historia, looking at the handsome boy, had a light blush creep on her face.
Thank you.
Suddenly, Emir, seated by the side of Historia, noticing her expression, instantly gives a hard look to Kevin, and in a cold voice says to him,
Oi, mind your own damn business.
Hearing this, a mischievous smile appears in Kevin's red eyes. "Hello!" With a feigned apologetic expression, Kevin says to Historia, "I am sorry, it seems like I've made your boyfriend uncomfortable."
Ack.
Emir suddenly looked dazed, but then instantly turned angry.
You!
She pointed a finger at Kevin. Historia let out a small laugh and then said to Kevin,
She is my friend Emir.
pointing at Emir. "And she is a girl," Historia replies. A sudden realization seems to have dawned on Kevin's face, who said with clear astonishment in his voice,
Oh, so that is how it is. She is actually into girls.
Hearing this, the already irritated Emir immediately stood up in frustration and looked just inches away from throwing punches at Kevin, who is currently feigning a scared expression while flailing his arms in front of his face. "Come on, I am just jesting, can't you see that?" Historia stood up from her seat too and started persuading Emir to calm down. Noticing the commotion, the old baker starts sweating buckets. Standing behind the counter, he looks at the commotion caused by Kevin and Emir. Ow! Youngsters nowadays get hot-headed in just a few minutes. Feeling troubled, the old baker looked at the noble-looking young man suspected to be from the royal family, and then at the girls, both of them wearing the military uniform. No matter which one, they have a higher authority than the old baker. That's why he felt troubled. The old baker, remembering the teachings of the Church of Wall, instantly starts to pray for his and his bakery's sake. Capítulo 18. Tension rose high and spread throughout the bakery. The old baker, standing behind the counter, quietly prayed to whomever he believes. The customers present there all focus their attention on the ongoing drama. Emir's face frowns in anger. Standing there, she looks like a fierce lioness, ready to pounce at her prey. It is just thanks to Historia, who holds her back. And Kevin, The reason for Ymir's infuriation feigned a slightly scared expression. His eyes concealed the playfulness. The tension remains high, with no hint of diminishing, until the young waiter suddenly arrives. As he is not able to read the atmosphere, he respectfully asks Historia, "Ma'am, your order?" Historia looks at the young waiter in surprise. He wears a numb look on his face. Out of the blue, facing the bluntness of the waiter, Historia immediately blurted out what got in her mind.
Yeah, the order.
Apple cheesecake. The waiter noted that down. Anything else, ma'am?" "No, that is all," Historia replies briskly. Having taken the order, the young waiter says his piece. "Mom, please wait patiently for some time. I will be bringing your order in just a few minutes." After saying that, the waiter went to another table. Suddenly, the other customers also revert their gaze. The tense atmosphere, which previously didn't seem to budge, shatters like a mirror. After the waiter leaves, Historia calmly nudges at Ymir. Her anger now seems to diminish. Ymir, relented by Historia, finally calms down. While giving a cold look to Kevin, she says to him in an icy tone,
Say, if you do that again, I will feed you to the Titans.
Having said that, Ymir quietly sits down. Kevin, on the other hand, eases his expression. He murmurs in a low voice,
Can't people even handle a little bit of a joke?
Historia, seeing the situation resolved, glanced at Kevin. Looking at his handsome appearance, she felt pity that his personality seemed to be a bit crooked. While having a tired sigh, she suddenly speaks. "I am sorry for the behavior of my friend." She surprisingly apologized to Kevin. Ymir, astonished, looks at her friend and tries to stop her.
Christian, what are you?
But one sidelong look from Historia stops her halfway. Glancing back at Kevin, she continues. Kevin interrupts her midway with a small smile on his face.
Kevin, I am Kevin Ethan.
Historia continues speaking in an assertive voice. "Yeah, Kevin, you should also apologize to my friend. I don't think it was appropriate for you to say that about her." Hearing this, a surprised expression appeared on Kevin's face.
You're right.
Kevin looks at Ymir and apologizes to her.
I am sorry.
"It is actually my fault. I didn't consider that the people here may react differently to that joke." Historia chuckles at his words.
React differently.
"I don't think anyone will like someone saying that about them." Thinking about the numbers of genders in his past world, Kevin enthusiastically replies to Historia.
Oh, not at all. You may not believe me, but in the place from where I am, people didn't get offended by what I said to your, friend. It may even be possible that I may be praised by them.
Historia exclaims and gets curious about the place that Kevin talks about.
What? I don't believe it. How can people even praise you for saying that?
So she asks him, "Where are you from?" Suddenly hearing that, a hint of sadness appears on his face. Remembering his past world, he misses it. But as he has already embarked on the new journey, he doesn't dwell upon it. Kevin replies to Historia, with his previous enthusiasm lacking in it.
Well, that place is no more.
Noticing his sadness and the sudden low shift in his tone, Historia thought about something. She thought about how 5 years ago, Wall Maria fell. Connecting the dots, Historia thought that Kevin may be from somewhere within Wall Maria. Historia suddenly feels sympathetic for him. She also feels somewhat guilty for making him remember that painful past. She apologizes to him.
Oh, I am sorry. I shouldn't have brought that up.
Kevin quickly stops Historia. "Oh, no, you don't have to feel sorry." Then he says with encouragement,
There is no need to spoil this atmosphere and forget about other things. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Historia consents. Yeah, you are right. Then she introduces herself. Well, I am Crystal Lenz, and as for my friend, you should already be aware of her. Kevin gives a low chuckle while looking at Emir. She has a small frown on her face as she looks at him.
Yeah, I already have a strong impression of her.
Suddenly, with light steps, the young waiter arrives, his hand full of trays. He places a plate of cake in front of Historia and another in front of Kevin. Looking at the cake placed in front of her, Historia asks Kevin a question. So this apple cheesecake is the best they have? Kevin replies while picking up a spoon and diving it into his plate. Yeah, I have almost tried every dessert they have, and this is the one I find to be the best. Emir, who has been silent since her earlier outburst, looks at the spoon dangling in front of her. Historia looks at her, waving a spoon in front of her face. Emir, what are you spacing about? Come on, cheer up now, let's finish this cake, I can't wait anymore. Taking the spoon from Historia, both of them taste the cake. They feel the soft, fluffy, creamy cake melting inside their mouths. They feel how the fruity sweetness spreads throughout their mouths. They instantly get captured by its deliciousness. After taking the first bite, Historia immediately follows with the second, third, fourth, and fifth. She squeals in delight.
It is so delicious,
Kevin said to Historia, looking at her smile.
See, haven't I said that this is the best dessert they have?
Historia agrees with a nod.
You are absolutely right.
She immediately takes another spoonful of the cake. Historia suddenly notices the slow speed of Emir. She warns her playfully.
Hey, Emir, don't eat slowly, otherwise I will finish it alone.
Historia continues eating the cake, spoon after spoon. Chapter 19. Clink. The spoon clinked on the empty plate. Historia sits there feeling a bit overwhelmed, having eaten the whole cake full of sweetness, in which Emir didn't contribute much. Having overeaten, she feels the sweet pain in her teeth. Kevin, noticing the look on Historia's face, calls her with a small chuckle.
Oh, it seems you like this cake very much. Maybe you should have one more.
Having said that, Kevin intends to call the waiter.
No, I am full. I can't eat anymore.
Historia, feeling slightly nauseous, hurriedly stops Kevin. Although she really liked this apple cheesecake, she had already overeaten it, and now even the thought of another serving makes her feel nauseous. Can't eat anymore. Kevin looks at their military uniforms and says, I thought being in the military your appetite should be strong. But then, looking at Historia, he continues, Yet considering your size, it is still impressive that you have eaten that much. Kevin says in amazement.
Hey, are you for calling me short?
Perplexed, Historia looks at Kevin, baffled at his conversation level.
What? Why did you guys get offended so easily?
Looking at the baffled face of Historia, Kevin helplessly sighs.
Hey, it's your fault. You really don't know what you should say to others.
Historia replied to Kevin, folding her hands before her chest.
Well, you are right. My conversation skills seems to have gone downhill, but it is because I don't have anyone to talk with.
Kevin helplessly says.
Serves you right.
Suddenly, Emir gives a snarky comment.
Emir.
Historia says, looking at her with a complaining frown. What? He admits it himself. Even then, you shouldn't say that. Otherwise, what will be the difference between you and him? Historia reprimands Emir, feeling how similar both of them are in the conversation department. Suddenly, the young waiter arrives, and while picking up the empty plates, he asks them, Anything else, sir? To which both Historia and Emir refuse and ask for the bill. Soon the young waiter, having removed the empty plates, returns with their bills. Sir." The waiter first addressed Kevin, who pays the amount. Then the waiter moves to Historia and Emir, telling them about their bill. As Historia moves to pay, Kevin stops her midway, saying, "Hey, let me pay your bill as an apology for what I've said to both of you." Kevin brings out his wallet, ready to pay for their bill too. But Historia firmly rejects his idea and says, "No, you didn't have to do that. We will pay for ourselves." Kevin feels that he should pay for them, but he reluctantly sits down, not able to forcefully pay. Otherwise, his action may have further annoyed them. After paying for having their fill, all of them stood up and moved out from there. Arriving outside the bakery, knowing that they will now be going separate ways, Kevin says to Historia and Emir, "Well, forgive me, guys, for the trouble I have caused you." Kevin again apologizes to them, to which Historia replies to him,
"No problem. We don't mind.
Then giving a small chuckle, she says,
But you should really work on your conversational skills."
"Yeah, you are right. I will pay more attention to it." Having said that, they all stood in silence. A hesitant expression appeared on Kevin's face, as there seemed to be something on his mind. Seeing the struggling expression of Kevin, Historia jokingly asks him,
"Hey, are you again going to say something rude?"
No, it isn't like that. I just want to ask you something, but I don't know if I should or not." Kevin replies with an unsure expression on his face, You can ask the question, but it shouldn't be anything improper," she says while giving a small laugh. "Well, if you say so." Making up his mind, Kevin asks her, "You guys are from the military training corps, right?" "Right?" "Yes, we are." Historia replies.
"Wait."
Suddenly, Emir interjects, a frown appearing on her face.
"Why are you asking about that?"
"It is nothing serious," Kevin replies. "I just want to ask about one of my friends. He is also in the military training corps."
"Oh, a friend of yours is also in the military training corps. Tell me, who's he?"
Historia curiously asks Kevin. Aaron Yeager, he is my friend." Hearing the familiar name, Historia and Emir immediately remembered the hot-headed guy.
"Aaron, he is your friend."
Historia says in surprise. "So that reckless fool is your friend, no wonder." Emir looks at Kevin with an as-expected look on her face. "Oh ho, you guys seem to know him well." "How can no one know him? He is always loud and relentless," Historia replied.
"If
Kevin let out a small laugh. "It has already been many years, and he doesn't seem to have changed a bit."
You haven't met him in years."
Historia exclaims.
"Yeah, I haven't got any chance."
Kevin said helplessly.
"Well, luckily you have got the chance."
Historia happily replies.
"He is here, in the Trost district. Our whole training corps is here."
Silence. The expected response did not come. Historia and Emir, both in surprise, look at Kevin, who stood in silence, his face devoid of any expression. Looking at his silent and cold red eyes, Emir and Historia started feeling uneasy. Suddenly, on instinct, an unknown feeling of terror welled up inside Emir's heart. She instantly moves in front of Historia, shielding her. The atmosphere instantly changes. The previous shiny sun dims and the air turns cold as the figure of Kevin seems to be transformed into a beast.
What?"
Historia cries out in shock.
"Historia, run."
Emir roars out while pulling her hand to her mouth.
"I am sorry, but I can't let you go.
The cold voice of Kevin sounded, who immediately took a step forward. Whoosh. Before Emir can even bring her hand to her mouth, Kevin blitzes in front of her. Looking at the figure of Kevin standing in front of her, fear appears in Emir's eyes. Kevin's hand clamped around Emir's neck, blocking her arterial blood supply. Emir, without any resistance, instantly falls unconscious. Looking at the limp body of Emir in Kevin's hand, Historia looks dazed.
What is happening?
The people in the surroundings all looked shocked at what was happening. Someone steps forward intending to help them, but suddenly smoke gushes out from Kevin's body, instantly flooding the whole area in obscureness. After a while, as the smoke dispersed and cleared away, the figure of Kevin, Historia, and Emir vanishes. 20. The sun stood at the zenith, the day at its peak. The circle of normalcy moves in the repetition, following its usual trend. But suddenly, a pebble of obstruction arrives in its smooth path, thwarting it into the chaos. In the clear sky of the Trost district, the murky smoke rises. Stationed atop the wall, the garrison regiment soldiers look at the abrupt rising of the smoke. The sight startlingly captures their attention. Some of them instantly dive down using their ODM gear. They zip towards the area from where the smoke rises, intending to find out about this anomaly. On top of the mighty wall, a tall garrison soldier barks orders at others. Mitabi Jarnak, a squadron leader of the garrison regiment, has the duty to protect the walls and the civilians inside. He looks at the East Division of the Trost district. A worried frown appears on his face, thinking about how recently the higher-ups of the military have issued new protocols and guidelines. They are increasing the concentration of the military forces on top of the wall. They have strictly given the orders to perform their duties seriously, with no hint of slacking. When the orders arrived, Mitabi thought that they seemed to be preparing for the war. Now, looking at the sudden appearance of the smoke, Mitabi feels it not to be normal and instantly took serious actions.
Squad 1.
His commanding voice reverberated upon the walls, making the soldiers tense.
Immediately rushes to the area and assesses the situation.
Hearing his order, a group of soldiers immediately dives down. Using their ODM gear, they hurriedly move towards the smoke. As for the others, you are all on standby. Only if any signal or order arrives can you move from here. Yes, Sire. The soldiers shout in unison. Having given the orders, Mitabi also immediately fires the gas from his ODM gear. Diving in the air, he also moves towards the smoke. With the help of the ODM gear, traversing through the tall walls of the 80-meter becomes easy. The dense and crowded market becomes as easy as breathing. With the frequent use of the ODM gear, it becomes their instinct to easily move through the dense area. The area is full of houses and buildings. Whoosh! Whoosh! Arriving at the scene, Mitabi landed on top of a house. Looking at the scene from where the smoke rises, a frown appeared on his face. The smoke, which he can see clearly from the top of the wall to the next corner of the district. But now arriving here, he finds out the smoke to be already dispersed. The time it takes for him to arrive isn't even an even number in minutes. But the smoke has already dispersed.
It is not normal,
Mitabi thinks, feeling the sudden headache rising. Looking at the area from where the smoke rises, he found the absence of any kind of damage. No hint of fire, or any other kind of source that would indicate the cause of the smoke. The area, buildings, and even houses look spotless, like in any other area, except that the people look startled and fearful of the situation. Oosh! Finding the presence of Mitabi, a soldier arrives by his side. He reports to him with a surprised expression on his face.
Sir, we have checked the whole area, but we haven't found what had caused the smoke.
I have noticed that too. Mitabi replies, Let's check up on the people present here. They should know something. Saying that, Mitabi moves with the soldier. Soon, noticing the commotion, other garrison squads and the squads from other military regiments also arrive. Landing on the ground, Mitabi instantly takes control of the situation. He calls for the sealing of the area. Then he gives orders to inquire of the civilians present there to find out about the situation. And soon, the results also arrive. The soldier arrives with a middle-aged man in tow. He reports that the middle-aged man has informed him that he knows what has transpired there. Looking at the resolute face of the middle-aged man, Mitabi asks, Sir, were you present here when the smoke appeared? Yes, sir, the middle-aged man replies. I wasn't just present here, I had witnessed all as to how the smoke appeared. Hearing that, Mitabi asks the man to talk in detail about what he knows. The middle-aged man then tells them how he was returning home from his work. Everything was as usual. He crossed by the bakery from where he usually took the dessert while returning home. Today, too, he intended to go there. But as he passed by there, he noticed two girls, a blonde-haired one and another with brown hair. Both of them were in the military uniform, suggesting their background. While standing there, they were talking with a noble-looking, handsome boy. The situation seemed normal. The handsome boy was smiling during the conversation, but suddenly, Then? Mitabi asks the middle-aged man, who, remembering the details, continues in the shocked tone.
Then? What happened that I didn't expect? The boy, who was previously talking with the girls with a smile on his face, suddenly, bam! The next moment, he attacks them. I don't know what transpired between them, but the situation changes immediately. The boy was fast. He didn't give the girls any chance to react. Just in a moment of time, he was upon the brown-haired girl, his hand clamping around her neck. He strangled her with such force that I even felt that he might break her neck.
The middle-aged man takes a deep breath. Why, inhaling, exhaling. No one disturbs him as they feel the tension in his voice.
Seeing that sudden situation, I was shocked. Looking at the already unconscious brown-haired girl held in his hand, I felt anger rising in me. The girls look the same age as my daughter. So, I took the action.
Similarly, the other people present there, some shouted at the boy, while someone took the step and moved towards the boy. On instinct, I also took a step and ran. At that moment, I was already ready to have a brawl with the boy, but suddenly, the middle-aged man pauses. What happened then? Mitabi curiously asks the middle-aged man, who replies,
The smoke appears. Or...
Hearing this, a question mark appears on Mitabi's face.
How? How did the smoke appear?
The middle-aged man spoke with great tension in his voice.
The smoke, it appears, from within the boy.
Hearing this, an even more incredulous expression appeared on Mitabi's and others' faces. Looking at their faces, the middle-aged man said in a confident voice, I can attest to what I have said, believe it or not. You can even ask others who were present there.
The moment the smoke spread from the boy, it instantly filled everywhere. Even seeing my own hand became difficult. The smoke was really thick, but as fast as the smoke arrived, it also dispersed that fast. When the smoke cleared away, I looked at the position where the boy had stood, but he wasn't there anymore. The girls and the boy vanished as the smoke disappeared.
The middle-aged man finishes, his voice tinged with heaviness. Although no one said anything, they all felt that what the man had described as the smoke arose from the boy himself. No matter how they tried to think about that, it did sound absurd. Don't worry, sir. If what you have said is indeed true, then it will be very helpful for us. But you have to stay here till we find something, Matabi says to the middle-aged man, thinking no matter what had transpired here, he will surely find out about it. Chapter 21.
Military personnel got kidnapped in broad daylight.
This statement, or the news of Historia and Ymir getting abducted in the open and light, spread in all of the Trost district like a wildfire. For a moment, silence filled everywhere. The citizens of the wall, noticing the strict changes in the military, had remained silent. When the military suddenly started piling up the cannons over the top of the wall, they silently watched, although the shadow of something is wrong appeared in their hearts. They didn't dwell upon it, or rather, they didn't register it. Ignoring it, they continued to go on with their lives, following their usual routine, trying to maintain the facade of everything being normal. But the deafening sound of this sudden incident reverberated throughout the Trost district like a pebble thrown into the calm lake. It shattered the fragile facade. The fear of the civilians, their angst, and their insecurities suddenly burst out. The questions about the uncertainty of their safety got fired at the government. Although no physical riots spread out due to the iron rule of the government, the chaos already trembles in the heart and mind of every citizen. The spring, which has just bloomed, suddenly seems to be withered by the gloom and the tension in the air. Inside a modest house, a 10-year-old boy gazes out of the window at the small, soaring figure of a white bird in the clear blue sky. Sparkles of amazement flash in his eyes. Forbidden by his mother to go out of the house, the boy felt the suffocation. Now looking at the shining wings of the bird as it flies over the tall and mighty walls, the boy thinks aloud.
Only if I had the wings.
An intense yearning radiating out with his every word.
Then I could have also fled, leaping over these giant walls. I could have been free.
Being confined in the house, the isolation and suffocation ignites the thought of liberation inside his mind. Similarly to him, every human being yearns for freedom. It is just that the objective of their freedom may differ. The moment it was confirmed that Krista Lenz and Ymir, military training cadets, got abducted, the military immediately reacted, dispatching their personnel. They searched every corner of the Trost district and inquired from every possible person. But in the end, after 3 days, they still didn't find any clue of where the abductor had taken them. The situation gets more tense as the time passes. The 104th Military Training Cadets, who had been sent to the Trost district for the training, became relentless. Suddenly finding 2 of their fellows abducted and missing for 3 days, they all become worried. After having spent 3 years together through the training, they have formed a bond of camaraderie. Even then, while most of them feel worried for their members, there are still some exceptions who don't care what happens to them, or a rare few who find this situation a great opportunity. In an obscure place, the figures of Reiner, Bertolt, and Annie, the trio of Marleyan warriors, meet in secret. What do you think of the current situation? Annie asks the question. It is completely tense. A reply sounded from Bertolt. Yeah, the changes are completely unexpected. Reiner speaks with a hint of gravity in his voice. We don't know why the military suddenly became so active. And this sudden abduction of Christia and Ymir suggests something is going on behind the scenes, which we are not aware of. Yeah, many uncertainties are happening altogether. Annie spoke out her thoughts. But this is also a perfect opportunity for us to act. You are right. Bertolt gives a nod. There is still no clue of where the founding Titan is, but this time we have to lure it out, otherwise we may be late. This tense atmosphere is the perfect opportunity to create more chaos. If we breach the Trost district, then the founding Titan must be forced to show itself. Hearing this, both Reiner and Annie nod in agreement. Then it is decided. We will breach the Trust District, and even after that, if the Founding Titans don't show up, then we will breach the Wall Rose too. Just like that. The fate of the thousands of people of the Trust District got decided in a span of minutes. The situation continues to move in uncertainty. Similarly to this meeting, at a different place, another big decision was taking place to fan more flames to the chaos. Somewhere inside the walls, in a safe house, smash. The sound of something being broken sounded. Standing on the wooden floor, a middle-aged man, with many wrinkles on his face, looks at the broken pieces of vase in front of him. Gritting his teeth in anger, while helplessness flashes across the middle-aged man, he speaks.
Everything is falling apart. First, the Founding Titan got stolen, then the wall got breached, and now Historia, the last royal family member other than me who can inherit the Founding's power, is now abducted. Seriously, what is going on?
The middle-aged man, Rod Rice, the real king of Paradise Island, shouts and screams in frustration. After a while gathering his bearings, Rod Rice calms down and looks back at the person standing there, leaning over the wall. Kenny, I want you to find the bastard who dares to kidnap my daughter, bring his head, and save Historia. She is the only hope of the wall. Hi, I will surely snuff out the guy who dared to kidnap the princess. Kenny Ackerman replies while sighing. I just don't know when I am going to get rest, you know.
This old man is getting older. My shoulders may not be able to handle all of these actions.
Kenny swings his shoulder around, feeling the stiff pain in it. Kenny, I know you are the only person whom I can trust to find Historia. Rod Rice looks seriously at Kenny. Don't worry, I will find her. Kenny replies and then says in a tired voice. Chapter 22. Inside the hall, a congregation of people zealously prayed to a figure seated in the wooden throne. From above, Ymir looks at the number of people fanatically praying to her. For years, people have flocked to her, treating her as a king and worshiping her as a god. Initially, as a homeless orphan, her life suddenly took a change of destiny. She still remembers that day like it was just yesterday, when a man visited the hovel. Choosing her from others, he brought her out from there. Promising her a noble future, he provides her with regal clothes and a false identity. Following which, the delusional people flock to her, forming a circle surrounding her. From that moment onward, her life took a dramatic turn. The insignificant character of her transforms into a prerequisite ritual. The unwanted girl became a necessity. But then, one day, with the followers of her, came along the people from the ruling Marleyan Empire. The situation again changes with the similar intensity. From an orphan and homeless girl to a worshipped deity, she changes to a devil. Punished for the treason, she was damned to the Devil's Island, where she and the other people, her worshippers, all got turned into pure titans. After which, confined and shackled into a mindless body, she wanders aimlessly. When the change again arrives, an unfortunate warrior of the Marleyan Empire, she devours the unprepared Titan shifter, gaining back her freedom. Waking up from the nightmarish Titan body, she was liberated.
Wake up, Ymir. Ymir, wake up.
Ugh, what? Where am I?
Ymir suddenly feels like she woke up from a long dream. She drowsily opens her eyes, but the bright sunlight causes her to squint her eyes in discomfort. Ymir!
Is that Historia?
Hearing the familiar faint voice, Ymir immediately recognizes it.
Ymir, wake up!
This time the shout from Historia sounded loud and clear to Ymir, who immediately perceived the urgency and terror in her voice. Knowing that something seems to be wrong, Ymir tries to wake up, but the intense headache makes her groan in pain. Flailing her limbs, Ymir crawls and tries to push her body to stand up. With great difficulty, she holds out against the headache, opening her hazy eyes. Ymir looks in the direction from where Historia's voice sounded. The blurry figure of Historia enters her vision, who seems to be bound, restricted in her movement.
Sigh. Can't you shut down for a bit?
Suddenly, an annoyed voice sounded, which immediately captured Ymir's attention. Looking at that familiar face, her drowsiness instantly vanished, and the intense headache she was feeling was immediately replaced by the memories of a visit to a bakery. She then remembered meeting that enigmatic person. She also clearly remembered what transpired after that. Recalling those cold eyes, Ymir shudders. And now being looked at by those same cold red eyes, Ymir feels that she had been stuck in a cold storm. "Oh, it looks like our queen has woken up." The cold voice of Kevin sounded, looking at the slowly rising figure of Ymir, his eyes flashing red.
Ymir, run away. He is a monster. Ymir, save your life and run away.
Historia, seeing that Ymir has woken, immediately shouts, telling Ymir to run away from there. Ymir looks at Historia, who has tears running down her face. Feeling the despair in her voice, her heart throbs in pain.
Arg, you are really loud for someone so short.
Kevin gives Historia an annoyed look.
And can't you understand you are held captive by me, so how can your friend run away, leaving you all alone in the evil clutches of mine?
Kevin exasperatedly looks at Historia.
What do you want?
Historia shouted at Kevin, looking at him with anguish-filled eyes.
Why are you doing this to us? We haven't done anything wrong to you, so why?
Tears of aggravation fall from her eyes. Hearing her question, Kevin replies, "Why? Because of survival." The plain words come out of his mouth. Historia gives him a disbelieving look. Believe it or not, it is just that simple. It is all because of survival that I am doing all of this. Kevin speaks in a matter-of-fact tone. If the situation could be different than it is, I am sure that I would have been your own compadre, but it is what it is. Saying that, Kevin looks back at Ymir, who has now regained full consciousness. Ymir stood up from the ground, her eyes wandering to the surroundings, noticing the simple shed at some distance where Historia stood shackled. Then looking at the fence surrounding this open field, Ymir immediately understood that they are on a farm. "Who are you?" Looking at Kevin, Ymir questions him. "I don't think that is important," Kevin replies in a cold tone. "Instead, you should be focused on saving yourselves." Hearing the coldness in his voice, Ymir responds, "Your target should be me. Let go of Christia." "Well, forget about her. I can even let you go, that is, if you are capable of it." Saying that, Kevin brings out a knife and throws it at Ymir. "Let's not waste any more time and be considerate that I am even giving you a chance." Looking at the fallen knife at her feet, Ymir picks it up.
No! Ymir, he can also shift into a titan.
Looking at the action of Kevin and Ymir, Historia suddenly cries out, warning Ymir.
Run away, you will not be able to stand against him. He is just a monster.
Hearing the words of Historia, Ymir confirms the suspicion she has about Kevin. Looking at him, standing there with no hint of urgency or any kind of alertness in him, like he doesn't consider her a threat. Seeing this scene, anger rises in her heart.
I don't understand how you know about me. Why are you doing all of this? But since it has come to this, I will not back down.
Suddenly, she takes a step towards Kevin.
Ymir, please listen to me and run away from here.
Historia pleadingly cries. But Ymir's step didn't hinder. They continued to move in their direction.
Historia.
Ymir calls out to her, looking at her delicate expression. Sorrow flashes in her eyes.
I have always lived in an illusion. My life was just a meaning for others. But now I want to live for myself,
she says resolutely. I want to do what I want, make decisions that I want, so please don't stop me. I want to follow my heart. With steps full of determination, Ymir advances.
Ymir.
Historia lets out a silent cry full of sorrow. With her small steps transitioning into a full sprint, when Ymir arrives at some distance from Kevin, suddenly, with a cry of defiance, she swings the knife. She swings the knife at her own arm. The red droplets of blood gush out of her hand, shining in the golden brilliance. A lightning strike, and Ymir turns into the Jaw Titan. Dashing at Kevin, she points her claws at him, ready to slice him into many pieces. Chapter 23. Amidst the thunder of golden lightning, a bestial roar sounded full of defiance. Showered in the golden radiance, Ymir in her Jaw Titan form pounds at Kevin. Her claws, sharp enough to cut through the sturdiest metal, slice at Kevin. Historia looks in amazement at Ymir, hope flashing in her gaze. But the next moment, despair overshadows her eyes. Kevin, who was meters away from the fierce figure of Ymir's Jaw Titan, stood with no urgency, like there was no threat whatsoever. Suddenly his eyes start shining golden, flashes of thunder fall out from his body. And then, in a flash of a moment, a Titan body starts to form out from him. The muscles, bones, and veins all appear. And in the time it takes to blink an eye, a complete Titan body emerges from where Kevin stood. The 20 meters of Kevin's Titan form completely overshadowed the 5-meter body of Ymir's Jaw Titan. The previous hope, which appeared to be within the reach of Ymir, suddenly transforms into despair. Ymir stands still, looking at the 20-meter-tall Titan in front of her. She seems to have lost her will to fight.
Oh, what happened to the previous prep talk about following your heart? Has it already lost its way?
The mocking voice of Kevin reverberated. Hearing that, Ymir wakes up from the stupor, and an intense rage ignites in her heart. With a war cry, she lunges at his knee, trying to tear apart his leg. But the next moment, the sturdy leg of Kevin's Titan body suddenly lifts. And in a fluid motion, it appears at the lunging Jaw Titan, who is in mid-air. Like a ball being kicked, Ymir's Titan hurled through the air, getting smashed at the shade.
Ymir!
Historia cries out loud, looking in worry at the wrecked shed. The figure of Ymir's Jaw Titan slowly emerges from the debris. Fumes rise from her damaged body.
Oh, you survived that hit.
Looking at how fragile you appear, I thought that strike was enough for you. But it doesn't matter, soon you will be done. Saying that, Kevin, with big strides, moves towards Ymir.
Ymir! No, please stop. Don't do anything to her. Please, let her go.
Her pleading falls on deaf ears. Kevin, with no hint of stopping, continues to move. Arriving at the wreckage of the shed, Kevin looks at the still deformed body of the Jaw Titan. The previous kick clearly deals a lot of injury to her. Smoke rises from her damaged body. Did that hit really do her enough? Looking at the still Jaw Titan, Kevin leans in to pick her up from the debris. Suddenly, a flash of lightning appears from behind the debris. As Kevin was crouched on the ground to pick up the Jaw Titan's body, Ymir had already left her Titan body and was hidden in the debris, again transformed into her Titan form. Startled, Kevin didn't have enough time to react. As the newly transformed Jaw Titan suddenly leaped and lunged at his nape. With no time to intercept her midair, Kevin can only use his hardening ability to form a layer of hardened shell over his neck, The turtle-like shell, which looked like it could withstand the hardest of hits, suddenly fell apart, as the sword-like claws of the jaw titan fell upon it, like a knife going through butter. Ymir's claws sliced through every layer of obstruction and cut deep in the nape. Kevin's heavy 20-meter-tall titan body falls to the ground, like a puppet who got his string severed.
What?
Historia looks in surprise at the fallen body of Kevin's titan. The sudden turn of events surprised her. When she saw Kevin picking up the broken body of Ymir, she lost all hope. But the sudden move by Ymir seems to have turned the table. Ymir, without wasting a single moment, quickly lunges back at the fallen titan body, and with her sharp claws and tooth, she tears up his neck. For the first time, Kevin suffers a loss. And just like how he had devoured another titan, now he is being torn apart in the same manner. His back shredded to pieces, his neck almost severed from his body, and his lifeless eyes lying there staring blankly in the void, likely lamenting his own carelessness. Kevin's head burst open with a final strike from Ymir.
Is it fur finished?
Historia, open-mouthed, looks at the blood-soaked figure of Ymir, who dismantles every body part of Kevin, likely venting her anger on his corpse. Suddenly a heavy sigh resounded through the air. "You really can't underestimate anyone." The soft voice thundered in Ymir and Historia's ears. Both of their heads snapped in the direction from where the voice sounded. Looking there, they saw a human body emerging from the leg of Kevin's titan body. "I am really being careless." Kevin materializes from his fallen titan body, gazing at the stout figure of Ymir's titan body, who stood on his titan body surrounded by mangled pieces of flesh and bones. Looking at this brutal scene, a flash of relief appears on his face. Then, glancing at the horror-stricken face of Ymir, he says, "You really did a great job there." His voice sounded calm. "If I were not different from a titan shifter, then that would have been my game over, but luckily for me, I am not a titan shifter." Suddenly, his voice takes a heavier tone.
"And unluckily for you, I am not."
Lightning strikes, smiting terror in Ymir's and Historia's hearts. Both of them felt the despair for the umpteenth time. The fully materialized titan body of Kevin quickly springs at Ymir. His clamped and clawed hand bashed at Ymir, who tries to dodge the strike. But Kevin moves with such force that Ymir doesn't even get the time to move away from her position. The death-like hands of Kevin fall upon Ymir's titan body, which instantly pulverizes half of her body. Picking up the bits and pieces of Ymir's titan body with her head and neck intact, Kevin directly throws her into his mouth, and after giving 2 to 3 chews, he swallows. Instantly, a great energy travels through every part of his body. Kevin feels every cell of his being cheering, while Kevin relishes in the feeling of getting stronger. Historia blankly looks at everything as it happens. Tears didn't fall out of her withered eyes. Anger, despair, fear. Nothing rooted out of her sterile heart. Only a void seems to have dug into her being. Kevin, having transformed back into his human form, walks up to her. Looking at her desolate expression, he doesn't say anything. He just quietly stands there. His mind goes back to his past self, a man who greatly admired the world of fantasy. But now standing there, he feels the void in his desires. He feels the chasm between him and his past. Chapter 24. The warm sun rays fell on the yellow field. A person riding a horse dives through the dancing golden wheat crops. The dark mane of the horse sways in the gentle breeze. Thud, thud. The sound of its hooves hitting the ground reverberated rhythmically. The horse pierces through the wind. Knickes. Neigh. Suddenly the rider reins the horse, making it gallop faster. The person wearing a large black overcoat and a bowler hat on their head steers the horse through the uneven path. Taking a few turns, they soon arrive at a farm. The rider, stopping the horse, jumps down from its back. Removing his bowler hat, the person revealed a middle-aged face streaked with wrinkles. Kenny Ackerman, with his deep dark eyes, gazes at the farm in front of him. The wooden fence borders the farmhouse. Inside, a windmill rotates its wing lazily, the heaps of straw and chaff adorning its corners. Inside the barn, a group of cows quietly gazes at the dried grass. This scene gives the impression of what any other farmhouse looks like. But the deep craters and the ruins of the shed shattered the peaceful image. Looking at the remains of the destroyed shed, Kenny takes a step forward. Removing the shackles, he opens the gate and enters inside. Gazing at the scorched craters and the huge, deep impressions of the human feet, Kenny thought of the information he got this morning. A confinement of his arrives in a hurry, who urgently reports that a sight of the golden thunders has been spotted inside the wall rose. Hearing that news, Kevin instantly sought out. After the abduction of Historia, the second-to-last royal blood member, he had been actively searching for any clues as to where she had gone. But their every effort had been futile until he arrived at this farm. Looking at these familiar scored marks and the deep craters, which looked like the foot impression of a human. But seizing their huge size, Kenny instantly confirms his doubts.
What a mess. These guys really have no regard for someone else's property.
Kenny said in a dissatisfied tone, condemning the perpetrator behind this. As a person who follows the real royal family of the Walls, he knows what this scene signifies. Since the founding Titan has been lost by the royal family, these deep craters only indicate the presence of another Titan shifter. And corresponding to the abductor of Historia, it further confirms the suspicions of Kenny that a Titan shifter is involved in both of these acts. Nettie. Suddenly, another hoarse voice sounded. A person wearing clothes similar to Kenny's arrives at the farm. The person dismounting his horse hurriedly enters the field, and, arriving near Kenny, he quickly says,
Captain, urgent news. 2 more members of the military regiment have been abducted. Another case,
said Kenny in surprise. When and where has this happened? In the Tross district. The informant says that from last night 2 members of the military regiment are missing, replied the newcomer. Oh, Tross district. It seems like that place has become the center of the storm. A sharp glint flashes in Kenny's eyes. Well then, we have to dive in this storm.
That was a risky move.
Reiner's voice sounded full of underedge in it. Yeah, we almost got exposed, said Bertolt, tension evident on his face.
It was due to your carelessness, which let that Survey Corps member escape.
A cold snort sounded from Annie, who glares at Reiner and Bertolt.
But what can we do in that situation?
Bertolt said helplessly. That guy was really cautious. The moment he sensed something wrong, he instantly ran away from there. Are you sure he didn't identify you? Asked Annie, worried about their possible identity leak. I am sure of that. Otherwise, we would not be meeting here now, replied Bertolt with confidence.
Arg! I said that beforehand. That plan was too risky.
Reiner said in a complaining tone with a worried frown etched on his face.
Then what do you suggest? Do you alone want to attack the Tross district?
Looking at Reiner, Annie questioned him.
That I know. But how can the numbers of the Titan decrease so much?
Reiner said in bewilderment. As their training for the military regiment was coming to an end, they got sent to the Tross district for the training. And just as they arrived in the Tross district, Suddenly news spread about the sparse numbers of the Titans roaming outside the wall. At first they didn't believe the news, but when the strict changes started happening to the military structure, they understood the gravity of the situation. Getting a roll call every few hours and submitting their ODM gear after the shift, this sudden strictness in the protocols makes it very inconvenient for them. That's why, due to the sudden change, they were unable to have discussions on what their action should be. Being stuck for many days, one day they finally decided on a meeting in which they decided to take down the Tross district. But the next problem arises, that is, the few numbers of pure Titans outside the wall. So even if they breach the wall of the Tross district, the strength of the pure Titans will be pitiable, which will not have much impact on the situation. That's why, to combat the problem, they decided that Annie will travel outside the wall. Using the ODM gear, she will gather the pure Titans in a short period of time. After which, Bertolt, the colossal Titan, will break the gate, and the horde of Titans gathered by the female Titan will then be directed towards the inside of the Tross district. But, as their ODM gears get submitted after the end of their shift, they will not be able to move outside the wall. Just then, another opportunity arises. The abduction of Historia and Ymir gives them a chance to elicit the situation, causing further unrest inside the walls, and get the spare ODM gear, which can solve their problems. But last night when Reiner and Bertolt planned to abduct the unguarded military personnel, after getting successful on their 2 attempts, when they approached their 3rd target, that guy, finding something wrong, immediately ran away from there. Nothing matters now. We have got the ODM gears, and that is enough. Tomorrow morning we are going to implement our plans, Annie said in a decisive tone. If we delay any further, then the situation may go beyond our control. 14. Chapter 25. The stratum of the cloud blanketed the blue sky. The hazy figure of the sun stubbornly peeks from behind the dullness, persisting to overcast the cold and bleakness which permeates the atmosphere. Feeling the chill, a pair of birds sitting on a tree branch moves closer to each other, sharing the warmth to dispel the cold. Inside the Tross district, its streets reek of desolation. The hustle and bustle diminish to the occasional spotting of someone hurriedly rushing to their work or the frequent patrolling of the military. Due to the recent events, the frequent case of the kidnapping of the military personnel, it creates a heavy atmosphere. Like the Tross district has been hit by a disease. The previous active market became lifeless. The vibrant and vigorous shouts of the hawkers and the vendors got shushed by the confining silence. Seated behind the counter, an old man with receding gray hair and a frown formed by the concerned lines of wrinkles looks at the dust. The dust gathered on top of the shelves. The old man sighs with resignation, gazing outside. The high walls, the sky, the weather mirror the inside of him, bleak. Suddenly, in the silence, the sound of someone's footsteps striking against the cobblestone road sounded, which immediately grabs the old man's attention. Looking at the approaching figure of a boy with blond hair in the military uniform, the old man's mind clears up. Reiner walks in solitude, his military boots clanking on the stony pathway. Having completed his morning shift, he moves towards the military headquarters with familiarity in his steps. Familiarity due to the frequent patrolling missions he had done. Suddenly, looking at a shop ahead, he moves towards it with purposeful strides. Arriving at the shop, Reiner looks at the slender figure of the old man inside. "Sir, do you have a matchstick?" Hearing this, the old man immediately replies,
Oh, yes.
The old man brings out a box of matchsticks from under the counter and quickly hands it to Reiner.
Here.
"Thanks, sir. How much for it?" Taking the matchbox, Reiner asks for the price, bringing out his wallet.
Oh, there is no need for it, sir. It isn't much.
The old man shook his head, denying the payment. Look, before Reiner tries to say something, the old man interjects.
Come on, sir. That small amount of money isn't going to make me a loss, and can't I do that little in exchange for how much you do for us?
I just hope you continue to maintain the peace. Hearing the earnestness in the old man's words, Reiner can't refuse, and calmly accepts the kind gesture of the old man. Thank you, old man, and you don't have to worry. Soon, everything will be over. Saying that, Reiner bids farewell to the old man and continues to move towards his destination. As he moves away, the old man gazes at his back and deeply sighs.
I just hope it all gets over as soon as possible.
With steadfast steps and resolution in his eyes, Reiner continues and moves towards the Trost district headquarters. Looking at the grand building in the distance, with the frequent figures of the military personnel getting in and out of it, the Trost HQ. Every military person stationed inside the Trost district has to report here. All of the military supplies also get stored inside the HQ. After the previous few days and the repeated action of the military personnel getting kidnapped, the strictness inside the workings of their structure increases. That's why now for every joining and relieving form, the duty has to be done from the HQ. Suddenly, the steadfast steps of Reiner, which were moving towards the building of HQ, surprisingly diverted from the path. With a sharp turn, the figure of Reiner entered inside an alley. Inside the dark alley, the figure of Reiner crouches on the ground, rummaging through the wooden boxes placed there. With the sound of the ignition, a little amount of spark illuminates the dark alley. The light shines on Reiner's face, whose dark eyes burn with resolution. Soon, Reiner rushes out of the alley and swiftly moves in the opposite direction of the HQ. Running back on the same path from where he arrived, he moves rapidly. Soon his figure rushes past the shop from where he got the matchstick. The old man, who was looking outside his shop, suddenly got startled looking at the familiar figure of Reiner rushing past his shop. He worriedly gazed at his back, wondering what prompted him to run away in a hurry. Soon, the figure of Reiner got blurry as he ran away in the distance. Puzzled, the old man then gazed at the direction from which Reiner rushed back. Looking at the HQ building in the distance with no such visible action, which explains the reason behind the run of Reiner. Instead of the expected chaos, the familiar silence permeates the air. Seeing this, old man have a sigh of relief. Huff, the age is really catching up to me. The silence, which previously haunted him, now makes him comfortable.
Just let the situation continue, but not make it worse.
The old man silently prays. Meow! Suddenly, a bell rings in the old man's ears, and in the next instant, chaos tramples him. A loud, deafening sound reverberated throughout the Trost district, shattering the silence. Reiner stops running and looks back at the rising black smoke. Resolution flashing in his eyes, he then continues to advance, his every step carrying a powerful intent. With the sudden explosion in the middle of the Trost district, chaos spread everywhere. The already tense military suddenly sprang into action, orders getting fired at everyone. Using the ODM gears, the military personnel soar above the buildings, flocking towards the site where the explosion occurs. Some of them immediately move to calm the panicked civilians, while most of them spread in formation and surround the area from where the explosion occurred. Looking at the destroyed area that is just near the HQ building, their back gets drenched in sweat. Horror flashes on their faces, panic sweeps in their bones. Feeling the terror of the residual explosion, they gulp nervously. Many buildings and houses collapse in heaps, fire and smoke rising from them. The broken pieces of the bodies lying around, some burning silently inside the debris of the buildings, while some are flung around. The shop, from where Reiner buys the matchstick, crumbled. Inside, the figure of the old man lay under the debris, covered in the dust. His vacant eyes stared dead in the void, with a bleak expression ever present on his cold face. Chapter 26. Boom! The sudden sound of destruction tramples upon everyone's heart. Children, adults, civilians, military, male or female. It doesn't differentiate between age, gender, or profession. The beat of terror struck alike regardless of any status. For a moment, everyone stood paralyzed, fear gripping their heart. Having already suffered through the past week full of unpleasant events, the sudden chime of this explosion sounded as the catalyst of the catastrophe. Stationed above the walls, Armin Arlert looks at the smoldering black smoke. The anguish-filled wails tormented his ears, almost wobbling him up.
What is going on?
Confusion clouded his mind. He doesn't understand what is happening and why it is happening. He only knows that, one after another, calamity seems to have struck the Trost district. Since the day of their arrival here, in the Trost district for the last part of the training regiment, to gain the experience, a chain of tragedy seems to have followed them every day. First, the sudden change in the action of the military, after which the abduction of Emir and Christia, then the case of the abduction of the military personnel. It all looks like a prelude to something bigger. And now, looking at rising black smoke from the center of the Trost district and the cries of pain, it all seems like the Trost district is in angst. The people from the area where the explosion occurs rush out of their houses, running in a frenzy, trying to find a shred of safety to comfort their shaken hearts. Watching this, Armin suddenly remembers that tragic day, causing a chill to rush up his spine. He stood frozen in fear, just like that day. Similar to him, other soldiers also stood rooted in their spot, looking bewildered at the sudden turns of the event.
Attention!
It was the roaring of a captain, which woke them up from the stupor. On the instant, hearing the command of their captain, the soldiers immediately move in formation, some moving to handle the chaos spreading everywhere, while others become alerted and hold their post. Armin gets the orders to remain stationed in his current position. Looking at the soldiers, who using their ODM gear immediately sprang into action, causes him to have a breather. Now, having his mind somewhat cleared up, Armin's thoughts start churning up, and the question rises up in his mind.
What is the cause behind all of these events? Why had they suddenly happened? And specifically, why in the Trost district? Who abducts Emir, Christia, and other military personnel? Why did they do that?
His mind flashes with question after question.
Who is the one behind this explosion? What is their motive? Is there any organization that is rebelling against the government? Or is it something else? Why are they spreading chaos?
Armin has hundreds of questions and doubts, but he didn't get a single answer. Instead, it all caused his mind to spiral. Inhale, exhale. Taking a deep breath, Armin calms down, blocking his mind from the chaos. With a still mind, Armin takes a broader view of the Trost district, and then his thoughts start to move towards the beginning, from where everything starts. He couldn't find the cause of this explosion, couldn't guess the reason behind the case of abductions. Then, he thinks about the unusual decision by the government to increase the concentration of the soldiers inside the district surrounding the wall, how they piled up the cannons upon the top of the wall, and how the number of the soldiers is ever present stationed there.
Huh?
Suddenly, a thought emerges in his mind, recalling the comment of one of his comrades when the military started to increase the number of cannons above the top of the wall. Connie had said that they seemed to be preparing for the arrival of the Titans. Initially, that speculation behind the action of the government spread everywhere. But then, the sudden turns of events made everyone forget about that. But now Armin suddenly recalls that. Looking at his surroundings, he notices the decrease in the number of soldiers stationed over the walls, as most of them have moved downward inside the Trost district on the orders of their captain. Watching the empty posts on the cannons, Armin suddenly has a bizarre thought.
Is it a distraction?
But the next second, Armin shook his head, throwing out the guess from his mind. What am I even thinking? How can that be real? Armin dismisses his own thoughts, not intending to believe that for even a second. But the next second, Ragra, a bestial roar sounded from outside the walls. Startled, Armin instantly turned around and looked in the distance. Squinting his eyes, what he saw shocked him. A storm of dust seems to be moving in the direction of the Trost district, in which many figures of Titans can be seen running towards the wall. Looking at the horde of the Titans, disbelief gets painted on Armin's face.
How?
A single question repeated again and again in his mind.
How can this be real? Was that earlier explosion really a distraction?
What he previously discarded as impossible suddenly emerges in his mind. The possibility stood within his own eyes. He suddenly recalls that horrified image, a Titan overlooking the wall, whose one strike breached these sturdy walls, causing 1/3 of humanity to be lost altogether. A stiffness arrives in his heart, his breath caught in his chest. Armin looks at the terrifying scene of the horde of Titans, in front of which runs a strange female Titan, which seems to lead them. Looking at this strange Titan, Armin thought of the armored Titan who had appeared during the fall of the Shiganshina district. His eyes immediately search for it, but the distance causes him to be unable to distinguish it. Sweat drips from his brows, but the only thing that causes him to still stand is that there was no appearance of the colossal Titan. Having a somewhat relieving thought, Armin then looks at the number of cannons placed there, knowing that no matter how many Titans arrive, they will be unable to breach the wall. Only that colossal Titan poses a threat towards the wall. If there is no colossal Titan, then there is nothing to fear. As that thought arrives in Armin's mind, a sudden golden thunder strikes. The figure of the colossal Titan manifested in front of his eyes. Armin's wide-eyed looks in horror at the colossal Titan, who similarly gazes at him. Chapter 27. The golden thunder shines, casting a shadow over Armin. Looking at the sudden appearance of the colossal Titan, Armin stood petrified. His thoughts paused and breath halted. The soldiers, who were stationed over the wall, had gotten the strict instruction to shoot any Titan that approached the wall. But now, seeing the colossal Titan appearing out of thin air, they all stood still, looking stupefied, unable to comprehend the emergence of his being. The colossal Titan, who suddenly arrives, opens his closed eyes. His gaze lands on the small figure of Armin.
Arg!
The cry of his seems to break the standstill, causing some of the soldiers to point the cannon head over the colossal Titan, ready to shoot at him. But before they can pull the trigger, a high-pressure steam discharges from the colossal Titan's body, causing all of them to be flipped and thrown down from the wall. As Armin starts falling down, in panic he hurriedly uses his ODM gear, causing the wire to latch in the wall, making him hang from the wall. While some soldiers using their quick response saved themselves, some didn't get so lucky. Armin looks down in horror at the ruptured bodies of the soldiers who were not able to save themselves. This sudden turn of events causes his mind to spin, unable to comprehend what is going on. Since the unexpected appearance of the colossal Titan, the chaos inside the Trost district has fallen silent. The previous civilians who were in panic and the soldiers who were rapidly moving using the ODM gear all stopped and got muted. The terrified screams of the victims of the earlier explosion all die down. For a moment, everyone looks up at the colossal titan who peeks from the top of the wall. Looking at the high walls surrounding them, likely being confined, the overlooking form of the colossal titan looks like a predator looking at his caged prey.
Wah!
The deafening silence was suddenly disturbed by the scream of a terrified child. Shattering the stillness, someone first took a step back, and then in tandem, some others also moved back, trying to move away from the figure of the colossal titan. Soon, the small step back turned into a full panic sprint. Everyone started to run, the terrified wails resounded, panic resurfaced, and the chaos resumed. The one behind this mayhem, the colossal titan, looks at everything with cold eyes, his being filled with destruction. Then the still titan lifts his hand, causing great momentum with every movement. The colossal titan then places his hands over the wall and picks up the cannons from there. Looking at the tiny pieces of cannon, which look like toys in his hand, he grips them. Then, with a sudden swift pull, drawing his hand back like a drawn bow, gathering power, he then unleashes his massive arm, firing the cannons down in the Trost district. Tearing through the air, the cannons flew through the sky and landed on the mass of the people below. The heavy pieces of the metal spread, claiming the lives of civilians and the military soldiers. Terrified screams and wails of agony resounded throughout the place, like the cries of a lamb running from a hunter. Repeating the action, the colossal titan picks up another handful of cannons and again shoots them at the masses below. The terrified people look up at the sky, and seeing the rain of the metals, they immediately rush to take cover in the buildings. A military soldier ran behind the cover of a wall, having a sigh of relief, thinking that he saved himself. But the next second, a cannon shell tears through the wall alongside his body. Similarly, even after hiding inside the building and taking cover behind the walls, some pieces of the cannon still caught them. The heavy metal bulldozed through every obstacle, making every place unsafe. Destruction spread like any other. The cannons, which were placed over the walls for their safety, were now used for their own demise. And, like that wasn't enough, while throwing the cannons, the colossal titan suddenly pulls his leg back. Like a sledgehammer strike, hits it at the gate of the Trost district. The broken pieces of the wooden gate and the debris from the wall are hurled through the air, further spreading the destruction. Looking at the hole in the Trost district, a soldier presents their despair. A shadow enters through the now broken gate. A 15-meter-tall female titan with blonde hair emerges, gazing at the disarray.
Roar!
She screams, which sounded like a war cry. Following that, figure after figure started to enter through the broken gate. Abnormal titans with smiling faces pour inside, looking at the delicacy of people running everywhere. They seem to squeal in delight. The sound of people getting crushed inside the jaws of the pure titan.
Arg!
The painful wails of a soldier getting broken in half by the flying pieces of the cannons. This symphony of apocalypse falls in the ear of Armin, who shuts his eyes and clamps his hand around his head, covering his ear so he can't hear anything.
Why? Why is all of this happening?
Armin shrinks in fear.
Why? Can't we live in peace?
His body trembles slightly.
Why? Why do the titans attack the wall?
A silent sob escapes his lips.
I am so pathetic. I am always crying. Why can't I stand up for myself? Every time I got bullied, Eren and Mikasa helped. Can't I, for once, stand up for myself? Can't I, at least for once, face everything without cowering behind others?
Armin slowly removes his hand from his head. Opening his watery eyes, he looks at the burning scene of the Trost district. The Titans rummaging through the houses, people getting eaten, and people getting crushed by the cannon and the debris.
I am truly pathetic. The whole world is burning.
Armin looks at a small child who cries, sitting at the corpse of his mother.
People are dying, and I am still crying.
People run desperately as a group of Titans chase behind them. Suddenly, a child falls down. Seeing this, his older brother, who runs ahead, stops and looks at the crying face of his little brother. He runs back, arriving by his side, and shields him behind his back. Tears run down from the eyes of both brothers, trying to survive desperately. As the looming hand of a smiling Titan reaches towards them, impending their doom, a sudden gust of wind rushes past them, slicing through the hand of the Titan. A soldier arrives by their side.
Hurry up! Run away from here!
The soldier immediately helps the brother get up and urges them to escape from there. Armin watches all of this. The soldier burns with resolve. Watching both brothers successfully run away from there, he sighs in relief. Then, looking at numbers of Titans rushing towards him, he tightly grips his ODM blade. With a breath of determination, he lunges at the Titans. Rushing through their group, slicing through his fears, he cuts one Titan after another. He watches all of this. The scene of a soldier bravely dancing with death. The undefeated spirit of another soldier as he diverts the attention of the Titan, luring them away from the crowd of people. Armin watches all of this. I will not cry anymore. He wipes the tears from his eyes. I will never cower behind anyone. Vowing in his heart, he unsheathed the blades. Armin looks above, at the colossal Titan who continues to throw the destruction. A fire of determination burns in his eyes.
I will fight.
Firing his ODM gear, he flew upwards toward the colossal Titan.
I will fight.
With a roar of defiance, Armin runs on the wall and leaps. The non-existent wings take him to the sky. Looking at the colossal Titan who stood, his hand pulled behind his back.
Arr!
Armin roars, his blade drawn, pulled behind his back. He lunges at the colossal Titan. Chapter 28. In the sky above the burning Trost district, Armin soars, challenging the colossal Titan. With his blade drawn, Armin, with a battle cry, lunges at the colossal Titan. Bertolt Hoover, the colossal Titan, looks in surprise at the small figure of Armin. Seeing the gleaming blade in his grip, he understands what Armin is doing there. But even then, Bertolt doesn't seem to take Armin seriously as he continues his motion of throwing the cannons. Ignoring him, he doesn't stop or intercept Armin, who inches towards his colossal Titan form. Not facing any obstruction, Armin swiftly moves towards the neck of the colossal Titan. The cable of his ODM gear quickly plunges inside the colossal Titan's jaw, pulling Armin towards it. Hope surges inside his heart. Looking at the nape of the colossal Titan, which is just meters away, Armin tightens his grip. But the next second, all hope shatters. Armin feels a gust of hot wind. The temperature suddenly increases, and the red muscles of the colossal Titan seem to glow. Sweat starts to drip from his brows. Armin suddenly has a terrible feeling. The next moment proves him right. Scalding hot mist discharges from the colossal Titan's body, instantly swallowing him. When the searing white mist struck him, the skin of his face sizzled. It burned. For a moment his figure struggled. The hooks of the cable still connected him to the colossal Titan. The intense, burning pain due to the hot mist caused him to pull the trigger of his ODM gear. Now detached from the colossal Titan, The high pressure of the mist instantly swept him away. His battered body flew out from the mist and started to fall down into the Trost district without stopping. And when it seemed that he would strike the ground, Armand suddenly fires the ODM gear. The cable latches into the wall, causing him to again be attached to the wall. Having successfully saved himself, Armand cries in pain. Smoke rises from his body, and blisters appear on his red skin.
Gah.
Red blood drips from his hand, as every slight movement causes him great pain. Armand looks up at the colossal titan, who unobstructedly continues his action of throwing the cannons. Despair roots in his heart, knowing that he has no chance of stopping the colossal titan. The wails and the sound of destruction hurt him even more than the pain caused by the blisters. Another piece of the flying cannon struck at the Trost HQ. The large building seems to be the primary target.
Shit! Everything is going to be finished if this continues.
Ian Dietrich, a team leader of the Garrison Alpha Squad, cursed, taking cover behind the window in the HQ building. He looks at the figure of the colossal titan who, having thrown all of the cannon from a section, moves sideways.
This is madness.
In all of his lifetime, Ian has never seen such a scene, a titan that large and intelligent enough.
If this guy isn't stopped here, then the whole of humanity is doomed.
Looking at the destruction, the gaping hole in the wall of the Trost district, Ian burns with resolve.
Then everyone!
His loud voice thundered in the chaos. The panic and fearful cries of the soldiers instantly ceased. The terrified soldiers who hid inside all looked at him. The wall is breached. We have to stop the Titans before the Trost district falls. Silence permeates the air. All soldiers present there look incredulous at him.
What are you saying, Captain?
A pale-faced soldier with a vacant look in his eyes speaks.
Everything is lost. That Titan is going to destroy everything.
The soldier points out of the window at the figure of the colossal titan.
How can we even stop that?
Despair reeks out of his words.
Tell me, Captain, do you want all of us to die?
The soldier looks at Ian. Ian stood there, with his head lowered. Yes?
Huh?
The soldier gasps in surprise.
I want you guys to die.
Ian raised his head, his eyes staring dead at the soldiers.
I want you guys to die fighting. I want every one of you to fight. Die if you die, but I want you to die fighting.
His scream reverberates throughout the HQ.
Look outside. The people are dying. Titans are rushing in, and the war has already begun. The moment you are born, you are at war with these Titans, so how can you now buckle? You are a soldier, so die a soldier.
The air froze. Everyone stood still, various expressions flashing over their faces. The silence continued until a cannonball struck at the HQ. The building quivers. I am going after that colossal titan. The steady voice of Ian Dietrich sounded. I am going to fight him. Even if I die, I will die fighting him. I will die fighting for humanity. His gaze landed on every soldier present there. Now tell me who is coming with me to hunt him. Silence falls over the place until it is broken. Captain, I am coming with you. A soldier stood up. Sir, I also want to come with you. Another soldier stepped out. Similarly, one voice after another rose, and soldiers stepped out, all looking ready. Seeing this, Ian smiles. Then, embrace the death. You guys are going face to face.
Have you considered it enough?
Rico Brzezinska, a captain of the Garrison Regiment, worriedly asks Ian Dietrich. Is there really a need for consideration? Ian replies, looking at the soldiers who prepare themselves, refilling the gas and the blades into the ODM gears. We never have choices, just inevitability. Either we lose or triumph. Soon every soldier stood ready. Although fear and panic still appeared on their faces, nonetheless, they all stood brave. Everyone. Ian addresses everyone as the soldiers stand in formation. The HQ building again quivers. Feeling the tremor, Ian said, "We don't have much time. Every second spent is a life lost, so I will just be debriefing everyone. First, we'll be divided into three-way teams. Team 1 will help the civilians evacuate. Team 2 will be eliminating the obstacles, and Team 3 will follow my lead to eliminate the colossal Titan." "Understood." "Yes, Captain." The soldiers shout in unison, muffling the sound of the cannon striking the HQ building. "Then let's lay down our lives for humanity." "For humanity." "For humanity." "For humanity." "For humanity." The soldiers scream, venting out their fears and terror. "Good, then, charge." With a cry from Ian, Team 1 and Team 2 immediately move out from the HQ building. Team 3 follows Ian D. Chapter 29. The Trost district stands in ruins. The peaceful place turns into a battlefield. Pure titans plow through houses and buildings, hunting humans. The colossal titan overlooks the wall, hurling pieces of the wall and cannons, targeting the military. Inside the Trost military HQ, Ian Dietrich stood with Rico Brzezinska, with soldiers of garrison standing behind them in formation, all geared up. "Rico, we don't have time. You lead Team 1 to evacuate the civilians, and Team 2 will be supporting you." "Okay, so I got the easiest task," Rico said, adjusting the specs she wore.
"While you are going to hell."
"Are you complaining?" Ian looked at Rico, who silently glared at him.
"It isn't fair."
"Fair? Well, who made me in charge of the Trost district?" Ian replies. "You can go and complain to him."
"You can't."
"Everyone, are all of you ready?" Ian ignored Rico, who glared at him in frustration. "Yes, Captain." The soldiers responded in a unified voice. Looking at the figures of Titan roaming the streets, Ian's face turned cold. "Then, at the next signal, we will be moving out." With that, Ian stood still, his eyes constantly on the figure of the colossal Titan, watching it throw another cannon. Boom!
"Charge!"
Ian screamed as another building collapsed. Hearing his command, the soldiers instantly moved out from the HQ building. The compressed gas fired out from the ODM gear, propelling the soldiers through the streets of Trost. The 50 soldiers navigated through the destroyed buildings, broken houses, and corpses. The movement of this large number of soldiers quickly attracted everyone's attention. The distraught civilians looked at them in hope, and the Titans gazed at them in greed. Suddenly, some soldiers started to move out of the formation. The now separated group of soldiers quickly diverted away towards the wall in the direction of the colossal Titan. The group of 10 soldiers, Team 3rd, following the lead of Ian, swiftly advanced towards the colossal Titan. Ian, taking the lead, looked at the colossal Titan, whose hand was in mid-swing.
"Take cover!"
Shouting at the top of his lungs, he immediately dived down and took cover behind a building. Similarly, the soldiers following him all rushed to take cover, hiding behind the sturdy houses and buildings. The next moment, goom! Broken pieces of metal and concrete arrived and crashed at the place where they hid. "It is really targeting us." Ian peeked out from behind his cover, looking at the colossal Titan who was moving to grab another cannon. "Move!" Giving the signal, all of them again moved. Rapidly crossing the distance, they inched toward the colossal Titan. Using the ODM gear, they easily traversed, quickly closing the distance. But suddenly, a scream sounded, halting their momentum. Looking back, they saw one of the members of their group being held in the mouth of an abnormal titan. The soldier, with a fear-stricken face and tears of pain flowing out of his eyes, pleadingly shouted at them,
"Save me!"
Crunch. The next second, pieces of his torn body fell down from the titan's face. The titan looked at them with a blood-stained smile on its face. Seeing this, horror flashed on everyone's face.
"Watch out!"
The sudden, urgency-filled cry of Ian Dietrich sounded. Startled, some soldiers quickly reacted and hurriedly took cover. Boom! The throw from the colossal titan arrived, with which another scream reverberated. Ian opened his eyes, causing the scene of the broken body of a member of his team to appear in his vision. Everyone stood frozen in shock. The soldier who didn't react in time but got lucky as they didn't get hit quickly, dived down and took cover.
They died.
A soldier in shock looked at the cold corpse of his comrade. The sudden loss of 2 of their members causes fear to grip their hearts.
"We will die before we reach the colossal titan."
Another soldier murmured, squatting, gripping his head. Ian looked at everyone as they already stood defeated. Helplessness flashed in his mind.
"Is it the end already?"
He thought bitterly.
W-Wah! W-Wah!
Suddenly, a soldier gasped in surprise, attracting everyone's attention.
L-Look.
The soldier, with a surprised expression on his face, pointed out his hand.
There is someone distracting the colossal titan.
Ian and others immediately turned around and focused on the pointed direction. Looking there, they saw a human figure soaring in the sky. When Ian and the soldiers rushed out of the HQ, Armin immediately spotted them. He had watched how the soldiers moved to evacuate the civilians and how a group split and then moved in his direction, clearly aiming for the colossal titan. Noticing how that group quickly approached, the lost hope has rekindled inside his heart. But the next moment, the situation again changed. The squad of soldiers, which seemed to be charging at the colossal titan, suddenly broke down. In just a few moments, the squad of 10 members was reduced to 8 and got mentally lost. Seeing that, Armin instantly moved, knowing that if he didn't do something, then there would be no solution to the colossal titan. So gritting through the pain, Armin once again fired the ODM gear and moved against the colossal titan, challenging it. This time, he doesn't go ahead for the kill but tries to disrupt the movement of the colossal titan. Quickly approaching its arms, he slices at them, and then with the same swiftness, he retreats. His plan worked well. The colossal titan got distracted by him. The defeated soldiers quickly stood up, ready to march once more. Looking at the small figure of Armin, who hovered around the colossal titan, repeatedly striking it, Ian instantly understood the opportunity. "Everyone, charge! Someone is distracting the colossal titan." Saying that, Ian immediately fired the ODM gear, moving towards the colossal titan. The defeated soldiers also got their hope back, looking at the small figure of Armin as he fought the colossal titan. The remaining members of the squad immediately stood up and started following their captain. Chapter 30. The people inside the Trost district became surprised. Since the colossal titan appeared, it hasn't stopped bombarding them, making them live every moment in terror, not knowing when they may die. That was already enough for them, but with the wall breached and titans pouring inside, the situation made them almost hopeless. So when the bombardment suddenly ceased, they all looked in surprise at the direction of the colossal titan. Where a person soared against the colossal titan, Armin looked at the large hand closing towards him. Even with a distance between them, he could already sense the force behind it. Using the ODM gear, he narrowly escaped the hit. But as the hand passed by his side, the momentum it carried almost swept Armin away. Despite that, he skillfully took control of his balance and immediately fired the ODM gear. But suddenly,
Look out!
a loud voice called out to him, noticing the urgency in it. Armin instantly sensed something wrong, looking at the hand of the colossal titan which just rushed past him. Surprisingly, it was moving back at him. Startled, Armin immediately moves away, but still, the hand nearly catches up to him.
Damn it, move!
Armin cursed, looking at the zooming hand the size of the building. Feeling the searing heat, he almost gave up, expecting to be swatted away like a fly, but the next second, with swiftness, the figure of Ian Dietrich showed up with great momentum and took him out of the way of the colossal titan's hand. The garrison soldiers, Team 3rd, led by Ian Dietrich, successfully reached the top of the wall. Blazing with determination, they instantly rushed at the colossal titan. With the increase of the soldiers, Bertolt Hoover, the colossal titan, almost sweated, looking at the ferocious expression of the soldiers as they charged at him. Thud. The figures of Armin and Ian landed on the destroyed top of the wall. "Are you all right, soldier?" Ian briskly asked Armin. Grimacing, Armin swiftly answered, "Why, yes, sir, I am fine." Looking at his half-burned face and the blood dripping from his hand. "Are you sure?" Ian doubtfully asked him. "Absolutely, sir," Armin replied resolutely. "Okay, then ready yourself. The fight isn't over." Ian looked at the colossal titan surrounded by his team. "We still have this dude to chop up." Armin also gazed at the colossal titan, looking at the figure of Ian and other garrison soldiers. Relief appeared in his heart, and then, without even registering the pain, he immediately sprang into action. "Sir," warned everyone, "they should approach it cautiously." Armin urgently reported to Ian. "This titan can release high-pressure hot steam." Noticing his burnt face, Ian instantly understood, and then, in a powerful voice, he immediately warned others. After which both Armin and Ian also joined others. With 9 professional soldiers maneuvering the ODM gear, they quickly pressured the colossal titan, making it completely go on the defense. The situation quickly became difficult for Bertolt. For the first time, the advantage of his large size didn't work in his favor. Due to the high platform of the wall, the soldier got easy access to his neck. On top of that, due to his large build, his movement became slow, which the soldiers all took advantage of. The garrison soldiers harassed the colossal titan from every side, slicing at his arm, back, leg, and even at his head. They moved with swiftness. Feeling the pressure increasing every second, Bertolt gritted his teeth, cursing the soldiers in his mind. The soldiers slowly advanced at him, cautiously moving, avoiding the reckless swings of his hand. They adapted to his movement, and then, getting the chance, they lunged at him. A soldier avoided the wild swing of the colossal titan's hand and looked at the unguarded nape of its neck. He instantly fired the ODM gear and lunged with blade drawn, ready to finish it. But suddenly, the muscles of the colossal titan started turning red.
Fall back!
The urgent voice of Armin sounded, making every one of them instantly move away from the colossal titan. The next moment, scalding hot steam discharged from the colossal titan, causing everyone to stay away from it. I have done enough damage. Inside the nape of the colossal titan, Bertolt heaved a sigh of relief. Staying here any longer will be dangerous. I should retreat now. He looked at the figures of the garrison soldiers as they stood away from him, waiting for any chance to strike.
Huh?
Suddenly, Bertolt noticed something strange. Through the haze, he looked at the figure of Armin, who stood in the distance waving his hand at him, as if he were throwing something at him.
What is he doing?
Bertolt looked in confusion at him. Thunk. A stone struck the wall near him. Looking at the small piece of stone, Bertolt gave Armin a ridiculous look. "Are you really trying to harm me with this?" Boom. Suddenly, a cannon shell struck the colossal titan in the head.
What? What?
Bertolt cried out in shock. Startled, he turned around and looked on the opposite side of the wall. There he sees Ian and another soldier standing, smoke coming out of the cannon head. Ian coldly looks at the colossal titan. Fire. Giving the command. Boom. Another cannon shell flew and struck the colossal titan. Continue. His cold voice sounded again, with which. Boom. 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 The soldier continues to fire the cannon at the colossal titan, who suddenly moves his hand to protect himself. The steam it was releasing stopped and quickly dissipated. So, he is right. Ian looks at Armin. This titan can release steam, but only when it stops moving. Armin has noticed this peculiarity of the colossal titan when it first releases the steam at him. Since then, an idea has formed in his mind to counter his ability, which he has shared with Ian, who has taken it seriously. Seeing the unguarded colossal titan, Ian screams out,
"Charge and finish it!"
Instantly, the soldiers sprang into action. Mobilizing their ODM gear, they rushed at the colossal titan. Boom. The cannon continues to fire, slowly breaking its body. And with soldiers harassing it, soon the colossal titan got completely overwhelmed. In the corner of its eyes, Armin appears. The gleaming blade shines, and the next second, Armin flies past, plunging the blades into its eyes, making it blind. With sudden blindness, Bertolt, who is inside the nape of his titan form, panics.
Shit! What the hell is going on?
Losing his vision, Bertolt placed one of his titan form's hands over his nape, protecting himself. And with the other hand, he madly swung it, hoping to deter the soldiers. But how can they stop by this? The soldiers continue their relentless assault. With a swing of the blade at the armpit, the free hand of the colossal titan immediately went limp. Now the colossal titan stood completely helpless. Having lost its vision and a hand, it can only protect its nape with its other hand. Seeing it completely unguarded, the soldiers immediately went for its nape, trying to finish it once and for all. They repeatedly sliced at the thick fingers, the sharp blade slowly cutting through the bony fingers of the colossal titan. With a final blade strike from Ian, the fingers of the colossal titan hand were completely severed, leaving its nape left unprotected. Then Armin, who arrived next, quickly plunged the blade inside the nape of the colossal titan, cutting a piece of flesh from there. Next moment, the figure of the colossal titan started to fall down, its massive body quickly going limp. Boom! Tremors traveled through the ground, felt by everyone. Chapter 31. Like a puppet losing its strings, the colossal titan collapsed on the ground. Feeling the tremors of its demise, Team 3rd, the garrison soldiers, all roared victoriously. Intense joy radiated from them, with happiness and triumph smiling on their faces. But while they cheered in their victory, Armin stood in silence, a frown on his half-burnt face, looking at the body of the colossal titan, which released intense mist. Noticing his unusual silence, Ian Dietrich approached him. Hearing the sound of footfalls, Armin, who was glancing down, immediately raised his head and looked at Ian. Arriving by his side, Ian for the first time got a clear view of his condition. glancing at the half-charred pale face and the various injuries that littered his body. Ian respected how he had charged alone at the colossal titan. While silently admiring him, Ian praised Armin.
You are truly a brave soldier. If you hadn't distracted the colossal titan, I don't know if we would have even successfully arrived here.
Armin seemed surprised to get the praise, and then, with a little shy expression, he replied,
That wasn't much, sir. I just did my job.
Yes, but you did your job very well, Mr. Traub. Armin Arlette, sir. Armin quickly said his name.
Armin, you have really done a splendid job.
Glancing at the massive size of the colossal titan, Ian still found it unbelievable that they had taken him down.
It is all thanks to you that this guy has been put to an end.
Looking back at Armin, Ian suddenly asked him, Is something troubling you? He looked at Armin with a questioning look. He looked at Armin with a questioning expression. Hearing this, Armin suddenly seemed to have thought of something, hesitation flashing on his face. Ian's calm voice rang out. Don't hesitate. You should speak your mind. Exhaling lightly, Armin said,
Well, sir, what is troubling me is that the cut wasn't deep.
A confused expression appeared on Ian's face.
Huh?
Armin looked back at the decomposing colossal titan.
What I mean is that when I struck the nape of the colossal titan, it didn't cut deep. And then his sudden appearance. I was stationed over the walls, overlooking the distance. There was no sight of it, but then with a sudden thunder, it materialized out of thin air.
With a worried frown, Armin continued,
The whole situation is abnormal. The way the colossal titan has appeared and how he threw the cannons, using them against us, as if he wasn't a mindless titan but someone.
Ian questioned.
Someone? Someone?
Armin replied.
A human.
Ian exclaimed in surprise.
That is a strong word to say. I know, sir, but that is what is troubling me.
Armin let out a tired sigh.
I just hope I'm worried for nothing, otherwise.
Ian strongly stated,
Your worries will be shared by the whole of humanity. Don't worry yourself too much for now. Focus on the present. The problems haven't been completely solved.
Both Ian and Armin looked inside the wall at the broken houses and people running in panic, with titans chasing them. Although they took down the colossal titan, the clouds of gloom and despair still loomed over them. The loud cheers and the triumphant roar of the garrison soldiers died down. The initial fervor of winning against the colossal titan slowly receded. Ian's commanding voice rang out,
Everyone!
Causing the soldiers to straighten their backs, looking at Ian Dietrich, their captain. Admiration flashes in their eyes. Ian's powerful voice quickly reached their hearts.
We have won the battle, but the war is still going on. Humanity is still in turmoil and continues until we finish every titan that enters the Trost district. So we can't yet celebrate. We can't stop, and we still have to fight, bleed, and die so that humanity can survive. Fill up your empty gas tanks and replenish your blades. We are going to wipe out every titan from the Trost district.
Saying that, the spirited soldiers immediately took action. Ian, Armin, and other soldiers all started to return to the Trost HQ to regather the supplies. Inside the Trost district, in the midst of chaos, a soldier quickly entered inside an abandoned house. His figure wobbled. He quickly found a sofa and instantly sprawled on it. The soldier, Bertold Hoover, took deep breaths, steam coming out of his nostrils and mouth. His body ached in fatigue, having transformed into his Titan form. The after-effects settled over him. When Armin sliced at the nape of his Titan form, he luckily survived by mere inches. After that, knowing the danger in staying there, he quickly faked his fall, and in the haze of mist, he quietly escaped from there. Still feeling the moment when he almost got cut in half, he shuddered in fear and sighed in relief that he got saved. Bertolt silently thought, resolution flashing in his eyes.
I have done what I can. Now it depends on Reiner and Annie. This time we must lure out the founding Titan, otherwise it may be too late.
Since arriving here, in Paradise Island, with the mission of retrieving the founding Titan, they have already lost one of their teammates, a Titan shifter, which instead puts them under pressure. And on top of that, with unexpected changes happening, they quickly decided that they didn't have much time. So they must retrieve the founding Titan before something unexpected happens. A large Titan's hand quickly swatted a garrison soldier, who bursts into pieces of flesh and organs. The Titan, who kills the soldier, has golden blonde hair over her head with strong muscles outlined all over her body. Annie looks in silence at the dead body of the soldier. Then her cold eyes travel to the soldiers in the distance as they charge at a Titan, quickly killing it. Seeing this, Annie makes a step toward that group of soldiers, knowing that they are that many Titans to begin with. And if the military soldiers took them down, then their plan of luring the founding Titan may fail. So ignoring the civilians, she immediately targets the military. Chapter 32. Through the chaotic streets and broken buildings, a figure zooms past. The anchor of the ODM gear quickly finds one spot to another.
Why?
Leaving behind a word full of hatred. The figure swiftly moves.
You.
With rage-filled eyes, Aaron looks at the Titans. Swiss. His figure quickly lunged at the Titan, and like a whirlwind, the sharp gleaming blade sliced through its nape. The figure of the Titan instantly falls down, with the steam of its end rising from its body. Leaving behind the dead body of the Titan, Aaron moves in rage at another Titan. Looking at the figure of Titans entering through the hole in the wall, Aaron remembers that day, the same scene, and the familiar screams. Rage courses through his veins, and with his heart beating like a drum, Aaron screams out like a madman on the hunt.
Why are there Titans in this world?
His figure quickly darted at another Titan. Looking at the scene in front of him, a Titan biting at a dead woman's body, the images of the similar painful memories flash before his eyes. A spark of rage seems to have materialized in his eyes, and with the bloodlust clutching his head, Aaron instantly arrives upon the Titan. Sensing someone by its side, the Titan, with his small eyes on his disproportionate head, looks at Aaron. Seeing a human, the thought of eating it rose in his mind. But the next second, darkness consumes its vision. Thud. The mindless Titan fell down head first. Landing on its dead back, Aaron's chest goes up and down, taking deep breaths to fight the fatigue. His rage-filled eyes travel to another figure of a Titan. Instantly, without even taking proper rest, he immediately rushed at it, with a single thought consuming his mind.
I will wipe out all the Titans.
Aaron madly dashed. Thud. Another body fell, but Aaron didn't stop. His eyes quickly searched for another one. Suddenly, a commotion caught his attention. In the corner of his vision, he saw a group of soldiers rushing at a Titan. The Titan, to be precise, a female Titan, looked abnormal, like no other, with a head full of blonde hair. The female Titan didn't move like a mindless one, but with precision and calculation in its action. The group of soldiers who just rushed upon her quickly got annihilated. Watching this, Aaron instantly moves in her direction. Instead of fear or hesitation, with the same intensity as before, he rushes in her direction. Aaron completely ignores other Titans in the midway, like he doesn't care anymore about these Titans. Instead, his attention remains focused on the abnormal female Titan. The distance between them continues to shorten. Firing the ODM gear, his figure moves like an eagle in the storm. Landing on a rooftop with nowhere to fire the anchor, Aaron runs on the roof and quickly jumps, but suddenly a gaping jaw rose from the ground. An abnormal titan hiding there jumped up at Aaron, who was stuck in midair with nowhere to go. The time seems to stretch. Instead of fear or any other emotions, Aaron's eyes suddenly turn cold and silent. The sudden turn of events doesn't seem to surprise him. His deathly eyes slowly turn downward at the jaw of the titan. Without any hint of action or retaliation, the abnormal titan engulfs him. Silence falls down for a moment, broken by the wails of the victims of the female titan. Annie Leonhardt, the female titan, moves through the force of the soldiers, leaving the broken bodies behind. She continues to target the military of the Trost, thinning them down. Boom. Suddenly, a cannon shell fires. Startled, she didn't have enough time to dodge and got hit. Quickly taking cover behind a building, Annie looks at the building in the distance, a watchtower stationed with cannons and soldiers in it. Boom. Another cannon shell fired, striking near the building behind which she hid. Steam rises from her broken hand, flesh squirming to the area where the cannon shell struck. Boom. The soldiers continue to fire the cannon. Feeling the trouble, Annie started to plan how to take down this watchtower once her hand healed. But suddenly, a flash of lightning attracts her attention. A golden radiance shines from a side street, surprise flashes in her eyes. The next moment, a 15-meter-tall titan walks out of the street. The soldiers, watching a titan walking out of the street, instantly fire the cannon over it. Boom. The cannon shell struck the crossed hand of the titan. Smoke rises with the impact. The soldiers again readied the cannon to fire at the titan. But the next moment, a shocked expression appeared on their face. The new titan stood uninjured. The cannon, which struck at his hand, didn't even put a dent on him. Only a black mark appeared on his hand. Reiner Braun, the armored titan, gives Annie a look, nodding at her. He takes a step forward and then sprints toward the watchtower. The soldiers immediately panicked and fired another shot at him. The force behind the cannon did hinder the charge of Reiner, but ultimately it didn't stop him. Boom! The figure of the armored titan collides with the watchtower, quickly demolishing it. With the joining of the armored titan, both Annie and Reiner demolish all the military personnel. There are other abnormal titans. Armin, having joined the squad of Ian, returns to HQ, where, after receiving emergency treatment, with bandages wrapped around his head and hands and refilling the supplies, he quickly moves with them to evacuate the civilians. And now he stood on top of a building, with his one eye covered in bandages. He looked at the two abnormal titans in the distance. The armored titan and the female titan, watching how they move with clear intention, targeting the military. Armin thought of the colossal titan, finding both of these titans to be similar to the colossal titan. There is something wrong with them. Ian also gazed at them with a frown on his face, feeling the situation swirl in the unknown direction. That is the armored titan. Armin points to Reiner in the distance. Just like Colossal, this titan had also appeared in the Shiganshina district, destroying the gate. He breached the wall, Maria.
And now it has also appeared here, and there is even a new titan with it.
Armin looks in worry at the figure of the female titan. Sigh. Letting out a tired sigh, Ian feels the rising pain in his mind.
Why does everything start to make less sense? The titans appearing out of thin air and then possessing the intelligence like they are human. Surely the future is going to greatly change.
The action of Reiner and Annie quickly attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 33. We have to stop them. Armin, Ian, and the other members of Team Third all look in the distance at the figures of the armored and female titans.
We really can't take a break, huh?
Sigh. This is a really bizarre day.
Yeah, I miss those days where I could slack off, playing cards, having drinks, and spending my days bossing around my juniors.
Hey, at least be mindful of what you are saying. Can't you see the captain glaring at you?
What? You know I may die at any moment, so at least let me say what is in my heart. And look, the captain doesn't mind me, otherwise he would have already shouted at me. Enough.
Ian silences the banter of his subordinates. Prepare yourselves. We are going to face these two guys. Pointing at the armored and female titans, Ian continues. They are surely going to be troublesome, so have your full focus on the matter at hand, and don't try to die easily. With that said, everyone prepares themselves, knowing they are directly going to face another situation where they may die at any moment. They steel their hearts. Poof! Soon their team moves in the direction of Annie and Armored Titan, who stand together in the distance. Whoosh! Looking at the group of soldiers moving towards them, both Annie and Reiner ready themselves to face them. Armin swiftly crosses the distance and dodges the swing from the Armored Titan. A soldier behind him quickly moves at the unguarded nape, tightly gripping his blade. The soldier swings, followed by a dull sound. The soldier and Armin both look in surprise at the blade, which chips at its edges. The soldier feels like he has struck a stone, making him unable to cut. The Armored Titan, noticing the chance, quickly sends a backhanded strike at the shocked soldier. Thump. The broken body of the soldier flies through the air, smashes inside a building, with no breath left in him. Fear appears in Armin's eyes. The next moment, he hurriedly dodges another strike from the Armored Titan and tries to counterattack. Similarly, when he strikes at the arm of the Titan, the blade doesn't even pierce its skin. On the other hand, the sharp edge of Armin's blade becomes dull, like the blade has been repeatedly swung at a metal pole. Looking at the incoming hand of the Armored Titan, the already alert Armin quickly dodges the strike and creates distance between him and the Armored Titan. Reiner, inside the nape of the Armored Titan, looks at Armin with a frown.
Armin, why do you have to come in my way?
Reiner feels somewhat troubled facing Armin, although his will doesn't waver. But still, if the situation allowed, he wouldn't want to fight with Armin. Having spent so many years with them, through training and eating together, he has knowingly formed a comrade bond with them. So when faced with their supposed friends, Reiner still hesitates for a moment. Everyone, be alert. Armin's loud voice reaches everyone's ear. These Titans also have some special abilities. Approach them with caution. His warning quickly puts everyone on alert, following which they do not rashly attack them but continue to harass and gauge them. Armin, standing on a rooftop, looks at the Armored Titan, carefully studying it. Whoosh! A figure lands by his side. Huff. Huff. Taking deep breaths, Ian looks tiredly at both the female and Armored Titans. Have you found something? He tentatively asks Armin. Yes, sir. Armin replies confidently. Both of these Titans have unique abilities. The Armored Titan. Pointing at it, Armin said, This one has a stronger defense. Our blades can't cut through its skin, and the female Titan seems to have superb agility and much more combat awareness. Saying that, Armin takes a moment and then continues.
Sir, if we continue to engage both of them, I don't think we will be able to stop any of them.
Armin shares his worries with Ian. Then, what do you suggest? Ian carefully looks at Armin, knowing how he had played a massive role in taking down the colossal Titan. Since then, Ian has advised and listened to his suggestion, finding that he has a sharp mind. We should quickly take out one of them, Armin says. watching how the soldiers divided into groups struggle to survive against the armored and female titans. For the armored titan, we don't have an immediate solution, so we should focus on the female titan. Taking her out with lightning speed, we can then deal with a single armored titan. Good. Then let's not delay any longer. The team members are barely surviving. With that said, both Armin and Ian join the squad facing the female titan. Ian silently signals to everyone, conveying the plan to others. He takes the lead and intensifies the charge at the female titan. Annie looks at the sudden intensifying charge of the soldiers as they seem to have thrown caution to the wind. All charge at her from multiple angles. Annie's cold gaze quietly lands on Armin, understanding the reason behind their sudden onslaught. With multiple soldiers moving at her from different directions, she can't deal with every one of them. Not having another choice, she quickly places her hand over her nape. The soldiers, finding the unguarded spot, quickly move and give multiple slashes, almost severing her hand. Seeing the situation turning dangerous, Annie removes her hand from her nape and swats at the soldier, who dodges at the last moment. Now, looking at the unprotected nape of the female titan, a group of 2 soldiers instantly moves. With blades drawn, they instantly slice at her nape, hoping to finish her. But at the last moment before the blade strikes, a hardened layer starts forming on the female titan's nape. So when the blade strikes, their sharp edges instantly chip. Everyone looks in disbelief at this scene. Annie, having baited them, quickly takes advantage of the situation and strikes at the 2 soldiers, who can't escape on time. Sharing the same fate, both of them get hammered. Their crushed bodies fall down. Everyone looks in fear at what had happened, heaviness falling on their hearts. With 3 of the soldiers down, the 10-man squad gets reduced to 7. With 4 of their team members engaging the armored titan, and now 2 getting killed by the female titan, only 4 soldiers remain attacking the female titan. Annie lets out a cold snort, the destroyed part of her titan body healing and regenerating. While the soldiers, Armin and others, pant tiredly, the gas in their ODM gear dwindling, almost empty.
How can we deal with them?
Armin thinks, feeling troubled as there doesn't seem to be a way to deal with these 2 titans. Chapter 34. Watching the soldiers struggling against the armored and female titans, Armin looks helpless. Plan after plan flashes in his mind to counter them. But none of them seems feasible enough to take them down. Suddenly, the panicked voice of a soldier sounded. The armored titan grabbed the wire of a soldier's ODM gear, which instantly spelled his doom. Reiner, having caught the soldier, swung the wire and slammed him on a building. The body of the soldier burst upon the impact, and his cries went silent. The death of yet another of their comrades numbed their hearts, but the situation didn't even allow them to shed a tear. Everyone continued to fight the hopeless battle. Suddenly, tremors started throughout the area. The loud sound of thumping echoed rhythmically, like someone was beating the ground. The sound continued to get louder, which attracted everyone's attention. Armin looked in the direction from where the sound came, and quickly an expression of despair rose on his face.
There is another one coming.
Panicked, he hurriedly shouted. Everyone looked there. The soldiers, Ian, and even Reiner and Annie, all of their gazes followed Armin's shouts. Finding a figure of another 15-meter titan advancing at them, without any exception, everyone wore a shocked expression. Goosebumps rose on Ian's body, watching yet another titan, which appeared to be an abnormal titan like the armored and female titans. Despair was rooted in every soldier's heart. Until now, the 2, armored titan and female titan, had already put them under great pressure, as even a moment of carelessness had spelled their doom. But now, looking at the third Titan, which was suspected to be like them, they almost lost their will to fight. While the soldiers despaired, both Reiner and Annie were feeling a different emotion. Both of them stood shocked, observing at the 15-meter-tall Titan's well-proportioned body with heavy muscles, and the way the Titan advanced at them with clear intentions. A single thought arose in their minds.
Founding Titan.
With the mission to retrieve the Founding Titan, they had been inside the walls for almost 5 years, secretly searching for the whereabouts of it. But up till then, the only information they had is that the Founding Titan may be with the royal family of the walls. Still, not being sure, they decided to attack the Trost district, trying to lure out the Founding Titan.
Has it finally revealed itself?
Reiner thought in surprise. 5 years ago, they had destroyed the Shiganshina district, thinking that the Founding Titan would take action to stop the destruction of Walmaria. But in the subsequent years they had been inside the walls, not once had the Founding Titan appear. So now that they looked at this Titan, they immediately linked its presence to the Founding Titan. A cloud of mist surrounded the approaching Titan. Hot steam rose from its body, and intense green eyes shone from behind its black hair, which fell on its shoulders.
Fall back.
The panic-filled voice of Ian Dietrich shattered the silence. Receiving his command, the soldiers quickly fired their ODM gear and retreated to his side. Everyone felt the rising tension.
Everyone, attack the newcomer Titan. We can't let all of them gather together.
Ian roared out, his eyes almost turning red. Everybody knew that if all 3 of the Titans gathered together, then they would never be able to stop them with just their numbers. So hardening their resolve, the remaining soldiers, Ian and Armin, all moved toward it, in a final struggle to stop them. With the battle cry, all of them lunged at the approaching Titan. Determination flashed in their eyes, ready to sacrifice their lives just so they could at least finish off one of these Titans. Ian took the lead with everyone following behind him. With the arrival of this new Titan, Ian and others instantly linked it to the armored and female Titans, while Armin noticed something different. Looking back at the armored and female Titans, he saw them standing tense. The air around them seemed to have shifted since they noticed this third Titan approaching them. Seeing this, Armin didn't panic. Instead, he wondered what was going on. Soon, with Ian taking the lead, they quickly left behind the armored and female Titans and approached the third Titan. The Titan, likely noticing them, started to move fast, his steps getting faster. The distance between them started to rapidly shorten, and the next moment, the group of soldiers tearing through the wind met the figure, the new Titan, who bulldozed through the street. But nothing happened. The battle cry of soldiers turned into confusion. The figure of the third Titan flashed past them, completely ignoring them. The soldiers didn't even get the chance to react before this newly arrived Titan was already upon the figure of the armored Titan. Lunging like a mad hound, the new Titan attacked the armored Titan. Both of their figures tore through the building, demolishing everything in their wake. The newly arrived Titan dragged the armored Titan through the debris of the houses and buildings. Overpowering the armored Titan, it rapidly throws strike after strike. But suddenly, the fist was caught mid-air by the armored Titan, who counterattacked, throwing his own fist. Reiner stood up from the ground and sent out his own barrage of attacks, which completely overpowered the Titan. The garrison soldiers, who moments ago had charged to their death, now stood completely shocked. With their mouths open, they looked at the clash of the Titans.
Eh? Are they really fighting each other?
A soldier pointed his finger at the struggle between the armored Titan and the newly arrived Titan. Everyone felt their worldview shattering for the umpteenth time. Having already witnessed enough today, they didn't think that now they would see the Titans fighting each other.
What the hell is going on?
Ian silently muttered under his breath, his mind unable to comprehend anything. Version 1. With emotions and intensity. Watching the clash of the Titans, everyone stood dumbfounded. No one had ever thought that the Titans, who have hunted the humans, would fight each other.
What is happening?
The question arose in everyone's mind, wondering how much they are going to see in a single day. The buildings and houses all got torn apart in the aftermath of the Battle of the Titans. Initially, the newly arrived Titan overpowered the armored Titan, but suddenly, with the counterattack from Reiner and the support from the female Titan, it got thrashed by them. The armored Titan slams the green-eyed Titan on a house, burying it under the debris. Looking at the collapsed figure of the green-eyed Titan, Reiner skeptically thought,
Is it the founding Titan?
Doubts arise in both Annie's and Reiner's minds. Before facing this Titan, they had thought it to be the fabled Founder Titan, whose power is said to be unmatched. But after battling this green-eyed Titan, Reiner finds it to be utterly weak. It had attacked him like a mindless beast, which doesn't seem like the Founder Titan. For a moment, Reiner even doubted this Titan to be one of the 9 Titans.
What is going on? How can the Founder Titan be so weak?
Both Reiner and Annie look doubtfully at the green-eyed Titan, but even then they don't underestimate it and continue to remain on full guard. Letting out a roar, the green-eyed Titan stirs up. The debris falls off from his body. Standing up, he looks at the armored Titan, and again, like a beast, he pounces at him. But ultimately, fighting against both the armored and female Titans, it got brutally beaten back. Watching how easily the armored and female Titans handled it, there doesn't seem to be any need for both of them to fight, as either of them alone can handle it. Captain, what should we do? A soldier confusedly asks Ian, not knowing what is going on, looking at the fight between the trio of Titans. Hearing that, a gear turned in Ian's head, his eyes completely locked on the figure of the green-eyed Titan. His mind processing the plans that arrived in his mind one after another. We should attack the female Titan. Suddenly Armin's voice sounded, which immediately garners everyone's attention.
What are you saying?
A soldier questioned Armin, baffled at his suggestion. Looking at the figure of the green-eyed Titan, Armin's eyes shine. The hope of defeating the armored and female Titans rises in his mind. That Titan, he can be the key to beating the armored and female Titans. He has the strength to face them.
Eli.
But.
He is right. The protest of the soldier was silenced by Ian. That green-eyed Titan is targeting the armored and female Titans, and both of them also have their full attention on it. Everyone looks at the ongoing fight. The green-eyed Titan, surrounded by both armored and female Titans. The green-eyed Titan is clearly suppressed by them, but if we can take on one of them, then we will not have to worry about the other. Realization started to settle in everyone's mind, although they were skeptical, but they still understood the reason. Following that, Ian and the soldiers all got ready and advanced. The female Titan, who just sent a punch at the green-eyed Titan, immediately noticed the approaching figure of the soldiers.
Can't these guys take a break?
Annie thought frustratingly. Signaling Reiner about the advancement of the soldiers, she takes a step forward and gets ready to face them. Soon, with soldiers engaging the female Titan and the green-eyed Titan fighting the armored Titan, the situation gets into a standstill for a moment. The soldier continued to distract the female Titan, causing some injury to her body, while the green-eyed Titan also landed some solid hits on the armored Titan. Without caring about its defense, it completely attacked the armored titan. A powerful punch landed on the armored titan's face, creating a dent in his face armor. In return, Reiner took hold of the green-eyed titan's arm and twisted it. The sound of the broken bones reverberated throughout the area. But the green-eyed titan, without caring about anything, still lunged at the armored titan. But even with that, the situation didn't improve. The soldiers, even when working together, weren't able to take down the female titan. And the green-eyed titan, despite its continuous assault, wasn't able to penetrate the armored titan's defense. With a devastating punch to the green-eyed titan, its broken body falls down, and the green fire in its eyes gets doused. Steam started to rise, the muscle dissolving from its frame. Armin landed on a nearby rooftop. He helplessly looked at this scene, the defeat of the green-eyed titan disappointing him. The arrival of this enigmatic titan has rekindled his hope. In this tense atmosphere, he had been curious about his existence, as his presence seems to be different from other titans. But now, as the green-eyed titan lies there unresponsive, Armin feels the frustration of how everything seems not to make sense. Suddenly, a surprised expression appears on Armin's face. He looks at the armored titan, watching him moving towards the decomposing green-eyed titan body.
What is he doing?
Surprise flashes in Armin's eyes, unable to understand the action of the armored titan. Reiner, after defeating the green-eyed titan, moves toward him, ready to find the identity of this titan shifter. The arrival of this titan has made him link it to the Founder's Titan. But now, after completely defeating it, Reiner understands that this is not the Founder's Titan, but seems to be the other missing 9th Titan.
So the attack titan was inside the walls.
Reiner thinks, walking by its side. Reiner crouched down and lifts the head of the attack titan. Armin follows his every move, still confused about his every action. But the next second, his confusion turned into horror. Reiner holds the head of the attack titan and suddenly yanks it off. The head of the attack titan gets separated from its body, revealing a figure inside its nape.
Eren!
Armin roared in horror, finding the figure of Eren there. A shock hit him, completely paralyzing him. Similarly, Reiner, holding the separated head of the attack titan, looks in shock at the figure of Eren there. His mind goes blank. Silence engulfs everyone. The soldiers, Annie, and everyone else stood in silence, looking at the figure of Eren, a human emerging from inside the Chapter 36. Eren roars. His figure instantly zooms past the armored titan, and he lands on the severed nape of the attack titan. Without even considering the armored titan, he removes Eren from there and quickly moves away from there. Reiner looked in shock at Eren as Armin took him away in front of him. He hesitated to attack Armin, but in the end, before he could make a decision, Armin was already moving away from there. The soldiers all look in disbelief at what is happening. Their mind is blank. The world suddenly seems to be transformed into a foreign reality. They question what they are seeing. But the pain and tiredness in their bones force them to gulp down this twisted fact. Annie lets out a roar, which instantly wakes up Reiner from his stupor. Looking at Armin, who carries Eren with him, Reiner instantly gives chase. After all, a Titan shifter is still a valuable addition to their mission, even if it is their supposed comrade. Armin struggles to carry Eren with him. With his additional weight, Armin isn't able to properly use the ODM gear. Looking back, Armin feels the chill. The scene of the armored Titan bulldozing through the buildings appears in his vision. Gritting his teeth, he tried to maintain his balance, trying not to crash into any building. But it all seems futile as the figure of the armored Titan continues to bridge the distance. Ian, who was busy engaging the female Titan, stood petrified when he noticed a human figure emerging from the Titan's nape. The look in his eyes changed when he looked at the female Titan. The shine of clear intelligence in the armored and female Titans suddenly became clear to him. So when the armored Titan chased after Armin, Ian instantly ordered his subordinates to charge with him to save Armin and Eren. He immediately understood the significance of Eren, a human who can transform into a Titan. Even if he is nearly a devil in everyone's eyes, he still hopes to save this devil, who can potentially be a game-changer in their current situation. Armin ran away in panic with Eren with him, chased by the armored Titan, Reiner, behind whom the group of soldiers followed. Following, Ian quickly tried to catch up with the armored Titan, while Annie, the last in the line, started to pick up the pace, quickly outpacing the soldiers. The great commotion of their action quickly attracts everyone's attention. The civilians who ran away in panic and the other soldiers who were helping in evacuation and resisting the Titans all looked in wonder. At this game of chase, a painful grunt escapes from Armin's clenched teeth. The numbness in his arm continues to spread towards his shoulder, and his grip on Eren continues to weaken.
Damn it, Eren, wake up!
His painful scream did indeed send a reaction from Eren, who slightly opens his eyes, but it seems like he is still in a stupor. Armin despairs, looking at the still unconscious Eren. His previous wounds open up and continue to heavily bleed, but still, he didn't stop and continued to shakily advance with Eren. Reiner, who is chasing behind them, looks at the shortening distance between them.
I am sorry, guys, but I have to do this.
Hardening his resolve, he increases his speed, almost catching up to Armin. He stretches his hand to catch them. But suddenly, a golden thunder shines ahead. Its brilliance caught everyone off guard. The instant the familiar sound of thunder echoed, Reiner stopped dead in his step, his eyes fixed on the fog. Armin looks at the distance in front of him. A mysterious fog suddenly appears with golden thunder flashing in it, inside of which a shadow seems to rise. Surprised, Armin looked back and saw the figure of the armored Titan not chasing after him anymore. And instead it looked petrified, its gaze fixed on the fog. Finding the chance, Armin instantly takes a turn and dives down below the buildings, perfectly hiding himself and Eren. Ian and the soldiers, seeing that Armin has saved himself, stop chasing the armored Titan and take a turn. Also, hiding behind the buildings, they look in shock at the fog, which seems to have mysteriously appeared. Annie, the female Titan, didn't stop and arrived by the side of Reiner, watching intently at the fog. Suspense falls on the atmosphere. Everyone feels tense regardless of the soldier and the Titans. The next moment, a roar sounded, reverberating throughout the Trost district. The intense sound sends ripples through the air, the windows and door clatter, and the heart of everyone rattles. Everybody forgets to take the breath, holding their every action as a foreboding feeling rises in their mind. Shattering the silence, a figure walks out of the fog. The 20-meter Titan, Kevin Ethan, looks at the armored and female Titans, and as his blood-red eyes land on them, both of them feel the chill. A heavy feeling settles in Reiner and Annie's hearts. The pressure that Kevin's Titan form emits caused them to inadequately take a step back.
This has to be the Founder's Titan.
The single thought repeats inside their head. Looking at Reiner and Annie, Kevin thinks, "Finally, it is time to end this." Since the colossal Titan appeared, he had been searching for his target, Eren. But after searching through the entire Trost district, he finds that Eren seems to have gone missing. As after inquiring from his friend, he found that even they didn't seem to know where he is. So, ignoring the chaos created by the trio of warriors of Marleyan, he continued his search for Eren. But all of his attempts become futile. And when he thought maybe Eren had become aware of his presence and had already run away, he suddenly appeared. Transformed into his attack titan form, Kevin finds him fighting the armored titan. Today, in the chaos, he intends to silently devour Eren and gain the founding titan powers. But since Eren got beaten back and almost got caught by Reiner, Kevin becomes forced to show himself. Now transformed into his 20-meter titan form, with infinite power coursing through his veins, he takes a heavy step toward Reiner and Annie, ready to put an end to everything. Chapter 37. Kevin's 20-meter-tall titan has its dark raven hair spilled on his shoulder, its blood-red eyes searching for the figure of Eren. But the obstruction of the buildings caused him to not be able to perceive his location.
Today you can't escape, no matter what.
Various thoughts flashed through Kevin's mind, his journey till now, how agonizing it was to live as a titan, deprived of his humanity, living in isolation. Only he knows the terrible feeling, how his world suddenly changed. So when he gained his human form back, and gained a little spark of humanity,
I decided I would go to any length to protect my torn self. No matter if I have to face the fiction, the once admired protagonist and antagonist, or if it is the story of anime or manga. I am going to face the creeping insanity and the mind-blowing madness, no matter what.
his heavy steps fall down ahead, carrying his powerful intent, which strikes as a drum of fear in others' hearts.
It is Founder's Titan.
Looking at the perfect Titan's body, which suppresses their own, both Reiner and Annie thought that Kevin is the founding Titan. Knowing that there are only 9 Titans that can be inherited, with 6 Titans in control of the Marley Empire. With the 7th Titan, the Warhammer Titan, in the hand of the Tiber family, there remain 2 Titans, the Attack Titan and the Founder's Titan. With the initial appearance of Eren's Titan form, they confirm it to be the Attack Titan. So when Kevin arrives in his Titan form, they immediately link him to the remaining 9th Titan, the Founder's Titan. It has finally revealed itself. Rainier looked at the figure of Kevin's Titan form, which even suppressed his own Titan form. A faint pressure fell on him. But that didn't waver him. After waiting for so long, now that the purpose of his life stood in front of him, how could he back down? The thought of retreating and losing never even once entered his mind. There was not any choice, only a decision, and that was to advance. Reiner signals Annie. Their eyes meet, finding the similar conviction. Without any hesitation, both of them take a step forward. Looking at the approaching armored and female Titans, Kevin only gives them a fleeting glance, as their presence didn't put him in any concern. Only Eren matters to him. If he can devour him and gain the founding Titan power, then nothing in this world will be able to stop him. But the problem is that Armin has hidden away with Eren. He held a cautious approach regarding Eren. Initially, when he arrived inside the walls, he didn't immediately go in search of him, as he didn't know whether Eren knew about his presence due to the attacked Titan sharing its memories with his past self. He didn't want to get eliminated because he underestimated anyone. That's why he lay low for some time, trying to understand the situation. He wants to know how much his presence has changed the world. And that decision did help him. Only a few days after he arrived inside the wall, he found the drastic change happening. And the biggest one is about the action of the colossal Titan, which even puts him under pressure, as he knows the danger that the colossal Titan poses to him. Although he is confident enough to fight against any Titan shifter, still, he knows the reality. If he faces the colossal Titan, then the chances are that he may be completely trampled. And leaving the Founder's Titan, he doesn't even stand a chance against that type of power. That's why he didn't approach Aaron.
Who knows if he has access to the Founder's power?
He didn't want to take any rash action, so he remained silent, trying to formulate the plans. But suddenly, when he met Historia, he immediately took the chance and kidnapped her with Ymir, the Jaw Titan. First, she is one of the last known and alive people inside the wall who have the royal blood, which can trigger the Founder's Titan. That's why he took her, a variable that can cause him great pain. And the Jaw Titan, Ymir, was just a bonus that helps him enhance himself more. And that action of his seems to be the catalyst for further changes. The unrest rose inside the wall as soldiers got kidnapped one after another. And then, the fall of the Trust District. The colossal Titan appears, and this time he didn't just vanish after breaching the wall. But this time he alone almost took down the whole of the Trust District. Seeing the event happening, which deviates from the canon, he knows that the changes have already happened, and he is bound to be surprised. That's why when he finds Aaron getting almost caught by Reiner, he decides to interfere and throws caution to the wind and goes for it. Either he gets to devour Aaron, or he gets devoured. Letting out a roar, Reiner has already made up his mind to take back this Founder Titan no matter what. Taking a step ahead, moving toward Kevin, with Annie, the female Titan, in tow, both of them slowly advance toward him. Their slow steps slowly started to pick up pace, and soon they started sprinting. And, like how Aaron had arrived and pounced at Reiner, similarly Reiner and Annie both ran and pounced at Kevin, approaching, both of them trying to overthrow Kevin with force. But the action didn't happen like what Aaron had done. Instead of falling back, Kevin stood firm, not budging from his place. Reiner and Annie both become shocked as the powerful hands of the Kevin Titans form a clamp around their necks and choke them. In a guillotine hold. Then, in a swift motion, Kevin picks both of them up from the ground and slams them. Reiner and Annie, both of their ears buzzed, even though they were safe inside the nape of their Titan form. They still felt the shock from that move. Quickly standing up, Reiner looks at Kevin but becomes more surprised as a heavy kick lands at his Titan form, sending him crashing into a building. Annie, who had stood up before Reiner, didn't get the chance to interfere. But now she finds a chance to strike at Kevin as he stands there still reeling from the last attack. Crystal likes hardening form over her knuckles. The punch tears through the air and then lands heavily on Kevin's right cheek. Chapter 38. Annie throws that punch with all her might. The punch, hardened with the crystal, tore through the air and landed squarely on Kevin's right cheek. His head tilted to one side. A surprised expression appears on Annie's face. She clearly feels how easily Kevin took her punch. It seems like she had struck a thick column of stone. Slowly, Kevin straightened his face, the punch still connected to his face. On the right cheek, where the punch is connected, a hardened, shell-like layer seems to have grown, which clearly protects Kevin from the devastating punch. His cold, red eyes stared at Annie, who instantly felt like a predator had locked on her. In panic, she tried to retrieve her hand to form a distance. But faster than her, Kevin held her hand in a tight grip and landed his own punch at Annie's head. Looking at the zooming hand, Annie grits her teeth. She tries to form a hardening crystal on her face. The hand, as large as her own head, landed on the right side of her face. Teeth mixed with broken pieces of her flesh flew out of her mouth. The right side of her face, layered with the hardening crystal, cracked like a mirror. A spiderweb formed on her face. Annie, inside her Titan's nape, looks in disbelief at the power gap between her and Kevin. The large 20-meter-tall Titan body of Kevin nearly dwarfs the 15-meter-tall Titan form of Annie. At that moment, Annie feels the true power gap between them. That gap can't even be bridged with the help of Reiner. Soon after the fallen armored titan, Reiner stood up and again attacked Kevin. But all of his actions became futile, as both he and Annie weren't able to land any solid hits on Kevin. Even what they hit didn't do anything to him. Instead, all of Kevin's casual strikes sent them sprawling and greatly damaged. The scene was like how Reiner and Annie had beaten Eren when he arrived. But now the situation changes as Kevin gives them a beating. The houses and buildings all collapsed like they were made up of clay instead of bricks. The soldiers and civilians who were running in panic trying to save their lives now look in shock at this scene. The sound of broken buildings and falling bodies continues to reverberate throughout the Trost district. The ground shakes and buildings quiver in the aftermath. In a house away from the center of the battle, Armin looks at Eren. A deeply concerned expression etched on his face, smeared with ashes and blood. With his one eye covered in bandages, he looked completely tired. The short and deep breath escaped from his mouth. His one hand gripped the blade. His other hand tightly held Eren's hand. Now being away from the immediate danger, his muscles take a slight relaxation. With every breath, he feels the pain. A purplish mark spilled on his shoulder, spreading up to his neck, showing the signs of internal bleeding and torn muscles.
Eren!
His hoarse voice sounded in the silent house, trying to wake up the unconscious Eren. Eren's eyelid twitched slightly, and a frown formed on his face. Seeing his reaction, hope surged inside Armin's heart.
Eren, wake up, Eren!
He repeatedly calls out his name and nudges at him, trying to make him as conscious as fast as he can, so he can instantly move away from there. Move away from the danger, the Trust District. He doesn't want to fight anymore, nor does he have the will to fight for humanity. For now, what he cares about is his friend, his brother, and that is all that matters to him. Even in the rush and this tense and dangerous situation, he still understands the significance of Eren appearing out of the nape of the Titan. The doubts and confusion that have plagued his head all become clear to him. The appearance of the colossal Titan, armored Titan, and female Titan now makes sense to him. Looking at the half-opened eyes of Eren as he grimaces in pain, Armin again calls out to him, desperately trying to wake him up. Next second, the familiar sound of the ODM gear rang in Armin's ear. He immediately becomes alert. His tense eyes land on the broken gate of the house. A faint feeling of anxiousness rises in his heart. Shadows flicker outside the house, and soon, with the boots falling on the cobblestone, a figure moves inside the house. Ian Dietrich, entering inside the house, looks at Armin and Eren with an unreadable expression on his face. His solemn eyes landed on the unconscious Eren. Behind him, the other soldiers also enter inside the house. Their eyes all land on Eren, some with fear in them and some with shock. Remembering how Eren, a human, comes out of a Titan body, they all feel the shattering of their worldview. The way they look at the armored, female, and Kevin's Titans changed, knowing that a human may be inside them. Armin instantly notices the look inside the eyes of the soldiers. His grip on the blade tightened, and a worried expression appeared on his face. "Oh, Armin!" Ian calls out to Armin, who instantly looks at him, still guarded. "Are you all right?" Ian started walking up to Armin, like he wasn't affected by Eren.
Why, yes, sir, I am fine.
Armin replies, although still guarded. But against Ian, the man who fearlessly charges at the colossal titan, he feels like he can trust this man. Are you sure? A small smile appeared on Ian's face. Glancing at the various injuries on Armin, he remembered how Armin had replied the same when facing the colossal titan. Absolutely, sir, Armin replies. And then, considering the pain and tiredness he feels, he replies, Well, sir, I am indeed fine, but I don't think I will be able to move for some time. Don't worry, soldier, Ian replied. You have done enough for humanity, so take a rest and let us help you. Yes, sir. A sigh escaped from Armin's mouth, releasing some tension from him. Now, why don't you introduce your friend? Ian then looks at Aaron. The sound of destruction from the aftermath of the fight between Kevin, Reiner, and Annie continues to sound, affecting everyone. Inside the dark house, Armin looks tense, his eyes watching every movement of the soldiers who are present there. The same soldiers who were comrades some time ago now transform into potential adversaries. He tightened his grip on Aaron's hand, trying to shield him from the strange gazes of others. Don't worry, Armin. Sensing his discomfort, Ian said to him, You don't have to be guarded against us. Armin didn't reply but just stayed silent, his eyes still looking at everyone. Seeing no change in Armin's stance, Ian lets out a sigh.
It can't be helped.
Ian mumbled to himself. Well, why don't you introduce your friend? Looking at the unconscious figure of Aaron, Ian questioned Armin. Silence permeates the air, broken by the roar of Reiner's titan. The next second, tremors travel through the ground. Suddenly, the gazes fixed on Aaron and Armin are withdrawn, and some soldiers move out of the house to assess how the fight is going. Ian looks back and signals other soldiers with his eyes to ease their stance and ease the tense atmosphere. Following that, the soldiers ease off and put off their tense expression. Armin notices the action of Ian and feels the change in the atmosphere. Knowing that they are cooperating with him, Armin replies, He is Aaron Yeager. Looking at the still curious expression of Ian, Armin continues, He is my friend, and we are both from the Shiganshina district. After the fall of Wall Maria, both of us joined the military, and currently we are both members of the Military Training Corps. So you are both in the Training Corps? Yes, sir, we were stationed here in the Trost district for the final training. Being confirmed, Ian gives a nod and then thinks of something and decides to ask for it. Then, was your friend this special from the start? Eyes locked on Aaron, Ian finally asks Armin, who immediately turns tense.
No, sir.
Knowing that running and avoiding this will only make the situation worse, Armin chose to confront it head-on.
I don't know how he was inside the nape of that titan, but you have to believe me that he is with humanity.
Armin quickly replies, desperation flashing in his eyes. I believe you, Armin. Ian speaks up. But you have to understand, even if I believe in you, how can others have the same faith in your words? Armin looks in the eyes of other soldiers, who look at Aaron in distrust. Ian continues, I know you are an intelligent person, so you should be able to tell that this situation is very grim. The context of a living human appearing out of a titan's nape is something no one will believe if they didn't see it through their own eyes. The possibility of a human being. Although Ian left the word unsaid, but everyone immediately understood the heavy implications. So, Armin, I will ask you again, how can you prove to everyone that he isn't a threat but an ally? Ian cut to the point. Armin hesitated for a moment, but knowing that if he didn't handle the situation carefully, he might lose Aaron. So making up his mind, Armin hardened his resolve to protect Aaron. "Anyone!" Armin calls out to every soldier present there. Their gaze leaves Aaron and then focuses on him. "I know the situation is very puzzling, but you have to believe me. Aaron is not a danger that you have to be wary about. He is one of us. He is my friend," Armin said, looking at the face on Aaron as he seemed to be waking up.
"One of us?"
One of the soldiers, a middle-aged-looking man, points at Aaron, his eyes carrying fear of the unknown and the shattering of his belief.
"You said he is one of us." "No, not. He is not one of us. He is not a human being."
The hoarse voice of the middle-aged man cracked, his finger shaking.
"He is a devil. He is a titan."
Hearing that, the other soldiers, who were trying to ignore the fact, all have the same expression of fear and uncertainty. Some steps back. The look in their eyes when they see Aaron transforms into what they see when they look at a titan. In the tense atmosphere, someone even unsheathed his blade. Knowing that the situation is getting worse, Armin hurriedly tries to explain.
No, you are misunderstood. He isn't." "Misunderstood?"
The soldier interrupts him harshly.
"Do you think we don't have eyes? Do you think we don't see him appearing out of that titan nape?"
Fury appears in that soldier's action. His every word seems to be the collective question of others.
"Or do you think we don't have brains? We can all understand what that signifies, and after all that, how can you prove that he is a human? Tell me, answer us. We aren't going to waste our lives on your whims."
The soldier completely vented his fear and anger on Armin, who seems to be overwhelmed by the soldier, but gathering his courage, Armin still replies, not wanting to back down. "I understand you," Armin softly says, looking at the soldier who has just questioned him. "I know what your insecurities are, but haven't you yourself seen that even if that titan was Aaron from whom he appeared, he still attacked the titans? He fought against them. That alone shows that he is with humanity." Armin tries to reason with them, but the stubborn soldiers didn't seem to budge. Their question's still about Aaron's questionable humanity, whether he is a human or a titan. After trying to reason with them, Armin feels like he can't change their mind. Tired, he looks at Ian Dietrich, who patiently hears both of their words. Feeling the eyes of Armin, who wants to get his help, Ian Dietrich finally speaks up, silencing everyone. "Garmin," his voice sounded. Everyone focused on him. As in charge of the Trust District and their supervisor, everyone listened to him. "I hope you understand, but every person present here wants to know just one thing." Ian points out his one finger out and said, "And that is whether Aaron Yeager is with humanity or is he a titan?" Silence permeates the air. The soldiers all ask the same question to Armin with their eyes. Armin seems struck, having already explained everything to everyone. He feels like no matter what he says, no one is going to believe him. And just as it seems that Armin has no way left.
Kill.
The voice sounded from Aaron, covered in sweat. He mumbles unconsciously.
Kill. Cow.
"I am going to kill every titan."
Chapter 40.
"Kill. I am going to finish every titan from this world."
With a sudden jolt, Aaron wakes up. His eyes are still red with fury. Every breath he takes carries the rage. Disoriented from just waking up, Aaron looks in the direction of the soldiers. The haze before his eyes clouds him, so he is not able to recognize the soldiers. Instead, thinking of them as the titans, he tries to stand up and lunge at them.
"Damn you, titans! I will wipe out every one of you."
Looking at his ferocious expression, the soldiers step back in fear. The possibility of him turning into a titan flashes in their mind. Sweat started to gather on their forehead. But the next second, thud. Aaron falls down, his figure sprawled on the ground.
Killing the Titans, wiping them from the earth. Ring!
Armin cries out in worry, quickly approaching Aaron to check up on him. Aaron, get a hold on yourself. There are no Titans. Armin pins Aaron down, who struggles to stand up.
Huh?
Hearing Armin's voice, Aaron becomes confused. As he gains clarity, he looks at Armin and the other soldiers present there. A confused expression appears on his face.
Where are the Titans?
Aaron wonders aloud in puzzlement. He feels like just moments ago he was fighting against the Titans. But suddenly, finding himself here at a completely different place, a headache hits him. Wake up, Aaron. Seeing the confused expression of Aaron, Armin consoles him. Armin tells him about how the armored and female Titans had attacked. Aaron, where were you at that time? Armin carefully asks Aaron, looking at his face, which has now gained clarity.
Where was I?
Aaron looks somewhat puzzled, recalling the details. I remember that I was going after the Titans. Since the colossal Titan appeared and breached the wall, I continued to go after the Titans that entered inside the wall, killing one Titan after another, and then I suddenly saw the armored Titan, saying that a hateful expression appeared on his face.
I remember that Titan. It was the same one who had appeared in Shiganshina and destroyed the gate of Wall Maria.
Everyone there feels the rage inside his voice.
Seeing him, I really want to chop that Titan into pieces and finish him, so I immediately advance towards him.
Saying that Aaron becomes silent, he tries to recall what happens after that. What happens after that? Ian Dietrich, who has been focused on Aaron this whole time, asks him. Aaron stood puzzled. He didn't remember anything, as it seemed he didn't have the memories of what happened after that. Don't worry. Try to recall what happens. Noticing the puzzled expression of Aaron, Ian understood him. Aaron tries harder to recall. I was moving very fast towards the armored Titan, then I landed on a roof and took a run.
And just as I jumped from the roof, then...
Fragmented scenes enter his mind. An abnormal Titan eating him, his body getting torn in pieces. And then suddenly the flash of lightning, after which the scene shifted, and he appeared to become a Titan, fighting the armored Titan and a female Titan. Suddenly an intense headache hits him, causing him to pause to recall his memories. A painful groan escapes his mouth.
Aaron!
Armin quickly walks by his side to support him. Looking at the blood coming out of his nose, Armin becomes worried.
Aaron, stop. Don't force yourself.
While Armin helps Aaron to have him take a seat. No one asks anything or disturbs them, as they just look at them. After a moment, as Aaron seems to have recovered, Ian Dietrich says to Aaron, Aaron Yeager, the current situation is very grim, and you are in a very peculiar condition. Taking a pause, Ian lets his words sink into everyone's mind, then continues. If what everyone believes here is true, then the whole world is going to change. So I want to confirm it with you, Aaron Yeager. Can you transform into a Titan? Silence spread throughout the house, with the only sound of Titans clashing from outside. Hearing that, Aaron thought about the fragment memories he had seen. He tried to deny them, but an unknown feeling tells him that they are very real. Unable to dismiss the feeling, Aaron feels the absurdity and decides to tell the inevitable truth. Jess, a short reply from him. But to others, it seems to be never-ending. The heaviness further settles inside their hearts. I can transform into a Titan, Aaron said firmly, no fear appearing in his eyes. Good. Then, can you control your transformation? Ian's question surprised everyone. Hearing the calmness in his voice, they wondered if their captain didn't understand the significance of the matter. Aaron thought for a moment, recalling the feeling when he transformed into the Titan. "Yes, I can control my transformation," he replied confidently.
Very good. Then get ready if you want to prove yourself, whether you are with humanity or against it.
"Then transform into a Titan and take down those Titans." The powerful voice of Ian surprised everyone. Aaron, Armin, and other soldiers all looked in astonishment at him. "The fight isn't over. No one is allowed to take a rest. Gather up. We are going to finish those Titans." The whole of Trost district became the battlefield for Kevin, Reiner, and Annie. Reiner, standing in the ruins of buildings, pants heavily. His Titan form, the armored Titan, has its armor cracked from multiple sides. The Titan, known for its defense, now stands riddled with injuries and broken armor. Boom. Another building got crushed as Annie, the female Titan, stood up from the ground. The right hand of her Titan form was missing, and even the fast regenerative ability of her Titan form slowed down. Repeatedly using the regeneration to mend up her injuries took a heavy toll on her body. Both of them grimly looked at the Titan, who slowly advanced towards them. Kevin, in his Titan form, walks completely unscathed. No kind of injury is present on his body. And it seems like even if one more pair of armored and female Titans appeared, even then they would not give him any trouble. In the distance from them, in a safe place, Bertolt looks at the scene. He had been waiting for long, trying to find the best opportunity to strike. After getting defeated by Armin and the soldiers, he had become very cautious. That's why even when Aaron arrived first, he didn't take any action and continued to spectate, waiting for the perfect chance to take the action. And now, after waiting for so long, it seems like the opportunity has finally arrived. Bertolt looks in another direction. The figures of Aaron, Armin, and other soldiers become visible to him. Looking at their action, it appears that they are preparing to face the Titans. Instantly, an idea appears in his mind, and Bertolt moves toward Chapter 41. The group of soldiers, Armin, Aaron, and Ian Dietrich, stood ready to face the Titans. Although the soldiers give various looks to Aaron and even seem guarded against him, still, against the Titans and under the instruction of their captain, they have to stand by his side. Looking at their group, other soldiers who were scattered around started to gather and join them, increasing their number. Among the incoming soldiers, one inconspicuous figure moves towards them. Bertolt Hoover, the holder of the colossal Titan, joins their group with his own purpose. He is not here to fight the Titans. As the person who is behind the destruction of the walls, he isn't here to fight for the people of the walls. His motive behind joining them is that if he alone approaches the Founder Titan, then that would be seen as abnormal, and if the Founder Titan becomes alert, it may run away. But now that he had joined them, he got the reason to advance toward the figure of Kevin, Reiner, and Annie under the banner of fighting for humanity. And on top of that, with Aaron, a Titan shifter, the focus of everyone will be on him, which will give Bertolt the perfect chance to get as close as he can to Kevin. With one fell swoop attack, he will take down him, completing the mission for which they have arrived here.
Just a little more, Reiner and Annie continue to engage him. The victory is within our grasp.
Looking at the struggling figures of Reiner and Annie, who are facing Kevin and just barely surviving against him, Bertolt tightened his grip on his ODM gear, desperate to reach there as soon as possible. Ian Dietrich, looking at the newcomers, gives them a brief overview of what they are going to do, telling a made-up story to cover up Aaron's transformation. He asks the soldiers who want to advance together with them and tells the soldiers to leave if they want. Hearing that, most of the soldiers agree. Almost no one wants to back down from saving their home, and even if there's a human who can transform into a Titan, that doesn't stop them. So, are you ready? Ian Dietrich asks Aaron, who has his eyes fixed on the ongoing battle between the Titans. Yes, I am. Aaron replies firmly, his voice having a peculiar calmness to it. That is good. Today, the fate of humanity lies upon you, so don't disappoint anyone. Worry not, today we are going to win. Aaron speaks with conviction.
Win?
Ian seems to think of something, looking at the massive figure of Kevin, which radiates intense power. Are you sure you will be able to take down that guy? Something strange shines in Aaron's eyes. Looking at Kevin, he said, that guy is clearly troublesome, but with the addition of you guys, taking him down should not be impossible. I hope so too. Otherwise the outcome is going to be clearly very ugly. Saying that, Ian Dietrich addressed other soldiers, telling them to be prepared to fight, and explaining his plan, everyone stood completely ready. Arriving by Aaron's side, Ian asks him, so how does the transformation work? How did you turn into a Titan? Hearing that, Aaron brings his hand up and says, to transform into a Titan, I need a trigger, mainly an injury.
Injury?
A slight question mark appears on Ian's face. So, do I need to cut you? Unsheathing his blade, Ian looks at Aaron. No need, I can do that myself. Aaron suddenly moved ahead. With his ODM gear, he landed on the ground, in an open square. Everyone's eyes follow him, their intense gaze fixed at him, ready to witness the unbelievable transformation of a human into a Titan. Strange light flickers in Aaron's eyes. Something seems to awaken in them. Then, the next second, he suddenly brings his hand to his mouth and ruthlessly digs his teeth into his hand. Red blood gushes out, and with it, the flash of lightning. Golden lightning strikes, blinding common people's eyesight, while Kevin, Annie, and Reiner all look in surprise towards this sudden appearance of thunder. Aaron, so you decided to show yourself. Kevin looks in anticipation of the rising figure of the attack Titan. Show me what you have got. On what basis did you choose to face me? Kevin ignores Reiner and Annie, and instead gets ready to face Aaron. Surprised gasps sounded collectively. The soldier, Ian, Armin, and everyone else look in wonder at the now transformed figure of Aaron into the Titan. Suddenly, Aaron turns back. His 15-meter-tall Titan body puts heavy pressure on everyone. Some soldiers even back down in fear. Aaron, now the attack Titan, continues to glance at them, causing sweat to appear on their foreheads.
Aaron, you can do it. Control yourself.
Armin silently mumbles to himself, hoping for their plan to succeed. Just as it seems that Aaron is going to attack them, he suddenly turns back, his gaze directly landing on the figure of Kevin's Titan form. Aaron's eyes started to glow green, meeting Kevin's red eyes. Aaron didn't back down and then took a step toward him. Reiner and Annie, looking at the approaching figure of Aaron's attack Titan, almost cursed aloud. Their situation was already very critical, as they were just somehow surviving till now, and now with the addition of Aaron, a supposed ally of the Founder's Titan, both of them despair.
Damn it, Berthold, where are you? Are you waiting for any one of us to get killed before arriving?
Both Annie and Reiner think of Berthold. His absence troubles them. The initial plan was that when the Founder's Titan appeared, both Reiner and Annie would engage it first, and then, getting the chance, Berthold would arrive and take down the Founder's Titan by surprise. But since the appearance of Kevin, a lot of time has gone by, but there is still no hint of his presence. causing both Annie and Reiner to worry. Even the thought of abandoning the fight arrives in their minds, but still the possibility of Bertolt arriving holds them from retreating. While both of them worry, Bertolt looks in amazement at Eren. "Soldiers, advance together with Eren, attack them!" Ian roars out, causing the soldiers to immediately use their ODM gear and arrive by Eren's Titan form. The fear that they feel upon reaching near the Titan doesn't get registered by them now that they move together with Eren, a Titan. Bertolt, maintaining some distance, follows their group, excitement surging inside his eyes.
Soon, we are going to win,
he thought happily. Eren, transformed into his attack Titan form, moves towards Kevin. The heavy thuds of his steps hammered on the hearts of dumbstruck soldiers. Mouths opened, they look at Eren's incredible transformation. The things that they have never thought of in their lives just happened in front of their eyes. A human turning into a Titan. Although unimaginable and incomprehensible, they still move on the order of their captain, Ian Dietrich. With a shout from the top of his lung, the soldiers immediately wake up from their stupor. While maintaining some distance from Eren, they also start to move. Everyone keeps one eye on Eren and the other in the front. After all, it is the first time they are cooperating with a Titan. Bertolt looks at the Titan, Eren transformed into. So this is the missing attack Titan, Bertolt thought, a slightly puzzled expression on his face.
But how does this Titan get inherited by Eren?
Initially, when Eren appears in the attack Titan form, Bertolt also believes it to be the Founder's Titan and almost rushes toward it. But with the appearance of Kevin, the idea of Eren being the Founder's Titan immediately dies down. After all, in comparison to Eren, Kevin looks more convincing. Well, it doesn't matter, soon it will also fall in our hand, Bertolt thought with conviction, his eyes following Kevin's Titan. Resolve burns in his heart to reach the conclusion of their mission, for which they have remained 5 years away from their home and destroyed countless others. Looking at Kevin, Bertolt thought,
"Today is going to be your final day, Founder Titan."
Fighting spirit ignites in him. Thinking of the victory in sight, Bertolt almost let out a small smile.
"Just a little more. Once I reach there, you will be finished."
The shortening of distance causes him to become excited. Only the figure of Kevin remains in his vision, his mind solely focused on him. The next moment, the sound of something tearing through the air sounded in Bertholt's ears.
Wah!
He cried out in panic. A large hand zooms in on his eyes. The thick fingers, the size of his own, quickly wrap around his body and restrain him. Everything happens too fast for Bertolt. Before he could understand anything or even get startled, he finds himself between the jaws of the attack Titan.
Huh?
A confused sound echoed from Bertolt. The next second, the teeth fell on his body. With it, chaos begins. The soldiers who were marching for the battle scatter in disarray, and panic and fearful voices sound.
"Ark! It kills someone! This is Titan. We shouldn't have trust in it. Kill it! Finish him! This is no human!"
The delicate balance instantly breaks. The trust, which was fragile to begin with, gets shredded.
"Why? Eren."
Armin looks in a daze at the 15-meter-tall Titan, parting the dark hair, where green eyes shine intensely. Armin's mind goes blank. Unable to understand what is going on, he knows Eren, but now looking at those green eyes, Armin feels there is an unknown person inside there. Ian Dietrich lets out a defeated sigh.
"Have I bet on the wrong move? Is there really no chance for humanity to fight back against the Titans?"
Looking at the scattered soldiers, Ian feels like he has lost the battle. The humanity is lost.
There, hold it.
Reiner's eyes become vacant. The scene of Berthold getting crushed between the attack titan's jaws continues to replay in his mind. The confused eyes of Berthold at his last moment flash before his eyes. Horror paints Annie's face. The flashback of the day when they lost Marcel repeats in her head, overlapping with the image of Berthold. She almost breaks down, thinking about her failure. She feared she would never be returning to her father's side. Aaron, the attack titan, starts moving toward Kevin, his shining green eyes fixed on Kevin. Gone was the earlier familiarity from his gaze. Instead, coldness and anger stared at Kevin. Suddenly, the whole atmosphere transformed. With Reiner, Annie, and others radiating bleakness, Aaron and Kevin became the center of attention. Suddenly, surprised gasps sounded from the panicked soldier.
What is he doing? Does he want to commit suicide?
The soldiers look in confusion at Armin as he makes a sudden movement. Using the ODM gear, he lands near Aaron's Titan form's neck.
Aaron.
Landing on his shoulder, Armin looks at the tense, radiating eyes.
Why are you doing all of this?
Armin said in desperation, but Aaron, like he doesn't care about anything, continues to advance without any reaction. Not getting any kind of gesture, Armin thought depressingly, about how today everything happened that doesn't make sense. From the appearance of Titans, to now Aaron suddenly having the ability to transform into a Titan. Silence fell over the place with the pleading of Armin, which got broken the next second. So, this is what you have got. A powerful voice reverberated throughout the air. The soldiers, Armin, Reiner, and Annie, everybody stares in shock at Kevin.
It spoke.
A soldier tremblingly points his finger at Kevin.
A Titan actually spoke.
Madness started to creep into their minds. Wide-eyed and open-mouthed, they stare at the ongoing scene with trembling hearts. Hearing Kevin, a 20-meter-tall Titan, speak, everyone stood shocked while Aaron continued to advance, like that didn't surprise him. Kevin, in astonishment, looks at Aaron, the attack Titan, who previously looked weak but now radiates coldness and immense power. A small smile crept on Kevin's Titan face, creeping out the soldiers more.
Amazing. That was a nice move.
Kevin sounded amazed. But if you think that with the addition of the colossal Titan, you will be able to stop me, then you are simply being delusional. His words don't affect Aaron, but to the soldiers they create further unrest and chaos. Using the ODM gears, some soldiers start to run away from there.
Aaron, what is going on?
Armin, standing on the shoulder, asks Aaron in confusion.
Tell me, Aaron, what is going on? Are you hiding something from us?
Hearing the words of Kevin, Armin quickly feels that something different is going on, which Aaron is aware of, so he tries asking him. But Aaron, in response, brings his hand toward Armin. Looking at the approaching hand, Armin doesn't dodge. Instead, he lets Aaron grab him. No fear appeared in his eyes, as he knew Aaron would never harm him. Picking up Armin, Aaron carefully puts him on a house roof. Then, without even glancing at him, he continued. Armin looks lost, standing there. He just gazes in the direction of Aaron. Chapter 43. In the broken and destroyed Trost, wails of people sounded amidst the chaos. Soldiers, who have advanced on their adversaries with hope, now fall back in panic. Their fearful eyes landed on Aaron, the attack Titan. Inside the nape of his Titan form, Aaron looks at Kevin with hateful eyes. The hue of green shines intensely in his iris. Memories of the future, of what had already happened, flash in his mind. Gritting his teeth, Aaron thought in frustration,
From where did this guy come? He shouldn't even exist.
Since around 6 months ago, Aaron suddenly started gaining strange memories. In them, He saw the destruction of their world. Everyone died. Armin, Mikasa. Behind all of this there remained a single figure, and that was this strange titan in front of him. In his memories, he himself warned him continuously, to be precise, the future him. At first he became confused and even thought of himself becoming insane. But as time went on, he started to see the same event happening as in reality. That was when he started to understand the significance of the memories, after which the memories of the future became very clear. But at that time, it was already very late. All the possible futures lead to the same inevitable, and that is this strange titan. Eren didn't understand the motive of this person, but one thing is clear. It is all about survival, in which either he or this strange person will survive. Kevin looks at Eren, completely ignoring Reiner and Annie. He maintains his focus on him. Kevin has thought of different scenarios in which they will meet. But now, looking at the shortening distance between him and Eren, Kevin lets out a quiet sigh. The thought of what if. The scenario would have been different. Instead of him becoming an adversary of Eren, he would have become his friend. And then this whole scene would have been different. But his fundamentals, the Devourer, and his skill put him at odds with Eren. But even then, he may have considered it differently if the time limit of 3 years was not imposed. But what can he do? Even now, he is in the dark about his possible future. The only path for me is to move forward and only care about my own survival. It doesn't matter even if I have to ruin the world which I had yearned for. Because, after all, in the end, what matters is who will win.
Eren!
Shh. Kevin speaks loudly, a hint of warning in his tone. The blood-red eyes look intensely at Eren, into his green eyes. Suddenly, flashes of memory started to pour into Eren's mind. The crumbled walls, deep craters in the ground, images flash one after another. The distorted and broken scenes of two titans fighting with each other. Then suddenly everything pauses, and a single image hangs before his eyes. Mikasa lies on the ground, surrounded by cold red blood. Her lifeless eyes gazing in the void, which seems to directly look at him. Then blank. Anger rises in Eren's heart. His blood starts to boil with hatred. Again the same memories and same scene. Letting out the roar of grief, he starts to run at Kevin.
Do you want everyone here to die?
The question from Kevin abruptly halts. Eren. Kevin, looking at Eren, said knowingly, "You should understand that in this Attack Titan form you will never be my opponent. And only by transforming into the colossal titan do you have a chance." His loud voice echoed, stirring the strings of pain in Reiner's and Annie's hearts. "And look around, you are surrounded by your friends. Do you really want to vaporize them just for a chance to resist me?" Looking at the talking titan, the civilians and the soldiers go into hysteria, whereas Armin stood with a vacant look, unable to understand what was happening. Kevin thinks, his blood-red eyes staring at Eren. It seems he did care for them. Seeing that Eren had stopped after he warned him, a hint of relief appears in his eyes. Although he didn't fear facing Eren or anyone, but still, the colossal titan is troublesome even for him. And with how close he is towards his goal, there is no need for him to gamble in a risky battle. And with Eren devouring the colossal titan, it also implies that Eren is able to access memories of the future. But to what extent makes another point for him to remain cautious. But the next moment, with a heavy thud, Eren again started to advance towards him.
What? Does he not care about his friend?
A shock ripples in Kevin's eyes. looking at Armin, Jean, Sasha, and other figures from the canon who are close friends of Eren, he thinks. If he transforms into the colossal titan, then the chances of them surviving are very low. So why? Or does he have another reason? Kevin ponders for a second, but then shakes his head. If it has come to this, then so be it. The next moment, cold words pour out of his mouth.
Mikasa is in my hold.
The word slices through Eren's heart and mind, instantly paralyzing him.
Do you want her to receive the same treatment as your mother?
The chilling sensation crept over Eren. The image of Mikasa, drowned in the pool of blood, appeared in his mind. The dream refreshed, the image of his mother and Mikasa overlapping each other. I will give you a chance. Eren looks at Kevin, blood almost flowing out of his eyes. If you want to save her, then come to Shiganshina district. Saying that, Kevin turns around and starts to move away from there.
Remember, don't be late. Otherwise, don't blame me if you don't find her in one piece.
With the final words, intense smoke started to discharge out of his body, enshrouding his whole surroundings. Eren lets out a roar of anger. Understanding that Kevin was going away from there, he started to run at him. The 15-meter-tall titan zoomed past the broken buildings and plunged into the smoke. For a moment, nothing happened. Silence spread everywhere. After some time, smoke started to thin out, and the lone figure of the attack titan became visible. Its shining green eyes fall on Reiner and Annie. Goosebumps rise on their body. The feeling of dread seeps into their bones. Everything happened so fast that no one was able to understand a single thing. The turning of events and the missing bits of information confused everyone. Reiner looks at Annie, trying to find a semblance of support or anything to understand what is going on. Chapter 44. Kevin, knowing that the situation had turned difficult, immediately retreated from there. In the first place, he knows that facing Eren would not be easy, as there are many unknowns surrounding him. First, and most importantly, the Founder's Titan, even though Eren doesn't have the royal blood in him and Kevin had already removed Historia from there. The variable through which Eren can access the Founder's Titan. Still, who can say with certainty that Ymir will not favor Eren, as she had done in the canon? Then came the Attack Titan, with the ability to foresee the memories of its future inheritor. That is the area where even Kevin is completely blind. In the case of the Founder's Titan, at least he knows that Eren doesn't have access to its power, if there is no if. But in the case of the Attack Titan ability, knowing the future, it completely puts Kevin in the blind. After all, he who in the present has the knowledge of the future holds the power in his hand. And that also proves Kevin right in his cautiousness. The abrupt action of Eren to devour Bertolt clearly shows that Eren, to a certain degree, has the memories of the future. And as for how much, no one knows except him, making it the prime reason why Kevin didn't hesitate and instantly retreated. After all, fighting against Eren, who has the colossal titan in future knowledge, is completely illogical. That's why, to gain an advantage over Eren, and to gauge his power limits, Kevin had already searched for Mikasa, and, upon finding her, taken her in his hold. Anyone who knows Eren knows that Armin and Mikasa are the reverse scale of his, the people he cherishes the most in his life. That's why, with Mikasa in his hand, Kevin at least feels that he has some control over the situation, and retreated successfully, acting on his next plan to face Eren. With the sudden disappearance of Kevin, Eren's eyes fell on the armored and female titans. The menacing look in his eyes sent shivers down their spines. Reiner and Annie stood completely petrified. The turns of the event left them completely stunned, unable to react for a while. It was only when Aaron arrived in front of them that they woke up from their stupor. Looking at Aaron, anger boils inside Reiner. The loss of his friend almost breaks his spirit. Letting out a roar of grief, anger, and much more, Reiner lunges at Aaron.
I will kill you. How can you take Berthold away from us?
Annie sees the madness in Reiner's eyes and also feels the sadness. But the current situation doesn't even allow her to remember anything related to Berthold as she looks at the clash of Aaron and Reiner. This time, surprisingly, Aaron gains the upper hand in just a few moves. The broken and dissipated body of the armored Titan releases heavy smoke. Reiner, inside the nape of the Titan, looks at Aaron with hatred. The image of Berthold being devoured by Aaron flashes in his mind.
No, not once again. I can't let that repeat again.
Like a broken machine, Reiner repeats the same thoughts inside his mind. With a single goal in his eyes, he wants to rip apart Aaron's stomach and retrieve Berthold from there. But the situation changes completely. Instead of him taking out Aaron, he gets completely suppressed by Aaron. Annie looks in shock at the attack Titan who, within a few moves, takes down Reiner.
Idiot, we should run away from here,
Annie thinks, knowing that they have completely lost, and staying here any longer is going to cost them their lives. Just then, with a violent roar, Aaron rips apart one arm of Reiner and immediately grabs his nape. Startled, Annie tries to reach Reiner to help, but before she could even take a step, blood gushes out of the armored Titan's nape. The flesh, which was strongly armored, gets torn apart like paper. In the blood and smoke, Reiner's figure became visible. Instantly, the hand of the attack Titan reaches toward him and rips him apart from the Titan's body. Reiner's eyes roll back in pain. Knowing what had happened, he even tries to trigger the transformation again. But having already consumed his lot of stamina, the transformation fails. Feeling helpless, despair reaches his eyes. Looking at the open maw of the destruction, Reiner now regrets his action. Annie looks at the broken pieces of Reiner's body and feels the chill. Instantly, without wasting any time, she ejected from her Titan's nape, and, using the ODM gear, quickly fled from there.
Everything is over. We have failed.
Despair and gloom appear in Annie's mind.
I can't do anything. I have to return to Marley. Otherwise, I will also be finished.
The thought of running away from Paradise Island firmly takes root in her mind. But the next second, a shadow flashed by her side. Looking at Aaron, who has left his Titan form and, similarly using the ODM gear, quickly arrives by her side. Despair and fear started beating in her chest. Before she could even process anything, the hand of Aaron clamped her lower jaw. Like hooks piercing the fish mouth, Aaron's fingers clawed the inside of her mouth. No words escape her, as the coldness of Aaron's gaze freezes her mind. Pleading tears started to gush out of her eyes. But like a merciless fisherman, Aaron didn't care about her. A flash of lightning appears. Armin, who was looking at the decomposing figure of the attacked Titan, searching for Aaron, immediately gets attracted by this familiar sound. Looking in the direction from where the golden light shines, Armin instantly uses his ODM gear. Landing on the roof of a building, Armin's eyes fell on the figure of Aaron as he came out of the Titan's nape. Reaching Aaron's side, Armin instantly burst out with question after question.
Aaron, are you all right? What is happening, Aaron? Who was that strange Titan? Do you know him? And what happened to Mikasa? She is safe, right? Aaron?
The voice of Armin completely dies down towards the end. A single drop of tears fell. Looking at the hollow eyes of Aaron, Armin immediately broke up and a feeling of pain started to rise inside his heart.
Aaron?
His voice turned choked as his throat drowned in pain.
Why aren't you saying anything? Why aren't you sharing anything? Aaron, why are you suffering through this alone? Don't you remember our promise? We are going to face everything together.
Saying that, streams of tears started to flow out of Armin's eyes. The cold voice of Aaron sounds in Armin's ear. Armin looks up at Aaron, who suddenly hugs him. Feeling the coldness and heaviness in him, more tears run down Armin's face. Silence followed for a few seconds. Armin tries to take the torment from Aaron, ready to help his friend as he can. The next second, Aaron breaks free from Armin's hold. "Take care, Armin." Armin tries to catch him, but the broken and tired body of Armin doesn't have the strength to stop him. Armin roars out in pain, looking at Aaron, who turns his back and starts to move away from there.
Aaron!
Armin gives chase, but suddenly darkness starts to consume his vision. The figure of Aaron becomes blurry, and then with a thud he falls down. Aaron, who was moving ahead, gives a glance back, looking at the unconscious Armin. He then looks behind at a specific building. Finding Ian Dietrich there, Aaron continues and, using the ODM gear, quickly rises in the air. Traversing through the crumbled houses and destroyed buildings, he crosses the broken hole in the Trost district. The horizon arrives in his vision with the flashes of memories of the ever-changing future. 45. The ominous red sun hung high in the black sky, dark clouds carrying destruction, silently weeping. The blood drops fell on the cracked land below. Surrounded by the murky haze, Aaron cautiously moves through the complex maze of the buildings. His boots splashing on the wet floor, a frown appeared on his face. Alone with no one present there, a hint of uneasiness starts to beat in his dead heart. Glancing through the haze, his eyes landed on the sky. There are no colossal walls. Finding the absence of the cage that had once tormented him, no joy flashed on his face. Instead, the feelings of loss and uneasiness intensified. Suddenly, an abrupt shift seems to happen in front of him. The haze, which had heavily settled on the floor and was making it difficult to traverse, suddenly started to increase. Now, even looking at arm's length becomes difficult. The rain, which should have reduced the haze, gets devoured by the rapidly expanding smog. The smell of sulfur started to spread through the area. Feeling the abrupt changes, Aaron became more cautious. Silently and slowly, he started to move, intending to enter any building to find some semblance of safety. But the next second, a red glow appears in front of him. A pair of colossal blood-red eyes landed on him, causing dread to grip his heart. Tearing through the air and haze, a giant hand clamped at him. Suddenly, like a broken mirror, the scene started to break down, and another set of memories started to play in Aaron's mind. Riding a horse, Aaron moves towards Shiganshina. With the future in the shadows, Aaron ignores the constant memories that appear in his mind and instead starts to think about how and when things started to go down. Reading through his memories, the final answer all points at the single figure, the strange Titan, the source of his nightmares and the only Titan which constantly appears in his mind. One thing is clear to Aaron, that the strange Titan will not stop at anything, and no matter what Aaron tries to do, the strange Titan will always oppose him. So, Aaron steels his heart and, without any hesitation, plunges towards the inevitable. Traveling as fast as he can, Aaron finally sees the wall in the distance. Quickly arriving near them, he abandons his horse and, firing the ODM gear, starts to scale the wall. His figure swiftly moves upward, and, with a final push from the ODM gear, Aaron crosses the wall. The intense light from the sun blinds him for a moment, but the next second surprise flashes in his eyes. The wall in front of him, the front section, which divides the border of Shiganshina district from the outer world, lay crumbled. But it was not this that sent a shockwave in Aaron's heart. Instead, it was the colossal bodies of the Titans that lay there. The decomposing steam rises from their bodies, making Aaron lose the confidence he had in his colossal Titan. The scene is different from the memories he had seen, but all memories regarding the strange Titan remain unclear, as it seems that he is unable to perceive him. Even then, this scene clearly surprises him. Kevin, who was seated above the dead body of a colossal Titan, suddenly looks at the figure of Aaron, who stood atop the wall, likely anticipating his arrival. Similarly, Aaron also spotted him. At the same time, both of their eyes flashed with fierce lights of green and red. Gritting his teeth, the powerful voice of Aaron sounded in the whole of Shiganshina.
Where is Mikasa?
His voice clearly reaches Kevin, who lets out a silent snort. You are lucky that you arrived just in time. I was getting bored of eating these colossal Titans. Saying that, Kevin started to stand up, his dark raven hair shining with captivating luster. Standing at the height of above 2 meters, his ruby-like red eyes landed on Aaron.
Come on, Aaron,
His high-pitched voice echoed.
What are you waiting for?
Letting out a full grin, Kevin said with excitement in his eyes.
Only one of us will survive. It is the game of death. The one who will win will devour the other and get all the powers.
Spreading out his hand, madness reeks from him.
So, let's find out who will have the last laugh of freedom.
Looking at Kevin, who radiates an intense aura, Aaron chooses to forget about everything and only focuses on the present. The person in front of him is clearly dangerous, a very dangerous being, and he knows fully well that this is going to be the hardest battle he will ever have. With his most powerful ability, the Attack Titan, not working properly, and no way to access the Founding Titan's powers, Aaron has to fight with the Colossal Titan. Which should have given him confidence, but looking at Kevin, he has a feeling that the Colossal Titan will not be enough to face this guy. But since the situation has already deteriorated enough, and with no other option, he has to do it. Still, one thing troubles him. And noticing the frown on his face, Kevin understood. Hey, why are you still standing there and not rushing at me like a mad hound?
Oh, I understand.
Letting out an expression of understanding, Kevin dramatically said to Aaron, Don't worry, I know what you were worried about. Kevin lets out a loud whistle. Instantly, a Titan of 10 meters emerges from behind the broken wall. James, why don't you show our friend his girl? He is very worried to see her. Looking at the pure Titan, Kevin calls out to him. His eyes shine brightly. In response to that, the Titan named James opens his hand, revealing the figure of an unconscious girl, Mikasa Ackerman.
See, you should hurry now. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that James will not misbehave and take a small bite of her.
Kevin lets out a small snicker, mischievousness flashing in his eyes. Anger boils inside Aaron's mind. Letting out a roar of rage, he instantly fires the ODM gear, pushing out the gas in full force. Aaron soars in the sky, his figure rapidly approaching Kevin.
What? That's it.
Kevin lets loose his muscles, feeling the infinite power coursing through his being. He relishes for a moment, but thinking about the possible power-up he will get after devouring Aaron, the Founder's Titan, he opens his eyes and started to slowly walk forward. The distance between them continued to shorten. Aaron, who is in the sky, suddenly brings his hand to his mouth and fiercely sinks his teeth into his flesh. With the flash of golden lighting, blood, muscles, bones, veins, and organs started to form around him. A shadow started to cast upon Kevin. Looking above at the sky, he saw the transformation of Aaron clearly capturing every movement. Kevin lets out an intensifying, wide smile, and with that, golden and purple lightning started to discharge out of his body. Next second, tendrils of flesh digs out of his body, his ribcage tears through the skin, and started to grow. And in just a few moments, two behemoths take shape, manifesting out of thin air, one in the sky, covered with red crystal armor. Its menacing green eyes shines with rage and destruction. And the other, on the ground, stood like an amalgamation of beast. Thick hide and shell armors covers the vulnerable part of his body, with sharp claws and fangs. Its red eyes lit with fire, spewing out hot steam from his mouth. Both of them look at each other. The next second, the sound of destruction spread throughout the destroyed Shiganshina. Two suns seemed to manifest into reality, flattening the ruins of Shiganshina. Like demons descended into the mortal world, both Aaron and Kevin, transformed into the colossal titans, start to fight each other. Every strike from them tears the air and shakes the earth. Their 70-meter height reaches the sky, and the intense smoke and heat and destruction that follow them make the place look like a scene from hell. The red crystal armor of Aaron's Titan form easily takes the lethal strike from Kevin, who has the Jaw Titan ability. One has the strongest defense, while the other has the strongest offense. Both of them continue to land strike after strike on each other. For a moment, the situation got in a stalemate, as Kevin wasn't able to break the defense of Aaron. While Aaron, who has the ability of hardening, did land some solid hits on Kevin, but that didn't do anything to him. And soon, with the monstrous durability and stamina, Kevin started to overpower Aaron. Slowly but surely, Aaron was losing to Kevin, who doesn't slow down, but instead, with every strike, continues to become more ferocious. Without caring about his defense, Kevin lets loose one attack after another on Aaron. With another powerful strike from the sharp claws of Kevin, the jaw of Aaron's Titan form breaks. Inside the nape of his Titan form, Aaron feels the loss of strength in his body. The intense heat charred his skin black, but still gritting his teeth, Aaron continues to fight. "Is that it, Aaron?" The demonic voice of Kevin echoed in his ear. Kevin looks at Aaron, who seems to reach his limit. Disappointment flashes in his eyes. "I think you aren't motivated enough," said Kevin. Hearing that, Aaron suddenly has a terrible premonition.
"James!"
The cold utterances by Kevin trigger a change.
"No!"
Aaron cries out, the hoarse voice sounding from his colossal Titan form. Looking at the scene that dreads his soul, Aaron feels the shattering of his reality. No amount of pain feels similar to the feeling he is having now. The dreams, the nightmares, the darkness consume him. The future he desperately tried to protect continued to shatter in front of him. And with that, the last bit of rationality, humanity, he has completely lost. A sudden change happened in the red crystal-armored colossal Titan. The blood crystal armor suddenly turns into magma, the red muscles catch the fire, and the Titan starts to burn. Kevin, who is standing in front of Aaron, feeling the rising intense heat, lets out an excited roar. Surprisingly, changes also started to happen in Kevin's Titan form. Like a demonic beast, his form becomes more animalistic. The claws sharpened, the armored and thick hide grew more vigorously, the size of his limbs became abnormally large, and the most stunning two protrusions appeared on his forehead, from where horns started to slowly grow. The red eyes spewing out fire look at the green eyes that devour the death. The next moment, the demons collide like beasts. Aaron, having gone berserk, pounced at Kevin, who in retaliation tries to counter, But the newfound strength of Aaron overpowers Kevin. Pushing Kevin to the ground, Aaron rides him and madly throws punch after punch at him. Anger and despair cloud his vision, with the only thought of finishing the being in front of him. The heavy, crystallized punches landed on Kevin's Titan form within just a few punches. The skull caved in, and the powerful bones started to shatter. Sensing no response from Kevin, Aaron, who has already lost his mind, started to bring his mouth close to Kevin's Titan nape. Like a beast after catching his prey, he tries to break the neck of his helpless prey. Just as Aaron was about to sink his teeth into the flesh, sudden lightning struck behind him, and a powerful explosion occurred. From the intense heat, a new colossal titan started to rise, who quickly attacked Aaron, who didn't expect someone to attack from behind. Kevin, who was overpowered by Aaron, quickly leaves his titan body through his leg and again triggers the transformation. With the unexpected move by Kevin, the situation changes. Aaron tries to fight back, but having lost his rationality, and with the sudden attack, Kevin overpowers him. And in just a few moments, Aaron got completely suppressed. The power-up he got started to lose, and instead the energy it cost started to settle in Aaron. With the loss of power in his body, Aaron started to regain the clarity. But before he could do anything, Kevin ripped apart the nape of the colossal titan and exposed Aaron. Looking at the red-fired eyes, unwillingness rises in Aaron's heart, and not intending to back down, he bites at his hand, but the transformation fails. The transformation into the colossal titan and then the berserk state already consumed his power. Not intending to lose, Aaron repeatedly bites at his hand, even ripping off his finger, but the transformation doesn't occur as darkness starts to consume his vision. The next moment, Kevin finds that Aaron has lost all of his means, and quickly pulls Aaron out from the nape of the colossal titan. And, without even stopping for a second, directly crushes Aaron into his teeth. Suddenly, memories start to pour into his mind with the sudden influx of power that courses through his every fiber. The feel of power intoxicated him, but the revelation of memories surprised him. The future, the throne of the multiverse, the Lord of the multiverse. He saw the Lord seated upon the throne, whose non-existent eyes suddenly gaze at him. Realization dawned upon Kevin.
That is me.
He, Finn,